Chapter 126, Left in the Dust. Watching the ghosts rushing forth from all around, Ye Feng immediately activated Windwalk, his speed increasing by a huge leap as he dashed towards the dilapidated House 00. The level 15 elite-ranked ferocious evil spirits let out an ear-piercing screech. Immediately, more cursed evil spirits dashed over, crowding the private house. Under the command of the ferocious evil spirits, they all stormed into the house in a well-organized manner. The private house was not large, and the place was a mess, with dust covering every surface. Meanwhile, the main door of the house could, at most, fit only 2 people at a time. The moment the cursed evil spirits squeezed through the main door, a small-sized basic frost grenade exploded in the threshold. Cold air overflowed from the entrance, and everything within a 10-yard radius froze solid. Instantly, the 50-plus cursed evil spirits in front of the private house froze as well, and a damage of -440 points appearing above each of their heads. Their remaining HPs dropped under half. With the cursed evil spirits at the entrance rooted in place, the others who, unaffected, were unable to rush into the house to devour Ye Feng. The frost grenade could hold the evil spirits for 5 seconds. Ye Feng took this chance to use Thundering Flash. 3 arcs of lightning immediately pierced towards the main entrance. However, due to the gap between levels being too wide, the total damage the skill caused to each cursed evil spirit did not even exceed -100 point system. Proficiency of Thundering Flash raised by 3 points. However, because of the high level of these cursed evil spirits, whenever Ye Feng used a skill to attack them, his skill proficiency greatly increased. Each usage would raise the skill proficiency by 3 points. As it so happened, Ye Feng could use these cursed evil spirits to train his skill proficiency while waiting for the cooldown of the frost grenades to end Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. AoE skills landed on the cursed evil spirits, one after another. Although the damage was extremely low, the skill proficiency greatly increased. After using the 3 skills, Ye Feng threw another frost grenade. Instantly, the 50-plus cursed evil spirits died, transforming into a large sum of EXP for Ye Feng and dropping plenty of copper coins and tiny spirit essences. With the first wave of cursed evil spirits dead, the ones behind rushed forward once more. Ye Feng waited until they started squeezing through the main entrance before throwing a frost grenade. Once again, the cursed evil spirits halted. Ye Feng then used the skills that had their cooldown completed before using another frost grenade to finish off these cursed evil spirits. Countless cursed evil spirits swarmed the 100 Ghost Town. There were also the ferocious evil spirits continuously screeching and luring the other cursed evil spirits over. By this time, cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits overflowed the private house's yard. If there were not a team of several hundred players here, it was practically a pipe dream to clear all these monsters. However, Ye Feng only camped inside the private house, using the frost grenades to clean away these monsters slowly. Although his efficiency was a lot slower when compared to a team with hundreds of players, his method was extremely safe. He could also grind for skill proficiency, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With the deaths of batch after batch of cursed evil spirits, Ye Feng's experience and skill proficiency rose without stop. Before 5 minutes had even passed, Ye Feng had already risen to level 8. Although he had killed an insane number of cursed evil spirits, towards the 100 Ghost Town, such a number was only a drop in the bucket. After reaching level 8, the EXP he obtained from killing the cursed evil spirits was reduced by a large chunk. However, the death of each cursed evil spirit still yielded Ye Feng with 4,200 EXP, and his leveling speed was still rising quicker than a rocket. With every wave of monsters killed, his experience bar filled by a large chunk. If others were to see this, their eyes would most likely pop out of their sockets. They could only raise their experience bars by a small chunk after striving for 1 or 2 hours. Yet, Ye Feng's experience bar expanded by a large portion with each passing moment. With the slow decrease of Ye Feng's remaining frost grenades, the number of cursed evil spirits also continuously fell. This situation greatly enraged the ferocious evil spirits, and they worked even harder at summoning their allies. 20 minutes later, a golden flash surrounded Ye Feng's body. He leveled up once more, reaching level 9. Meanwhile, Thunder Flame Explosion had risen to level 2, and Earth Splitter to level 3 if including the skill level bonus from the Abyssal Blade. Thunder Flame Explosion would be level 4, while Earth Splitter would be level 5. Thunder Flame Explosion, Action Type. Level 4. Requires melee weapon. Causes 300 base damage and additional flame and thunder damage to enemies within a 5-yard radius. Enemies struck will be placed in a fainted state for 5 seconds cooldown, 36 seconds. Earth Splitter. Level 5. Requires sword. Causes 190 base damage and based on the period of charging power between 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds, a maximum of 360% weapon damage. Attack range of 10 yards cooldown, 40 seconds. The cooldown of both of these skills greatly reduced, while their power increased. If both skills were used, common monsters of the same level would die without question. However, the most frightening part was still the fact that Ye Feng had risen to level 9. Even in all of White River City, no one could find another level 9 player. If there were a ranking for levels, Ye Feng would unquestionably be placed at the number 1 spot, while the player in second place was still a great distance from level 8. It could be said that Ye Feng had left others in his dust, and even if the others tried, they could not catch up after reaching level 9. Ye Feng placed all of his attribute points into agility. With this, Ye Feng's agility finally reached 75 points, satisfying the condition for equipping the Dark Pursuer's Cape. After equipping the Dark Pursuer's Cape, Ye Feng's attributes greatly increased once more, his agility immediately rising to 80 points. As long as it reached 100 points, he could unlock Agility's special hidden skill, greatly increasing his battle prowess. Besides that, Ye Feng's HP had also increased to 1,200 points, his movement speed to 24 points, and his attack speed to 30 points, allowing him to learn the skill, Silent Steps. The next time he met Absolute Heaven, he would not allow him to escape so easily. Now that Ye Feng was level 9, the level suppression from the cursed evil spirits was no longer as significant as before. Furthermore, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunder Flame Explosion had all leveled up as well, notably increasing their might. Right now, Ye Feng only needed to combine 1 Frost Grenade and his 3 skills to end the cursed evil spirits, saving him a lot of frost grenades, after which, Ye Feng continued massacring the cursed evil spirits for over a dozen minutes, his experience bar rising to 36% of level 9. As long as he continued grinding like this for an hour, he could definitely reach level 10. Unfortunately, Ye Feng had cleared out all the cursed evil spirits that once filled the streets. Finally, those ferocious evil spirits were no longer able to remain idle. They released angry roars, intending to rip Ye Feng to shreds with their own bare hands. The scene frightened the other cursed evil spirits. They hurriedly parted to give way to the ferocious evil spirit. Suddenly, over a dozen incomparably sinister-looking beings stormed the private house, every one of the ferocious evil spirits intending to rend Ye Feng into tens of thousands of pieces. Ferocious evil spirit, elite rank. Level 15. HP 5000/5000. Compared to the cursed evil spirits, not only did the ferocious evil spirits have larger bodies, but their attack power and movement speed also greatly surpassed the former. They had many powerful melee skills, in addition to their 5000 HP, 70% resistance, and 30% evasion to physical attacks. They were capable of easily decimating any melee class of the same levels. Moreover, the damage of magical attacks used on these monsters only increased by 50%, while magical damage of the same attribute would reduce by 50%. As a result, even mage classes were helpless against them. However, those were still not the most frightening aspects of these monsters. After God's domain underwent its first evolution, common monsters above level 10 all possessed a certain amount of wisdom. Meanwhile, these level 15 elites possessed even greater wisdom, increasing their battle prowess by many folds. In Ye Feng's previous life, these ferocious evil spirits slaughtered many players from Glorious Light. To kill these ferocious evil spirits, Glorious Light had paid with the lives of hundreds of players. Finally here, Despite watching the ferocious evil spirits rushing at him, Ye Feng remained extremely calm. In actuality, there was one thing that Ye Feng had always wanted to know. In God's domain, if these monsters with high intelligence were met with players that greatly surpassed them, just what sort of reaction would occur? Chapter 127, Ghost Rider. Just as the ferocious evil spirits were about to rush into the house, Ye Feng took out an intermediate frost grenade from his bag. Throwing it, the ferocious evil spirits already had a rough understanding of the frost grenade's formidable power, and they showed extreme disdain towards it. Without even attempting to dodge the frost grenade, their pitch-black claws abruptly extended forward, slashing towards Ye Feng's heart. However, after the frost grenade discharged, the cold air that expanded was several times colder than before. At this moment, the ferocious evil spirits immediately realized something was wrong. The sinister expression on their faces revealed a hint of fear. In the blink of an eye, cold air invaded the forms of all the ferocious evil spirits, transforming them into ice sculptures. The intermediate frost grenade was the trump card that Ye Feng had prepared. Each one was worth 10 silver coins, which was nearly several days of a pro player's earnings. The intermediate frost grenade also caused minus 1,320 damage to each of the ferocious evil spirits. With Ye Feng's Demon Hunter title equipped, the ferocious evil spirits only had a maximum of 4,500 HP each, and this attack instantly destroyed a third of their HP. Due to using the intermediate frost grenades for the first time, it achieved the maximum effect. When used the next time, these ferocious evil spirits would possess ice resistance, greatly reducing the potential damage of the intermediate frost grenades die. Ye Feng unsheathed his swords, his feet moving to an appropriate position before using Thundering Flash. 3 green, electric arcs encompassed the ferocious evil spirit's Thundering Flash belonged to the lightning-type magic damage, hence, its damage increased by 50% when used on the ferocious evil spirits. Moreover, Ye Feng had already reached level 9, while the Abyssal Blade could ignore a monster's level by 5 levels. In actuality, the ferocious evil spirits were only considered 1 level higher than Ye Feng, and the level suppression on Ye Feng was almost non-existent. The level 5 Thundering Flash dealt damages of minus 176, minus 230, and minus 297 to these frozen monsters. The skill also placed an additional amplification effect on the monsters, increasing the damage they received by 30% over the next 20 seconds. With the ferocious evil spirits unable to move for a full 5 seconds, Ye Feng was able to launch attacks at them freely. Chop. Double Chop. Earth Splitter. Physical type damage was no different than a scratch to these ferocious evil spirits, and even a fully charged Earth Splitter caused no more than 100 damage. As the seconds ticked by, the ice covering the bodies of the ferocious evil spirits started showing signs of cracking. It would only be a moment before they struggled free of their imprisonment. Ye Feng leaped lightly, the abyssal blade raised high as it condensed the power of thunder and flame around it. When Ye Feng landed in the midst of the group of ferocious evil spirits, an abrupt explosion occurred. Thunder and flame instantly swallowed the surroundings, enveloping the ferocious evil spirits and causing damages of over minus 500 points. In just a moment, the ferocious evil spirits all lost 2/5 of their HP, and he forced them all into a fainted state. Due to these monsters being high-leveled elites, the fainted state was less effective on them, lasting, at most, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after Ye Feng's attributes had greatly increased explosively, he created 12 sword images. Like a fierce gale, Ye Feng swept through the ferocious evil spirits. Multiple damages of roughly minus 30 points appeared above the ferocious evil spirits' heads, with the occasional minus 60 points or so damage. Immediately, the ferocious evil spirits' HP reduced slightly once more. As the 3 seconds were about to pass, Ye Feng tossed out another intermediate frost grenade, turning these ferocious evil spirits into ice sculptures yet again. This time, the intermediate frost grenade only managed to cause minus 860 damage to the monsters. However, the damage was enough to reduce the HP of these ferocious evil spirits to a critical level. These ferocious evil spirits truly did not imagine a weakling like Ye Feng was so powerful. Within a short time span of less than 10 seconds, he managed to send all of them near death's door. Every one of these ferocious evil spirits revealed expressions of fear. They started to struggle out of the ice with all their might, their hearts filled with thoughts of escape. Unfortunately, their efforts were for naught. As another second passed, Ye Feng threw out the third intermediate frost grenade, taking the lives of the dozen-plus ferocious evil spirits. After their deaths, the ferocious evil spirits dropped a pile of loot system, level 15 ferocious evil spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP system, level 15 ferocious evil spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP system, level 15 ferocious evil spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP. A series of notification appeared in Ye Feng's sight. Immediately, Ye Feng's experience bar rose to 54% of level 9, pushing him closer to the level 10 threshold. Without the leadership of the ferocious evil spirits, the instincts of the cursed evil spirits towards flesh and blood immediately flared, all of them fervently squeezing through the entrance of the private house. However, Ye Feng quickly dealt with them using the basic frost grenades, and the deaths of the cursed evil spirits increasing his experience to 67% of level 9 inches less than 2 hours. Ye Feng rose by more than 2 levels. Although his leveling speed was impressively quick, the money he spent to do so was equally astonishing. Such a method of leveling was only possible to a tycoon like Ye Feng. After all, each basic frost grenade cost 1 silver, 50 coppers. Aside from the fact that Ye Feng had used over 400 basic frost grenades, he also used 3 intermediate frost grenades, which cost 10 silver coins each. All in all, Ye Feng spent over 6 gold coins to achieve such a leveling speed. If converted to credits, that would be over 60,000 credits spent on this endeavor. In other words, each level cost Ye Feng over 30,000 credits. Even the elite members of society could not afford such spending. Following which, Ye Feng collected the drops from the monsters. With the entire street of ghosts murdered by Ye Feng, it took him over half an hour to collect all the loot that dropped. Making a rough calculation, Ye Feng discovered that he actually did not take a loss. Instead, he profited from this adventure of his. Ye Feng picked up a total of 1 gold, 32 silvers. Amongst the loot, there were also over 3,000 tiny spirit essences, more than 10 skill books for various classes, tens of pieces of level 12 and level 13 common equipment, over 20 pieces of level 10 and above bronze equipment, and 2 pieces of level 15 mysterious iron equipment. As for the 2 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, one was a level 15 cloth shirt for mages, and the other was a level 15 two-handed great axe. Between the two, the weapon was the most valuable. The mage shirt could be sold for over 1 gold coin, while the great axe would sell for at least 2 gold coins. As for the bronze equipment, each piece would sell for at least 20 silver coins. Ye Feng's profit was simply through the roof. This place is so profitable. I'll bring Blackie and the others to level up in the future. Ye Feng felt this was an optimal location. Not to mention the fact that he made a profit despite all the money he spent. His level also increased in a flash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he still needed some time before making a decision. Right now, he needed to let the others slowly familiarize themselves with the battle methods in the newly evolved God's domain. If they only depended on the frost grenades to level up, their techniques would never improve. After clearing out the ghosts from the entire street, Ye Feng effortlessly arrived at the central plaza of the 100 Ghost Town. Although there were no longer any ghosts left on the street, the central plaza was still densely packed with even larger numbers than before. Meanwhile, at the center of the plaza, a faint blue flame burned brightly above a fountain, giving off a deep blue glow. This flame was the ice blue devil flame, and it was currently guarded by ferocious evil spirits. Furthermore, there was a knight, clad in jet black armor, standing among the ferocious evil spirits. The knight carried a silver-colored great sword on its back, and both its eyes gave off a green glow as it stood quietly by the side. All of the ghosts surrounding this knight treated it with respect, awaiting his command. The nature of this knight was different than the other ghosts. Its entire body was just a skeleton covered in faint blue flames. The heat given off by those flames caused the land around it to dry up and crack. Ghost Rider, Chieftain rank. Level 15. HP 100,000/100,000. As expected, it is very strong. It's no wonder Glorious Light lost several hundreds of their elite players after battling the Ghost Rider. Just by looking at it, Ye Feng knew it would be impossible for him to have a direct confrontation with the Ghost Rider without several hundred elite players. It was an impossible task to kill the Ghost Rider. Moreover, there were also thousands of cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits present. Chapter 128, Engaging the Ghost Rider. The flames in the Ghost Rider's eyes flickered, its emotions impossible to discern. However, none of the ferocious evil spirits dared to approach within 20 yards of it with the frightening prowess of the Ghost Rider. Even if Ye Feng had risen to level 20 and brought along a 20-man elite team, he would still fail to kill the Ghost Rider. Moreover, there was a 90% chance they would be wiped out. Instead, the Ghost Rider was simply too strong at this stage of the game. Many guilds would occasionally encounter a few elite or special elite monsters, and they could usually deal with these monsters with only a party or a team. However, after the evolution of God's domain, even only a level 5 Chieftain ranked monster could completely wipe out a 20-man team filled with level 5 elite players. Moreover, a monster over level 10 would have their intellect greatly boosted. A level 10 Chieftain needed at least 30 level 15 elite players to deal with, and even then, the number casualties would be very high. As for a high-level Chieftain like the Ghost Rider, it possessed a large variety of AoE damaging skills. It was also capable of commanding all the ghosts in the entire 100 Ghost Town. Although it was only a level 15 monster, its raid difficulty was even above that of a level 20 Chieftain. Glorious Light had sent out thousands of its members to slay the Ghost Rider, paying a very heavy price. Currently, Ye Feng lacked both resources and influence. Not mentioning the gap of 6 levels, he was also alone in this place. He had absolutely no chance of challenging the Ghost Rider. It seems I can only use that method. Ye Feng observed the situation in the center of the plaza, inwardly running calculations and simulations in his mind. Right now, he stood over 300 yards from the fountain. If he wanted to obtain the ice blue devil flame, first and foremost, he needed to dispose of all these cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits, then finally, deal with the Ghost Rider. As long as there was the tiniest of mistakes, he would end up dead and sent back to town. Ye Feng took out 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls. These were the only 2 remaining treasured scrolls he had left. It would be extremely difficult for him to obtain another one in the future, as obtaining these scrolls largely depended on one's luck. If it weren't for obtaining the ice blue devil flame, he would not even be using such precious items. Phantom kill, Ye Feng inwardly chanted. A doppelganger of him slowly forming into being. Ye Feng immediately passed over a dozen frost grenades to his doppelganger. The doppelganger then rushed towards the plaza. The moment the doppelganger set foot into the plaza, the Ghost Rider discovered it immediately. The Ghost Rider's pearly white skull turned towards the doppelganger, the flames in its eye sockets flaring. All living beings must die. The Ghost Rider unsheathed the silver greatsword from its back, pointing it at the doppelganger. The blue flame surrounding its body abruptly moved to engulf the greatsword as well, warping the greatsword in shape. The pommel of the sword transformed into a white-colored skull and sinister-looking barbed tips appeared on the blade. Following the Ghost Rider's command, the countless cursed evil spirits in the plaza surged towards the doppelganger like a tidal wave. The doppelganger activated a speed scroll. It then tossed out a frost grenade, instantly turning a large group of cursed evil spirits into ice sculptures. Before turning to escape on Ye Feng's side, he activated Windwalk and used a speed scroll, then activating the Ring of Nothingness. Once in the state of nothingness, Ye Feng dashed towards the fountain like a fierce Galeas. The duration of the state of nothingness quickly flew by. Ye Feng's distance between the fountain shortened 300 yards. 200 yards. 100 yards. As Ye Feng was about to arrive at the fountain, his grip on the 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls tightened. His expression became abnormally calm as both his eyes fixated on the heart of the fountain. Little rat, did you think that you could hide from my eyes? The Ghost Rider suddenly appeared before Ye Feng, and as if the flames in its eyes could see past all things, it spoke in a deep, disdainful tone. The Ghost Rider then raised its white bone greatsword, the faint blue flame surrounding the sword immediately raising the surrounding temperature to scorching hot levels. With an abrupt wave, the great sword transformed into a flowing stream of light, splitting apart the air as it descended towards Shi Feng's head. How could it be? Shi Feng was shocked. He did not doubt that the Ghost Rider's sword had the capability of instantly killing him. Hence, both his legs curved into a bend, his body similarly bending downwards. Like a cat arching its body, Shi Feng instantly pulled out both the Abyssal Blade and the Crimson Blade, using parry with both swords. Suddenly, Shi Feng's legs burst with strength, and with the addition of the strength from his lower back, Shi Feng charged directly at the descending greatsword. The three swords colliding with each other created an explosive sound. The Ghost Rider's immense strength caused the ground that Shi Feng stood on to crack apart, dust and debris scattered. Shi Feng's body, as well, was removed from the state of nothingness, revealed beside the fountain. Although Shi Feng did not receive any damage from the collision, the flames of the white bone greatsword were just too blistering. As the Abyssal Blade was a magic weapon, there were no problems with it. However, the secret silver-ranked Crimson Blade was different. Not only was its durability greatly reducing, but the Crimson Blade itself also turned a glowing red and even showed signs of melting. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider was slightly shocked that its sword did not yield it an immediate victory. However, it waved its sword for a second strike. The flames on the white bone greatsword rising over 5 meters into the air as the sword slashed at Shi Feng. This was the Ghost Rider's Devil Flame Slash. When this move was used, all beings in its path would lose their lives and reduce to ashes. However, contrary to expectations, Shi Feng did not retreat when faced with this attack. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade as he rushed towards the ice blue Devil Flame. Although the Ghost Rider's Devil Flame Slash landed on Shi Feng, it had no effect at all. Instead, Shi Feng made use of the wave of steam generated by the white bone greatsword to further increase his speed. Just as Shi Feng was about to reach the ice blue Devil Flame, as if they had been long since prepared for this moment, tens of ferocious evil spirits rushed at him. Become frozen. Shi Feng threw out an intermediate frost grenade, turning all the ferocious evil spirits into ice sculptures, a bunch of rubbish. Seeing that its subordinates were actually so useless, the Ghost Rider loudly cursed. It abruptly leaped, its body landing and blocking Shi Feng. Its greatsword then slashed downwards. Die, little rat. Abyssal Bind. 9 pitch-black chains instantly bound the Ghost Rider, saving Shi Feng's life. However, the Ghost Rider's strength was just too immense. In the blink of an eye, one of the chains snapped. Seeing this, Shi Feng dared not stop his movements as he ran towards the fountain. Wretched little rat, you have truly angered me this time. The Ghost Rider roared as it saw that Shi Feng was already beside the ice blue Devil Flame. It struggled free from the chains binding it, its body turning into a shadow as it swept toward Shi Feng, fully intending to dice him into chunks of meat. Due to the Ghost Rider's flames, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was also greatly weakened. The ferocious evil spirits were quickly thawed from their icy prisons, all of them rushing at Shi Feng once more. Shi Feng only revealed a faint smile at this sight. He spread open the deep blue-colored Tier 2 magic scroll in his hands. Within an instant, the water-attributed mana from the surrounding environment gathered above the magic scroll. Tidal overflow. Shi Feng pointed the magic scroll towards the incoming Ghost Rider and ferocious evil spirits, a dark blue magic circle forming above the scroll. Immediately, a violent torrent poured out of the magic circle, engulfing the Ghost Rider and the ferocious evil spirits. The resulting water pressure even caused a deep pit to form on the ground. The power of a Tier 2 spell instantly killed all of the ferocious evil spirits. However, this magic had not greatly damaged the Ghost Rider as, during the moment of life and death, the Ghost Rider used its white bone greatsword to block the tidal overflow. As a result, the ferocious torrent only pushed back the Ghost Rider by over 30 yards. At such a distance, the Ghost Rider would only need a few steps to reach Shi Feng. However, time was needed to retrieve the ice blue Devil Flame, time which the Ghost Rider would not give Shi Feng. Just as the Ghost Rider took its first rage-filled step toward Shi Feng, Shi Feng took out the last golden-colored scroll in his hands. The scroll gave off a sacred and inviolable strength, and it was also Shi Feng's final trump card. Chapter 129, Ice Blue Devil Flame. Wretched little rat, feel the wrath of the flames of hell, the flames in the eye sockets of the Ghost Rider were capable of seeing through all things, and when it saw the scroll within Ye Feng's hand, it revealed a human-like disdainful expression. Although the might of a Tier 2 magic was great, it was not enough to deal a heavy blow. Furthermore, how many Tier 2 magic scrolls could Ye Feng possibly possess? If the other players knew the Ghost Rider's thoughts, they would definitely not think the Ghost Rider was an NPC, but an actual player. However, after the evolution of God's domain, the intellect of these high-ranking monsters was simply that high. At this moment, the faint blue flame surrounding the Ghost Rider all disappeared. The flames had all gathered on the white bone greatsword, boosting the flames by tenfold. All living beings must die. The Ghost Rider bellowed. The berserk roar resounded throughout the entire central plaza as the Ghost Rider abruptly threw the white bone greatsword in its hand. The instant the white bone greatsword left the Ghost Rider's hands, it transformed into a faint blue-colored flame serpent. The flame serpent was over 10 meters in length, and if coiled into a bundle, it would look like a small building. The serpent spread open its mouth, biting towards Ye Feng as the ferocious flame serpent grew closer and closer. Ye Feng still had yet to activate the final Tier 2 magic scroll in his hand. This magic scroll was different from the other magic scrolls in that it needed some time to take effect after being activated. Hurry. Please hurry. Hurry, damn it. As the flame serpent flew closer and closer, Ye Feng started panicking. However, the activation bar still increased slowly as always. Just as the flame serpent's widened mouth was about to devour Ye Feng, the activation bar finished loading. System, a mysterious iron-ranked weapon or above is needed to be sacrificed. Confirmed to sacrifice? Without hesitation, Ye Feng chose to sacrifice. As for the sacrificed weapon, it was the crimson blade he held in his hand. At this moment, the crimson blade had already reduced to just scrap metal, and it would be meaningless for Ye Feng to continue holding onto it in the blink of an eye. The crimson blade in his hand released a bright golden glow, illuminating the entire central plaza. At the same time, with Ye Feng as the focal point, a large golden magic circle appeared. The magic circle then ascended to the skies at high speeds. When the golden glow shone upon the flame serpent, it wailed in agony, following which, the crimson blade transformed into a stream of light, shooting up to the air. In the next instant, the stream of light transformed into thousands of holy swords of light. The holy swords rained down from the sky, forming a holy domain in a 30-yard radius around Ye Feng. The flame serpent, which was inside the domain, was immediately pinned down by tens of holy swords, its body unable to move even an inch. The flame serpent released an unwilling roar, made it at the last second. Ye Feng released a sigh as he looked at the thousands of holy swords surrounding him. The holy swords even encompassed the fountain as well. Immediately, Ye Feng started retrieving the ice blue devil flame. This golden magic scroll was the most powerful Tier 2 life-saving magic scroll Ye Feng possessed. The holy sword seal, when used, all attacks within a 30-yard radius would be blocked, while all enemies within the affected area would be suppressed, preventing them from moving even an inch. However, the user would be unable to attack any of the enemies, and any outside enemies and attacks could not enter the holy domain. The duration of the holy domain was 36 seconds. Due to these effects, the holy sword seal was considered the strongest defensive scroll amongst all Tier 2 magic scrolls. Meanwhile, Ye Feng only needed around 5 seconds to collect the ice blue devil flame. In addition to the cast time of the returned scroll, which needed 30 seconds, the total time was just about right. The Ghost Rider outside of the holy barrier instantly entered a violent fury. It pulled out a white bone great axe, swinging it at the holy barrier repeatedly like a god of death. Unfortunately, all its efforts yielded no results. The holy sword seal was the strongest defensive skill amongst all Tier 2 skills. Not to mention a level 15 chieftain's attacks, even if it were a normal Tier 3 skill, it could not easily destroy the holy barrier very quickly. Ye Feng finished retrieving the scorching hot Tier 2 mysterious flame, the ice blue devil flame. Though his heart was currently filled with extreme excitement, he suppressed it and activated defensive blade. He then started the chant for the return scroll. Despicable little rat, I will definitely make you suffer a living hell. Seeing that Ye Feng had already retrieved the ice blue devil flame, the Ghost Rider suddenly went berserk. The faint blue flames covering its body flared up several times greater than before, and it swung its white bone great axe to the ground with all its might. Boom! The entire central plaza started quivering. The ground of the plaza cracked apart, spitting out tens of pillars of flames, sending countless debris flying. Only now was Ye Feng fully aware of how powerful the Ghost Rider was. The previous exchanges they had were not even a warm-up for the Ghost Rider. Fortunately, Ye Feng had the strongest Tier 2 defensive skill on his side. If it were only a Tier 1 defensive scroll, it could not have fended off the Ghost Rider at all. Time flowed past, little by little. Though the Ghost Rider poured out attacks on the holy barrier like a madman, fortunately, none of them made any actual difference. The Ghost Rider could only watch as Ye Feng completed the chant for the return scroll. With only 2 seconds remaining for the chant to finish, the Holy Sword Shield's duration ended. At this moment, the Ghost Rider revealed a sinister smile as it dashed forward 2 steps, instantly arriving before Ye Feng. With its axe raised, the Ghost Rider struck down at Ye Feng. The axe was unable to advance any further when it was several centimeters away from Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng was shocked into a cold sweat. The Ghost Rider's speed was just too fast after becoming berserk. Even he could only barely see it move. Fortunately, he had activated Defensive Blade beforehand. The level 2 Defensive Blade could completely resist 4 melee attacks or 7 ranged attacks. Now that the skill blocked 1 attack, only 3 more blocks remained. Seeing that its attack did nothing, the flame in the Ghost Rider's eye sockets congealed slightly. It then started madly attacking Ye Feng. Second strike. Third strike. Fourth strike. Very quickly, all 3 of Ye Feng's remaining blocks were used up. The Ghost Rider then abruptly did a horizontal slash, intending to bisect Ye Feng in half. At the moment of life and death, Ye Feng finished the return scroll's chant a step ahead. He then transformed into a white glow, vanishing. The white bone axe only managed to slice the white glow in half, but not Ye Feng. Oh! The Ghost Rider was incomparably furious. The ice blue devil flame was its most valuable treasure. The reason it could turn from a cursed apparition into a Ghost Rider was all due to the ice blue devil flame. As long as it had another half a year, it could once more evolve and become a lord. With a lord's strength, it could launch attacks at the living beings in the nearby towns, slowly strengthening its army of ghosts. Now, however, the ice blue devil flame was snatched away by a wretched little rat right before his eyes. So, just how was he supposed to not become angry? After returning to Red Leaf Town, Ye Feng could not help but wipe away the cold sweat from his forehead. If he were slower by even a millisecond, he would have definitely died. At that time, not only would he have wasted 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls, he would also need to wait a very long period before he could attempt to obtain the ice blue devil flame again. However, now that he had collected the ice blue devil flame, everything returned to his control. As for a high-ranking chieftain monster like the Ghost Rider, it was without a doubt a walking treasure trove. If Ye Feng were to kill it off, he wondered just how many good items would drop before he went to the 100 Ghost Forest. He once considered forming his own team in the future in order to raid the Ghost Rider. However, after meeting it, Ye Feng decided that it would be too troublesome to deal with the Ghost Rider. It would be much better if he just sold the information about the Ghost Rider. For example, he could sell the information to Gentle Snow or Stabbing Heart. After all, large guilds all love to hunt for elite monsters in the wild, not to mention a chieftain-ranked monster. Every chieftain-ranked monster possessed a great sum of riches. Moreover, only these large guilds could gather hundreds of players in Red Leaf Town within a short amount of time. When they reached White River City, gathering even thousands of players would not be a problem. There would be no problems if thousands of players were used to deal with the Ghost Rider. Only, the losses in doing so would be somewhat heavy. However, with the information provided by Ye Feng, raiding the Ghost Rider would become much easier. Just as Ye Feng was about to go to the Forging Association to take a look at the Ice Blue Devil Flame's attributes, he discovered that many players in Red Leaf Town were currently discussing a single matter. Did you hear? Martial Union has already released an announcement that they will reward 10,000 credits to whoever kills Ye Feng once. There is also a reward of 1,000 credits for killing Ye Feng's teammates. The person who provides accurate information on Ye Feng's whereabouts will also receive 2 silver coins as a reward. With this, Martial Union truly intends to start a blood feud with Ye Feng. I've heard about it already. The topic has long since blown up in the official forums. Right now, there are plenty of players searching around. Even if they can't kill that expert called Ye Feng, they could still kill one of his teammates. 1,000 credits per kill, this isn't a small number. This time, that expert called Ye Feng will not have an easy time mingling in Red Leaf Town. Chapter 130, If it's war they want, then it's war they'll get. Red Leaf Town, slum area, the Enchanted Bar. Ironsword Lion and several of his subordinates currently held a drinking party in one of the private rooms on the second floor of the Enchanted Bar. They heartily downed mouthfuls of Old Tom Gin one after another. An hour ago, Ironsword Lion posted a guild announcement on the official forums. He had placed a bounty on Ye Feng, intending to start an irreconcilable feud with him. In an instant, Martial Union had become the center of attention of all players in God's domain. Who was Ye Feng? Almost every veteran player within the region of White River City had heard of him. Right now, Ye Feng's name was carved onto the glory list at the entrance of the team dungeon, Dark Moon Graveyard. After clearing the team dungeon, Ye Feng even killed the top-tier expert of Martial Union, Ironsword Lion. He was then publicly acknowledged as one of the swordsman experts of God's domain. The recording of Ye Feng killing Ironsword Lion even spread and was used as a learning model for many swordsmen. Aside from that, according to the rumors floating about, Ye Feng's relationship with the Snow Goddess was not just a shallow one, and they might be having an affair. Otherwise, why would a goddess like Gentle Snow, instead of choosing the elite members of her own guild, choose to take an outsider along into the Dark Moon Graveyard? Many players had long since felt unsatisfied with Ye Feng, and now, with a bounty on him, many players were already tempted into action. Martial Union offered 10,000 credits for killing Ye Feng just once. Moreover, not only would they be able to obtain the prize money, but they would also obtain immense fame for killing a publicly acknowledged expert of God's domain. Such a feat would prove that their strength was exceptional. Right now, the major financial corporations around the world were beginning their investment into God's domain, recruiting players for their own workshops and guilds. As long as one could prove their strength, they could earn the good graces of these major corporations, receiving very high treatment. So, why not go for it? Boss Ironsword, this move of yours is just too clever. With this announcement, that Ye Feng is dead for sure this time. Even if he doesn't die, the target on his back will still annoy him to death. Other players will hunt throughout the entire day, he won't even be able to level up, drifting blood flattered as he took a drink. Humph. That's nothing at all. The best part has yet to come. Ironsword Lion sneered, now that the son of a bitch has hidden, nobody can find him at all. However, it won't matter. I believe that we can find his teammates. As long as we kill his teammates to level 0, I hardly believe that he will remain hidden. As long as he dares reveal himself, absolute heaven will immediately take action. It will be his death when that time comes. Just as Ironsword Lion laughed colding, Ye Feng received a communication request from someone on his friend list. Are you alright? Gentle Snow abruptly asked. Ye Feng was slightly astonished. He did not imagine that even Gentle Snow would worry for him. He shook his head, saying, I'm fine. If things get too difficult for you to handle, I can utilize the strength of Ouroboros in White River City region to deal with Martial Union. That way, Martial Union will very quickly give up on you. Although Gentle Snow had downplayed her words, Ye Feng knew just how frightening it would be if Ouroboros went all out against Martial Union. Just the tens of thousands of Gentle Snow's fans alone were enough to extinguish Martial Union, not to mention when the many experts of Ouroboros took action. Martial Union would not hold on for even a few days before needing to disband. Thanks. I'll be careful, Ye Feng said in gratitude shortly after ending the call with Gentle Snow. Another suddenly arrived brother. Ye Feng, are you alright? Stabbing Heart asked. I am fine, Ye Feng replied, a smile appearing on his face. He couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It's good that you're alright. I saw Martial Union declare war on you. Moreover, they even placed a bounty on your head, paying as much as 10,000 credits for every kill. The bounty even includes several friends of yours, with 1,000 credits for each of them. Many of the experts I know have all taken an interest in you, and they will definitely look for trouble with you. It would be troublesome if you tangle with so many people, so it is best if you stay hidden for a while. Otherwise, you can level up with us. With the Assassin's Alliance's reputation, those experts will give way. If we meet any fools, my side can also help you deal with them. Ye Feng could not help but feel grateful toward Stabbing Heart's worries. He said, "Thanks, but I'll deal with this matter myself." On the contrary, would Brother Stabbing Heart be interested in buying some high-level equipment? I have a few pieces, and I can sell them to you at a low price. Ye Feng still possessed plenty of the equipment he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. Right now, the prices for equipment were at their highest. Their values would depreciate if he sold them in the future, so he might as well sell them to Stabbing Heart right now, turning them into money. Ye Feng previously considered selling the equipment to Gentle Snow. However, Gentle Snow possessed a greater understanding of him than Stabbing Heart. It would be bad if she discovered something unnecessary about him. Hence, Stabbing Heart was the best choice to sell the equipment to in this case. Really? With the new influx of players right now, our guild became sorely lacking in equipment. If you could sell them at a lower price and trade fully using credits, then I will buy as much as you have. Right now, the available equipment on the market was fervently contested over. Meanwhile, Stabbing Heart knew Ye Feng would have a lot of equipment. After all, Ye Feng managed to clear the Dark Moon graveyard. That meant that the other party dungeons would be easy pickings for him. Moreover, Ye Feng only had a single party under his command. He would definitely possess plenty of extra equipment. If Stabbing Heart could purchase all of it, it would be a huge boost to his guild. I'm busy right now. How about we meet up and trade inside the hotel at the trade area? Ye Feng asked. That would be great. I also need some time to collect the money needed, Stabbing Heart replied with a smile, following which, Ye Feng disconnected the call with Stabbing Heart. He then sent a message to Blackie and the others, telling them to be careful of ambushes from other players. Currently, with Blackie and the others' equipment and level, a dozen or so average players could not do anything to them at all. Ye Feng was only afraid of those elite players taking action. Blackie and the others would not have an easy time if they truly met up with such players. Hence, it would be best if they took precautions early on. After receiving the information, Blackie immediately led the others to depart from their current grinding spot. They went to an even more secretive location Ye Feng gave them. It would not be easily discovered, even by those pro players. Martial Union, since you guys want war, then to war we shall go. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Ye Feng's mind constantly considered how he should earn money in God's domain and his future development in the game. He did not imagine Martial Union would send a top-tier assassin at him, and even go further to place a bounty on his head. They had gone too far. Did Martial Union think he would be helpless against them? Ye Feng immediately logged onto the official forums. Using the name Ye Feng, he sent out a declaration. Martial Union, since you guys want war, then to war we shall go. I now place a bounty on all players from Martial Union. As long as you can kill a normal member of the guild, you will receive a reward of 100 credits or 1 silver coin. For one of the upper echelons of the guild, every kill will earn 1,000 credits or 10 silver coins. As for Ironsword Lion, I will pay you 5,000 credits or 50 silver coins for every time you kill him. This bounty will be effective until Martial Union completely disappears from Red Leaf Town. After Ye Feng issued the post, it instantly caused a sensation in the forums of all of White River City region, giving rise to a raging tempest. A single independent player actually dared to declare war against a large guild. This was a first in the entire God's domain. Before this, one would only hear about guilds issuing bounties on a single player. It was the first time players had actually seen a single person place a bounty on an entire guild. The players who read Ye Feng's post were completely astonished. If a large guild acted rich and overbearing, then so be it. However, they never imagined an independent player would also make such a move. Said player even placed bounties on every single member of a guild. Although it was only limited to the area within Red Leaf Town, a large guild would still have several hundreds of players there. The money needed for such a feat was impressive, and such a way of spending was no different than running water. Even tycoons would not dare play in such a way. Chapter 131, Owning a Mysterious Flame. Shortly after Ye Feng published the post, many players replied to it. No way. Such a high bounty. It would be great if I had chosen to start at Red Leaf Town. 1 silver coin just for the regular members, that's already an entire day's worth of my earnings. If I strive hard an entire day, I could kill at least 7 or 8 of them, which would be 700 or 800 credits. If I continued hunting for an entire month, the amount I can earn would be several times higher than my normal salary. Could it be a scam? Wasn't the Ye Feng an expert in dire straits? Where did he get so much money? The commenter above is right. This is definitely a scam. This Ye Feng is just trying to make a name for himself and win the pity of the masses, tricking us into opposing martial union. There were many players who voiced out their own varying opinions. Some supported Ye Feng, while some felt disgusted with him. A large number of players cursed at Ye Feng, and an even greater number refused to believe that Ye Feng possessed that much money. After all, making a rough calculation, just killing all the members of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town once would cost a lot, not to mention killing them several times. Even a normal tycoon would not dare carry out such an action, much less a poor expert in dire straits. I am stabbing heart of Assassin's Alliance. I am in full support of Brother Ye Feng, and I can guarantee that everything Brother Ye Feng has said is the truth. If you aren't able to cash in your bounties from him, you can collect them from me instead. Just when everyone determined Ye Feng was a scammer, Stabbing Heart's abrupt reply sent a tremor through the forums once more. Although Ye Feng was famous, when compared to a large guild, his prestige was still sorely lacking. On the other hand, the words Stabbing Heart from the Assassin's Alliance had written were wholly different. Ignoring the fact that the Assassin's Alliance was a second-rate guild, possessing a member count in the tens of thousands, just the dozen years or so fame they had accumulated from other virtual reality games was strongly persuasive. Wow. The Assassin's Alliance's Stabbing Heart has appeared. Please let me join the Assassin's Alliance. Even Stabbing Heart has already shown himself, so the bounty must be real. This time, the players of Red Leaf Town are going to make a fortune. Not long after Stabbing Heart's appearance, another reply appeared which instantly caused the number of views on Ye Feng's post to multiply by tens. Ye Feng is my friend. I can guarantee his credibility. If there are any problems, you can find me to deal with them. The reply, indeed, belonged to the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, herself. Moreover, she was willing to make assurances for Ye Feng. Those who cursed at Ye Feng previously immediately shut up after her reply, because if they did not, the snow goddess fans might pummel them into meat paste. Ye Feng, you are my idol. Please take me in as your disciple. I'm willing to do anything you ask. I guarantee it. Big brother Ye Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Little sister is 18 years old, has a beautiful appearance, a sexy body, and wishes to become Big Brother's girlfriend. I can give birth to a bunch of little monkeys for Big Brother. Looking at Gentle Snow's reply, everyone immediately thought Ye Feng was just too awesome. He had received the support of Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance and the Snow Goddess of Ouroboros. This was not a treatment any ordinary expert would receive. Now that God's domain was so popular, Ye Feng's future would be limitless. Slum area, the enchanted bar. Boss Iron's word, this is not good. Ye Feng placed a bounty on our heads. An assassin suddenly rushed into the private room. Currently, Iron's word Lion happily drank away, his face flushed red. He did not think the alcohol in a virtual world could get a person get drunk. The alcohol had such a rich and mellow taste. Compared to the alcohol available in the real world, what he drank right now was much better. It was no wonder those players that tread on the path of darkness all loved to hang around in this place at this moment. The person who rushed into the room shouting had immediately interrupting Ironsword Lion from enjoying his drink. Annoyed, he said, "Why are you shouting? It's not like the sky is falling. Which son of a bitch was it that placed a bounty on me? Let's see if I don't hack him into pieces." "Boss, I heard it was that Ye Feng who placed the bounty on us," Drifting Blood said in a daisy phone. "With him alone, he wants to place a bounty on us, Martial Union? Who would even believe his words?" Ironsword Lion laughed in contempt, swallowing another mouthful of Old Tom Gin. "Boss Ironsword, it's true. If you don't believe it, take a look at Ye Feng's post. Right now, views on it have exceeded 1 million already," the assassin helplessly said. Originally, he did not believe that an independent player would dare place a bounty on a large guild either. Anyone who dared would just be digging their own graves. Without great enmity against a guild, no one would not carry out such an action. Such an action was a major threat to the reputation of a guild, and they would definitely not let off any players who dared provoke them. If they did not kill the player until he quit the game, they would not let the matter rest. However, reality told him otherwise, as such an incident had truly occurred. Ironsword Lion still did not believe his subordinate's words. To place a bounty on the members of Martial Union, was this Ye Feng seeking death? Hence, Ironsword Lion checked out the official forums immediately. Ironsword Lion was dumbfounded. Ye Feng actually dared place a bounty on all of Martial Union. He really intended to fight until one side was gone. However, Ironsword Lion had forgotten that he was the one who first placed a bounty on Ye Feng. He had already forgotten his own declaration to fight until one of them was obliterated. After taking a closer look at the contents of the post, Ironsword Lion was truly shocked. Those who originally called Ye Feng a scammer had all shut their mouths now, and they all itched to slaughter the members of Martial Union. It was like they discussed competing over vegetables on the forum. When Ironsword Lion saw the price tag of his own bounty, he nearly exploded with anger. He had spent 1 million credits to hire Absolute Heaven to assassinate Ye Feng, and the bounty of 10,000 credits he publicly declared was just for entertainment. He was not hoping that someone would kill Ye Feng at all. His main goal was to kill Ye Feng's teammates now. However, Shi Feng had tagged him with a bounty of 5,000 credits. In doing so, wasn't Ye Feng stating that he was far from being his equal? The most unbelievable thing was that Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow had also stood out to show their support for Ye Feng. Ironsword Lion simply could not understand this situation. The bounty he placed was only on Ye Feng, yet, why did these fellows mind other people's business? Gentle Snow was one thing, but why had Stabbing Heart appeared as well? He and the Assassins' Alliance had always minded their own business, and he had never provoked the Assassins' Alliance before. So, why was Stabbing Heart showing his support to Ye Feng? Good. 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 Ironsword Lion repeatedly said. His anger jerked him out of his drunken stupor, his expression turning extremely sinister as he coldly said, "Since he wants to play, then I'll play. Immediately place a bounty on anyone with the guts to kill any of our members. Also, increase the bounty on Shi Feng's teammates to 2,000 credits per person. I want to see just who can tempt these players. Tell the ones below to be careful of their actions and form parties when they go out leveling." Yes. After Ironsword Lion finished giving out his instructions, the assassin turned and left. Following which, Ironsword Lion initiated contact with Absolute Heaven. He wanted Absolute Heaven to take action a little sooner, killing Ye Feng to absolve him of this anger. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had rented an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association. Now that the Ice Blue Devil Flame was in his hands, Shi Feng was prepared to use this time to train his forging, placing all his effort into making the Silver Dawn and other equipment. Shi Feng walked to the furnace, cancelling the Tier 1 mysterious flame provided by the intermediate forging room. He then took out a dark blue flame from his bag. This dark blue flame was just like a flame sprite, joyfully jumping about in Shi Feng's palm. Furthermore, the flame gave off a scorching heat, causing the temperature in the room to rise quickly. System, do you wish to bind the Ice Blue Devil Flame as your personal mysterious flame? Bind? don't tell me that I can only use it after it's bound? Shi Feng did not know why, but although he held the ice blue devil flame in his hand, he was unable to glean any information about it. Even a Tier 1 mysterious flame was extremely rare throughout God's domain. In his previous life, he had never come into contact with a mysterious flame, and this was his first time learning that the flame needed to be bound before use. He recalled that the mysterious flame could be placed in the forging room of the guild. That way, all guild members were able to use it while not being able to take it away. So, just why was this mysterious flame a bound item? Shi Feng stopped caring about the details. He immediately chose to bind the ice blue devil flame, intending to learn its effects. Chapter 132, Evolution Crisis. After Shi Feng chose to bind the ice blue devil flame, suddenly, the ice blue devil flame started transforming. The small flame within Shi Feng's palm momentarily burned fiercely, wrapping Shi Feng's entire palm. Shi Feng immediately felt a scorching heat surrounding his hand as if he had just dipped it into boiling water previously. He was unable to feel the high temperature of the ice blue devil flame, and only now did he truly experience its heat. Although he tried to store the flame back into his bag, no matter what he tried, there was no reaction from the ice blue devil flame. Instead, a binding loading bar appeared, slowly increasing. Successfully fused 3%. 4%. 5%. Isn't it a binding? Why did it turn into a fusion? Looking at the green-colored fusion bar, Shi Feng felt a sense of unease. He could barely endure just the pain he currently felt. However, the temperature of the flame constantly rose, while the fusion rate of the flame was extremely slow. If this situation were to continue, Shi Feng would, sooner or later, die from the pain alone. Just when Shi Feng had called out the pain perception system's interface, intending to turn off all his senses of pain, his flaming hand no longer felt hot. Instead, he felt a cooling feeling on his palm as if it submerged in ice-cold water. Is the fusion complete? Shi Feng took another look at the fusion bar. It showed 8%, still very far from reaching 100%. However, since it was no longer hot, Shi Feng gave up the notion of turning off the pain perception system. However, another moment later, his flaming hand grew colder and colder as if it were inside an ice cube. Shi Feng could not help but shiver at the chilling temperature. Just when he was unable to endure the cold any longer, the flame surrounding his hand turned hot once more. In such a way, the flame constantly alternated between hot and cold. Shi Feng was also able to understand the reason for this phenomena. Just like its name, the ice blue devil flame possessed both ice and fire attributes. However, Shi Feng no longer wished to endure torture by the ice blue devil flame, so he chose to turn off the pain perception system. During the fusion process of the ice blue devil flame, if pain perception falls below 20%, fusion will fail and cause a fixed amount of damage to the player. Are you sure you want to turn off the pain system? Crap. Shi Feng could not help but curse at the despicable system. The system was clearly trying to toy with him. Moreover, it did not mention what sort of damage the fixed damage was. The fusion progress was already at 30%, so he couldn't just give up halfway. Helpless about the situation, Shi Feng could only tune down his pain perception from the original 40% to 20%. That way, he could, more or less, bear through the suffering. However, things were far from over. After the fusion bar reached 50%, the ice blue devil flame started spreading throughout Shi Feng's entire body, turning Shi Feng into a flaming man. Shi Feng's entire body burned with a deep blue flame, just like the Ghost Rider. Compared to the Ghost Rider's flame, however, the flame burning Shi Feng's body was much more pure and dazzling. Even the ground below his feet started showing signs of melting. The floor of the forging room had undergone special strengthening techniques specifically to resist high temperatures. The floors of the forging room were much stronger than even a secret silver weapon. However, this floor could still not withstand the flame surrounding Shi Feng's body. One could just imagine the frightening temperature that was emitted by the flame right now. If someone were to attack Shi Feng using a bronze weapon, the scorching flame would, most likely, melt the weapon before it could even come near Shi Feng. Fortunately, Shi Feng had long since familiarized himself with pain. He had also adjusted his pain perception down to 20%. Otherwise, he really could not endure the ever-changing temperatures of the ice-blue devil flame. After enduring the same process for 20 minutes, the fusion of the ice-blue devil flame finally completed. System: the ice-blue devil flame has been bound as player Ye Feng's personal belonging system. Fusion of the ice-blue devil flame completed. After undergoing the tempering of the ice-blue devil flame, player's physique has improved. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 10, Agility plus 10, Ice Resistance plus 20, Fire Resistance plus 20. Able to fully control the ice-blue devil flame. Even this is possible? Ye Feng was shocked. Ignoring how valuable the ice-blue devil flame was to forgers, Ye Feng did not think that it could even improve a player's physique after fusion. Ye Feng had effortlessly obtained 30 attribute points and 20 points in both ice resistance and fire resistance. Resistance was extremely hard to obtain in God's domain, and a single point increase would have a large effect, not to mention an increase of 20 points. Such an increase was enough to instill despair in many mage classes. If fire magic could originally deal 100 damage to Ye Feng, right now, it would be good if could even deal him 30 damage. Ye Feng then chanted a name in his mind, a deep blue flame appearing in the middle of his palm. This was indeed the ice-blue devil flame. Following Ye Feng's thoughts, the flame freely moved about, growing and shrinking. Ice-blue devil flame, Tier 2 mysterious flame. Can be used in battle to increase damage by 20%, and an additional 40% damage to ice or fire attributed skills. Simultaneously, it increases the success rate for potion making, forging, and cooking by 10%. These attributes had completely surpassed Ye Feng's imagination. In his previous life, he had never received any information regarding mysterious flames being capable of increasing a player's battle prowess. It was also impossible for the mysterious flames to only increase a player's battle prowess in this life. Hence, the only possibility was that the players who obtained mysterious flames did not leak a single word about it, silently enjoying the fortune. Just the mysterious flame's ability to increase the success rate of forging and potion making was sufficient to send all the major powers in God's domain into an uproar. If the information about it being capable of increasing a player's battle prowess leaked, the competition over mysterious flames would become much more intense. Forgers and potion makers would have no chance to obtain a mysterious flame for themselves at all. Mysterious flames were always said to give the greatest benefits to potion making and forging, but in Ye Feng's view, elementalists who learned potion making were the ones who gained the greatest benefits. Originally, an elementalist's damage was very frightening. They were like human cannons. If they were to receive an upgrade to their ice and fire attributed skills, it would leave others speechless. In addition, the ice-blue devil flame originally increased its user's damage by 20%, which meant that an elementalist who had the ice-blue devil flame would have their damage output increased by 60%. The elementalist possessing the ice-blue devil flame could easily kill an MT of the same level with the same quality of equipment in just 2 or 3 moves. Although Ye Feng was not an elementalist, the ice-blue devil flame still provided a relatively large increase to his battle strength. With the ice-blue devil flame, Ye Feng felt that the future development of his skills should be more directed towards the fire or ice attributes. That way, he could reap the greatest benefits from using the ice-blue devil flame. Following which, Ye Feng took out a pile of hard stones and started making advanced whetstones, increasing his forging proficiency. The success rate for making an advanced whetstone was 60%, with the possibility of increasing proficiency by 1 point with each success. Although the increase was not as much as when he made bronze equipment, the time needed to make an advanced whetstone was much shorter. Ye Feng only needed to burn the hard stones in the ice-blue devil flame for a short while, followed by a couple of knocks from his hammer, then he would have completed an advanced whetstone. If Ye Feng were to make glimmer chest plates, he would not be able to sell them for a lot of money. After all, there were various guilds currently selling that item. On the other hand, making the high-level bronze equipment and mysterious iron equipment from the forging designs he bought from Stonehammer Town was not very efficient. It would be much better for him to just upgrade to an intermediate forging apprentice, increasing his success rate a little earlier. At that time, it would not be too late for him to start using those forging designs. Meanwhile, while Ye Feng made the advanced whetstones, tension rose throughout the entire Red Leaf town. However, it was not only due to the matter of Shi Feng and Martial Union placing a bounty on each other. There was also the crisis after God's domain's evolution due to the difficulty of the monsters in the wild increasing, the large influx of newcomers, and Shi Feng's stock clearance of the auction house. The prices of items rapidly increased. Within a short 2 hours, the prices of items had already doubled, causing many players to voice out their complaints. Originally, the money they earned within a day was small. They also needed to buy many items they needed in the wild, such as food and beverages, return scrolls, and such items. There were also the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. However, the prices for all these items had suddenly skyrocketed. Amongst the items with inflated prices, the highest was equipment. Previously, 20 copper coins was sufficient for a player to purchase a piece of level 2 common equipment. Right now, they would need 40 copper coins to do so. As for bronze equipment and higher, the increase in their prices was even greater. However, without good equipment, how could they hunt monsters? Hence, the majority of the players right now all held the thought that they had to obtain a good piece of equipment no matter what, even at the cost of saving up the money meant for potions. With good equipment, they could easily look for a party to join. Their efficiency of killing monsters would also rise as a result, and it was only a matter of time before they earned back their money. As a result, the prices of equipment constantly rose. Similarly, this phenomenon caused plenty of players, who were wealthy in real life, to purchase coins using credits for purchasing equipment, causing the price of coins to skyrocket. Looking at this situation, the players in Red Leaf Town became even more attentive towards the bounty put out by both Shi Feng and Martial Union. The players, who were previously uninterested in participating, started to take action. There were many experts who began searching for Shi Feng and his teammates, and there were some who set their sights on Martial Union, forming a party to hunt. Ye Feng's party must be level 6 or above, with a complete suit of bronze equipment. Those who fulfill the conditions, please gather at my location. Forming a party to hunt members of Martial Union must be level 5 or above. Those who wish to make a quick buck, don't miss this chance. Meanwhile, there were plenty of players shouting out party recruitments in the plaza of Red Leaf Town. However, their grinding targets were no longer monsters, but players. Suddenly, Shi Feng and Martial Union's game of hunting lured the players throughout all of Red Leaf Town. Chapter 133, Fire Dance. Inside the Red Leaf Forest, where the green grass was plush like a cushion, a party of level 5 players currently surrounded a group of 3 level 5 forest wolves. The players advanced and retreated in battle familiarly, steadily pushing the 3 forest wolves towards defeat. In a short moment, one of the forest wolves died from the large fireball that flew at it, while the remaining 2 forest wolves only had a small amount of HP remaining. Leader, we're already level 5. We're tired of constantly killing the same forest wolves. Let's just kill the level 6 grassland lion cubs. I hear the loot is quite good. Moreover, everyone can obtain a larger share of experience there, the bold and powerful shield warrior said as he blocked a forest wolf's attack. Forget it. In these troubled times, you forget that everyone from our Martial Union has a bounty on their heads. Each one of us is worth 1 silver coin, and there are plenty of people looking for this transaction. The party leader, an elementalist, shook his head. He felt that the shield warrior's suggestion was too risky. Leader, since when have you become such a coward? A berserker with waxy skin curled his lips, asking disdainfully. Before, when we snatched elite monsters and equipment and even killed the other players, I've never seen you reluctant before. Regardless of what other people say, Martial Union is a famous large guild in Red Leaf Town. I don't believe that those people would be so foolish, daring to kill us. Even if they come, we can kill them off and make a quick buck. The Elementalist party leader nodded, thinking that his subordinate's words sounded logical. In Red Leaf Town, only Martial Union bullied others. Whoever dared provoke them was only seeking death. The Elementalist party leader then said, all right. After we kill these 2 forest wolves, we'll go kill the grassland lion cubs. Oh yeah. The shield warrior grinned, using his shield to send one of the forest wolves flying. He then followed up with a heroic strike on the other forest wolf, taking away its remaining HP immediately after the party from Martial Union killed the final forest wolf. They suddenly discovered that they were surrounded by a team of over 20 players. Moreover, every one of these players was red named, and clearly, they had already killed a lot of players' brothers. Our luck is good this time. They are all from Martial Union. A red-named female assassin with a provocative body revealed herself from stealth. She wore a smile as she looked at the players from Martial Union. The members of Martial Union immediately felt chills through their bodies. This female assassin was clearly the scout for this entire team. Although she should have been hiding near their party this entire time, they did not detect her presence at all. What are you all trying to do? The Elementalist party leader asked in a cold tone, his eyes observing his surroundings. What are we doing? The female assassin gleefully smiled at the party leader from Martial Union, saying with a laugh, of course, we are here to do some happy things with you. Sister Fire Dance, why are you wasting your breath on them? Let's just kill them and be done with it, one of the rangers standing in the encirclement said, feeling restless. His bow was already knocked and aimed at Martial Union's cleric. The shield warrior from Martial Union knew that they were not a match for these group of players. Hence, he intimidated, you guys better think through this. You will not have a good ending if you become Martial Union's enemies. By the time we take care of that Ye Feng, we will take revenge on those who dared attack the members of our guild. You guys best consider your actions properly. Don't make a mistake. Is Martial Union really that amazing? The female assassin named Fire Dance played with the dagger in her hand. Curling up her lips slightly, she said, why have I heard that you guys suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of my idol, Ye Feng? Moreover, since you guys dared make trouble with my idol, it's no different than seeking for trouble with me. You should all just die, right here. Brothers, take action. Don't let any of them escape. Hearing Fire Dance's command, the 20-plus players surrounding Martial Union rushed forward. Meanwhile, the female assassin named Fire Dance suddenly appeared behind the party leader from Martial Union. She immediately knocked the elementalist unconscious, her icy-cold dagger slashing across his neck. She then followed up with a backstab and eviscerate, instantly taking the party leader's life. Her techniques both quick and efficient. The other members of Martial Union were extremely shocked by this scene, their hearts stopped beating completely. Immediately, they turned and ran. However, would it be that easy to run away? Immediately, the ice walls of elementalists blocked their escape, followed by ice spheres reducing their movement speeds. Several berserkers separately used charge on their targets, followed by breaks, greatly reducing the movement speeds of the members of Martial Union once more. With their fleeing speed slower than even a tortoise, the members of Martial Union died within moments. Tidy up the loot quickly. We'll be looking for our next target. Fire Dance issued her command. These fellows sure are fat. They have contributed 3 pieces of bronze equipment to our inventory. It really makes you wonder just how fat Ye Feng's party, which is much more powerful, is, a lean berserker said as he collected the dropped items. He couldn't help but drool when he gazed at the bronze equipment the members of Martial Union left behind him. Water Buffalo, are you having ideas about my idol's teammates? Fire Dance looked at the berserker, smiling faintly as she asked. Immediately, the berserker called Water Buffalo quivered, hurriedly laughing as he replied, how would I even dare? I was only fantasizing in my mind a little. If I really did look for trouble with them, I would only be there to die at their hands. Humph. At least you know your limits, Fire Dance snorted. She then turned, departing in search of her next target. Red Leaf Town, slum area, the enchanted bar. Pung. Ironsword Lion angrily smashed the alcohol bottle in his hand after seeing the report from his subordinates. Who can tell me what is going on exactly? Why is it only our members are dying, while not even a shadow of Ye Feng's teammates can be found? According to the report from his subordinates, within a short 2 hours, of all the members of Martial Union stationed in Red Leaf Town, 58 of them had already died once. Amongst those who died, 9 of them were even the top echelons or elites of their guild. Not only had they lost a level as a result of dying, they even dropped some of their equipment. This was a huge loss for Martial Union's Red Leaf Town branch. Moreover, Ironsword Lion was required to compensate them for their losses. Besides that, the large number of deaths had largely impacted the loyalty of the members of Martial Union. Many started to think of leaving the guild as they did not wish to be dragged into this game of hunting. If this matter did not quickly resolve, the Martial Union branch at Red Leaf Town would, sooner or later, break up Boss Ironsword. Could they be hiding? Why don't we increase the bounty on them? That might tempt the true experts. Drifting Blood suggested. Fine, increase the bounty immediately. I don't believe that we can't find them. Ironsword Lion nodded his head. He then continued saying, remember, as long as you receive any information, immediately contact Absolute Heaven. Leave it to me, boss. I'll relay the information immediately. Inside an intermediate forging room, Ye Feng repeated the same task, over and over. Ye Feng took out a hard stone, immediately using the ice blue devil flame to burn it. He then used the runic hammer to tap at it a few times, very quickly forming a high-quality advanced whetstone system. Advanced whetstone has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 1 point. Obtained 200 EXP. Advanced whetstone, consumable. When used on a level 20 weapon or below, recovers the durability by 8 to 12 points. Simultaneously, it increases the damage of the weapon by 3% for a duration of 30 minutes. Number of usage remaining, 3. In the later stages of the game, the value of this item would become greater and greater. The reason was that the damage to a weapon increased as monsters' prowess increased. It was especially true for monsters that were level 7 and above, as some of them possessed skills that could greatly reduce the durability of a weapon. Hence, whetstones became one of the necessities when grinding and battling in God's domains wilds. Compared to a normal whetstone, not only could the advanced whetstone recover a weapon's durability, but it could also increase the weapon's sharpness, increasing the weapon's damage by 3%. This effect could even compare to a buff, and it would greatly benefit melee players. There would be plenty of melee classes scrambling over this item, and they would still be willing to buy more after buying the first. No player would willingly reduce their damage when fighting monsters, even if it were just a 3% reduction right after Ye Feng finished the advanced whetstone system. Congratulations! You are the first player to be promoted to an intermediate forging apprentice. Obtained 50,000 EXP, rewarding 10 runic steel. Chapter 134, Silver Lake. After seeing the system notification, a faint smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He finally received the promotion to intermediate forging apprentice after making over 400 advanced whetstones. However, to obtain the promotion to advanced forging apprentice, he needed 3,000 proficiency points. He could not achieve such an amount in a short period. Ye Feng looked at his experience bar. It was currently at 94% of level 9, only 6% away from the level 10 threshold. As long as he strived a little further, he would break through that threshold in God's domain. There was a huge boost in attributes every 10 levels. When players obtained their first 10 levels, it was an indication that they could enter a city. In a city, players could enjoy various benefits. Not only could they purchase resources not sold in towns, but they could also obtain plenty of high-leveled quests. Players could even purchase bronze equipment at a low price, though that depended on the player's luck. It would also be much easier for players to make money once they reached a city. Furthermore, players could use the teleportation gates available in the city to transfer to high-level monster areas. They would not need to waste a huge amount of time on travel, quickly arriving at level 10 or higher monster areas. Moreover, the game of God's domain only truly began after entering a city. When that time came, the players from tens or hundreds of towns would gather in a city. A single city would have, at the very least, over 100,000 players. Moreover, White River City was one of the 5 largest cities located in Starmoon Kingdom. The number of players that would gather there would exceed 1 million. At that time, the various guilds could centralize their influence completely, displaying the true strength of a guild. This would also increase the competition between guilds. It would be a lot less peaceful when the various guilds competed over the limited resources available. This was the case with all virtual reality games. The resources available were limited, and the best resources and leveling spots would only number so many within a city's region. However, with the huge amount of players, if one wanted to level up and upgrade themselves quickly, they needed to compete over said resources. As a result, those without strength would be eliminated and left behind. Not to mention an independent player, even a small guild would have absolutely no chance of surviving inside a city. The large guilds would all monopolize the various high-level resources and valuable leveling areas, while the small guilds and independent players could only hole themselves up in locations with inferior resources. Hence, if one could set foot in the city even a moment earlier, the competition they would face would greatly lessen. However, that did not necessarily mean that one would be safe just by entering the city ahead of others. Instead, the more advantages a person possessed before entering the city, the better off one would become afterward. Take Blackwing City for example. If an average player were to enter the city, they would only be there to gain some knowledge and experience, a purely time-wasting endeavor. However, if it were one of the upper echelons of a large guild, things would be quite different. Aside from being able to form a relationship of mutual exchange with guilds from other countries, they could purchase items unique to Blackwing City in bulk. Such benefits would lead to huge improvements of a guild. Right now, Ye Feng's level was ranked number 1 in White River City, and the others would need at least 2 or 3 days before they could catch up. During this time, Ye Feng wanted to increase the gap further. Only then could he carve out a place for the Zero-Wing Guild he wanted to establish in White River City. So this is runic steel? As expected, this is a treasure. Ye Feng took out a piece of blue steel, filled with magic, from his bag, joy filling his entire being. In Ye Feng's previous life, many forgers competed madly for just a piece of runic steel. Even if they managed to buy one, they would treat it like their baby, they would not use it lightly. Meanwhile, Ye Feng possessed 10 pieces of runic steel right now. Runic steel, fine gold rank consumable. When used to forge level 50 fine gold equipment or below, increases success rate by 10%. There is a fixed chance to increase the forged equipment's rank by 1, up to a maximum of fine gold rank. No matter how one looked at it, runic steel was significantly better than the 100 refinement steel. Moreover, it could even increase an equipment's rank. With this runic steel, my success rate for forging the Silver Dawn will be even greater now. Ye Feng had purchased all the materials required to forge the Silver Dawn at the auction house. In addition to the materials he had purchased before, he could forge a total of 16 Silver Dawns. Just the cost alone for a single Silver Dawn was over 37 silver coins. Even an elite party needed to raid a hard mode party dungeon half a dozen times before collecting such an amount. Hence, Ye Feng only chose to forge the Silver Dawn after he was promoted to intermediate forging apprentice. Ye Feng took out the forging design for the Silver Dawn, clicking to learn it. He began the process of forging his first Silver Dawn. Previously, before he had obtained the Ice Blue Devil Flame, his success rate for forging the Silver Dawn was only 32%. After the addition of the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the success rate increased to 42%. If Ye Feng used the runic steel, he could further increase it to 52%. A mere intermediate forging apprentice's chance of successfully forging a secret silver weapon was just over 50%. Even a master forger would be flabbergasted at this success rate. The reason was that a basic master forger only possessed a 30% success rate when forging a secret silver equipment, and only a grandmaster forger had a 50% success rate. Ye Feng carefully read through the process of making the Silver Dawn before refining the material. Ye Feng first used the Philosopher's Stone to obtain a high-purity refinement of the materials. He then placed the materials into the Ice Blue Devil Flame, waiting for them to merge. Ye Feng possessed 100% control over the Ice Blue Devil Flame, so he could merge the materials together to an exceptional degree. However, Ye Feng chose not to include the incomparably precious runic steel in the forging process. This time the first attempt was only for Ye Feng to familiarize himself with the forging process of the Silver Dawn. Moreover, he only possessed 10 pieces of runic steel, and each one of them was worth at least 1 gold coin. The runic steel was extremely hard to obtain, and using it now would just be a waste. If other forgers knew that Ye Feng intended to use the runic steel to forge the Silver Dawn, they would curse at Ye Feng in anger. The Silver Dawn was only a level 10 secret silver weapon, yet, Ye Feng actually thought of using the runic steel to forge it. Such an action was simply maddening. 10 minutes later, the refinement process was complete. Ye Feng looked at the product of his refinement with satisfaction. He then placed the piece of metal on the anvil, using the runic hammer to pound at it. Sparks flew about as the sounds of the hammer striking the metal resounded throughout the forging room. Ye Feng was extremely careful with every strike, afraid that a single misstep would affect the final shape of the Silver Dawn. After striking at the metal hundreds of times, sweat drenched Ye Feng. Satisfied, he clicked the generate button, following which, the red-hot metal began to take shape, transforming into a silver-colored longsword. He investigated the weapon's information after a full 5 seconds. System: Forging of the Silver Dawn has failed. Ye Feng looked at the weapon's attributes, discovering that it was only a level 10 mysterious iron weapon. Indeed, the forging failed. However, Ye Feng was not overly disappointed at the results. Although the success rate stated was 42% on the surface, due to it being Ye Feng's first time forging the Silver Dawn, the actual success rate was much lower. Success was impossible, no matter how one looked at it. If he succeeded, it would be a true miracle. With a failure in hand, Ye Feng summarized his experience into a lesson for himself. The reason Ye Feng could lead a third-rate guild like Shadow to become one of the top second-rate guilds was not due to any inborn talent of his. Instead, it was because Ye Feng always summarized and learned from his experiences. If others gained experiences from success, Ye Feng gained experiences from failure. After reviewing for over 10 minutes, Ye Feng started forging a second time. However, after 20 minutes or so, it was another failure. The weapon he forged was still mysterious iron ranked, though with a slight improvement. The attributes of the weapon were slightly better. Ye Feng continued forging, and failing, for a total of 6 tries, taking a loss of over 2 gold coins. Feeling that he was mostly familiar with the forging procedures, Ye Feng started his 7th attempt of forging the Silver Dawn. He even used a runic steel this time. Soon after, Ye Feng refined, hammered, and shaped the lump of metal. Clicking generate. Suddenly, an exquisite-looking light blue-colored longsword formed. There were even mysterious runes carved on the blade of the sword, the runes possessing faint traces of magic circulating within. With a glance, one could immediately tell that it was no ordinary weapon. Ye Feng immediately grew excited. He knew that he lucked out this time, and it was not as simple as a mere success. I wonder what the attributes are? Ye Feng clicked to check the weapon's attributes. He had to wait a total of 10 seconds before the system could give him a conclusion. System: Runic steel's effect triggered, rank increased by 1 system, black steel insignia effect triggered, attributes increased. System: Silver Lake has been successfully forged. Forgery proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtained 10,000 EXP. Chapter 135, Personal Exclusive. The series of system notifications startled Ye Feng slightly. He had only made some slight adjustments to the Silver Dawn based on his habits and battle styles. He did not think his luck would be so heaven-defying. Even out of 100 tries, both effects definitely won't trigger together again. One could just imagine how greatly enhanced the Silver Lake's attributes are, to what extent of an increase. However, nobody knew the runic steel could upgrade an item's quality by 1 rank. That meant that secret silver rank could be upgraded to fine gold runkas for black steel's insignia. It could increase the attribute values of a piece of equipment, and the increase would normally be between 5% to 25%. If the weapon's attributes rose by 20%, it would be the equivalent of having upgraded the weapon's quality by an entire rank. If both effects stacked with each other, the refined light blue longsword would, at the very least, be a top-tier fine gold weapon, with the possibility of even being a dark gold weapon, a level 10 dark gold weapon. At this stage of the game, aside from magic weapons, it was the most powerful weapon available. Immediately, Ye Feng held up the Silver Lake that gave off a blue glow, checking its attribute. Silver Lake, fine gold rank, one-handed sword. Level 10. Equipment requirement: Strength 45, Agility 80. Attack power plus 78. Strength plus 18, Agility plus 22. Attack speed plus 1. Durability 70/70ths. Additional passive skill. Flowing Shadow, creates an afterimage effect while attacking. Simultaneously, the faster the attack speed is, the greater the damage caused. Damage can be increased up to a maximum of 50%. These attributes completely surpass that of a top-tier fine gold weapon. With the additional skill, Flowing Shadow, the Silver Lake was absolutely comparable to a dark gold weapon. The attributes combine both speed and strength. As expected, it is as I thought. The more he looked at the Silver Lake, the greater his love for it became. In God's domain, the equipment forged generally had better attributes than the equipment dropped by the bosses from dungeons. Moreover, the forged ones were more suitable for specific classes. Hence, many experts preferred to hire master forgers to craft them custom weapons and equipment personally. Hence, master forgers were extremely welcomed and respected in God's domain. The experts of God's domain, especially, loved to make friends with master forgers. Master forgers also held great influence within a guild within God's domain. Nobody would rashly offend a master forger who knew which expert a master forger had forged a weapon for before. If one carelessly provoked a master forger, they might end up assassinated or hunted by a large number of experts. After all, these experts all wished to earn a favor from a master forger, calling it in for custom equipment. Only suitable equipment would be the best equipment. Although these personalized weapons and equipment were only slightly better than equipment dropped from dungeons, the battle prowess a player could display while using the equipment would increase manyfold. Regarding these sorts of weapons and equipment, they were all referred to as exclusive equipment. They were only suited to a single individual or a certain type of individual. The Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon that Ye Feng created for himself. If other swordsmen used the Silver Lake, it would only display the power of a normal fine gold weapon. However, in Ye Feng's hands, it could display the prowess of a dark gold weapon. Previously, Ye Feng had lost the Crimson Blade in battle, and he just happened to be in need of a new weapon. This Silver Lake would suffice for Ye Feng's use for a very long time, and he would not need a new weapon any time soon. Now that he had crafted his first personal exclusive weapon, Ye Feng felt much more assured. He then continued forging more silver dawns. After successfully forging the fine gold-ranked Silver Lake, it became much easier for Ye Feng to forge the silver dawn. 2 days quickly passed. During the day, Ye Feng would move some items to his new house, decorating his new home with some furniture. He then trained his body as usual. At night, after he entered God's domain, he forged equipment without stopping. In such a way, his time was fully occupied. After training his body for a time, in addition to the constant aid of the nutrient fluids, Ye Feng could feel a clear improvement in his body's physique. Also, his mind felt much more clear. Currently, his physique had only caught up with the average standard of the athletes in his university. As long as he persevered for another fortnight, he might be able to reach the standard of the Fighting and Martial Arts Society's members. At that time, his body could absorb nutrient fluids more efficiently, allowing his mind to become much more active. Meanwhile, during the nights in God's domain, aside from occasionally visiting the auction house to purchase materials and appreciation items, Ye Feng had conducted a large transaction with Stabbing Heart. Ye Feng sold the level 5 to level 7 bronze equipment he possessed in bulk, earning himself over 2 gold coins and over 200,000 credits. Other than that, Ye Feng spent the remainder of his time cooped up in the intermediate forging room. Not only did he forge silver dawns, but he also forged plenty of equipment using the bronze and mysterious iron forging designs he obtained from Blackbeard. After he spent all his money on forging equipment, he continued making advanced whetstones. In a period of 2 days, Ye Feng had forged a total of 31 silver dawns, over 200 pieces of level 8 bronze equipment, over 100 pieces of level 9 bronze equipment, over 100 pieces of level 10 bronze equipment, over 60 mysterious iron weapons, over 70 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, and over 2,000 advanced whetstones. If other forgers saw at these numbers, they might faint from shock. Ye Feng's forging speed was simply outrageous. However, the main reason Ye Feng could create so many items was his low rate of failure. After forging so much equipment, Ye Feng's level had long since reached level 10, and he was not that far from level 11. As long as Ye Feng desired, he could go to White River City at any time. However, he did not plan to make that journey yet. At the very least, he wanted to make a trip to Blackwing City first, before going to White River City. According to Ye Feng's understanding, the average players were mostly at level 6, the pro players at level 7, while only those leveling madmen who played the game 24 hours a day might be level 9. Hence, Ye Feng was not in a hurry. Going from level 9 to level 10, the EXP needed was not a small amount. At the very least, it would take over a day to obtain it, just as Ye Feng prepared to go to the auction house and sell a few more glimmer chestplate forging designs. Ye Feng suddenly discovered an interesting matter. The members of Martial Union, whom he could previously see on the streets, were nowhere to be found. Could Martial Union have disbanded already? Ye Feng was slightly puzzled. He then called out the bounty system governed by the main god system, checking just how many members of Martial Union have died during this period. The collection of bounties in God's domain could be done through the main god system. As long as a player completed a bounty and submitted the appropriate information, the main god system would verify the information. After verification, the bounty previously registered and stored by the employer would be handed over to the player. There was absolutely no need for the employer to personally verify all information submitted, wasting a lot of time in the process. Previously, Ye Feng stored 5 gold coins and 1,000,000 credits in the main god system, enough to burn Martial Union for a month or two. However, now that Ye Feng took a look, he was immediately dumbfounded. The 5 gold coins he placed were no more, while there was still around 800,000 remaining of the 1,000,000 credits. The bounty on a normal member of Martial Union was only 1 silver coin or 100 credits. 5 gold coins meant 500 kills. If it were an elite member of the guild, the bounty was 10 silver coins or 1,000 credits, and 5 gold coins was the equivalent of 50 kills. Such a number was sufficient to send all the elites of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town back to level 0. Furthermore, there was still more than 100,000 credits used up. It had only been slightly more than 2 days since Ye Feng announced the bounty, and yet, so much was gone already. With this, nearly all members of Martial Union stationed within Red Leaf Town had died, several times to boot. This was a devastating and irrecoverable strike to Martial Union in Red Leaf Town. It was no wonder there were no players from Martial Union on the streets. After looking at the numbers and video evidence, Ye Feng only had one word in his heart: awesome. Having suffered to such a degree had definitely crippled Martial Union. Among all the kill counts, a female assassin held the record for the most kills. She slaughtered over 50 members of Martial Union, and none were repetitive. This attracted Ye Feng's attention. After watching the recordings of the female assassin in action, Ye Feng was incomparably shocked. The girl's techniques were extremely skilled, and in battle, her usage of skills was simply perfect. She was absolutely one of the rare expert assassins. Fire dance? Ye Feng looked at the name displayed at the number 1 spot, his mouth softly reciting it. According to his memories, there didn't seem to be an expert female assassin called Fire Dance at this moment. A call request suddenly came from Blackie. What happened, Blackie? Ye Feng knew that Blackie would not randomly call without a purpose. The only possibility was that something had happened. Brother Feng, I don't know what happened, but those bastards from Martial Union found us. They also sent many of their elite players to surround us. Among them, there were also a few experts from Martial Union that I have never seen before. We went all out to break out of the encirclement, but because of my inability, Kola sacrificed himself and stayed behind to cover for us. The others also died as they tried to open a path. Right now, Lonely Snow and I are the only ones left alive. Brother Feng, you need to be careful. You definitely mustn't allow them to discover you. If they do, you won't even have the time to use a return scroll, Blackie said with an extremely hurried tone. Both rage and resistance filled his voice. Ever since he started grinding for levels with Kola and the others, adventuring and going through life and death together, they had long since formed a very deep bond. Now, however, to secure his escape, Kola and the others took the initiative to stay behind and stall the enemies, while he could only run away. Thinking up to this point, even more anger filled Blackie over his own inadequacy. If he could become slightly stronger, he might not have to watch his teammates die, one after another. Where are you? I'll come immediately. Hearing Blackie's report, Shi Feng burned with rage. However, he remained calm as he spoke. Brother Feng, you mustn't come here. There are too many players from Martial Union right now. Moreover, there are several experts here as well. I'll try to think of a way to escape with Lonely Snow, Blackie advised. The only reason he contacted Shi Feng was that he worried Shi Feng might accidentally encounter the players from Martial Union. It was not that he did not believe in Shi Feng's strength, but the players from Martial Union simply numbered too many. There were also many experts among them. Shi Feng would have no chance against them. Tell me where you two are, now, Shi Feng said each word coldly, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing Shi Feng's grave tone, Blackie knew that Shi Feng was serious. Moreover, Shi Feng was very angry. Helpless, Blackie said, we're in Gale Valley. Alright, I'll be there immediately. Be careful not to get surrounded, Shi Feng said. Lonely Snow and I have escaped into the inner regions of the Gale Valley. Shrubs and fog fill this place, so they should not easily discover us. Blackie felt that he should not have contacted Shi Feng. That way, he wouldn't have dragged Shi Feng into this mess as well. Good, then. Since you can't use return scrolls, someone might be using some special skill to stop you. However, you two can still use isolation scrolls. That way, it will be much harder for them to discover you. Find a good place to hide. I'll arrive soon. Shi Feng disconnected the call. Although Shi Feng did not know how Martial Union managed to find another group of players, even with experts leading them, they were gravely mistaken if they thought they could easily bully him. Shi Feng dashed towards Gale Valley. Chapter 136, Resonant Sword. Gale Valley was quite far from Red Leaf Town. For the sake of speed, Shi Feng used a speed scroll without hesitation. Instantly, Shi Feng's speed soared, his body leaving behind afterimages as he ran. Crap. Who's that? How can he be so quick? Is he hacking? How could that be? This is God's domain. However, that is truly fast. Before I could get a clear look at him, he was already gone. That person must be an assassin who went full agility with all his speed increasing skills activated. The players who saw Shi Feng running were all shocked by his wind-like speed. He was no slower than a sports car. Ever since Shi Feng reached level 10 and equipped his new weapon, the Silver Lake, his battle prowess was at least double that of at level 9. Moreover, after players reached level 10, all attributes increased by 10 points and HP by 100 points. Due to this increase, there was a large gap between level 9 and level 10 players. However, compared to the average level 10 player, Shi Feng's attributes were much higher. The Ice Blue Devil Flame alone had greatly increased Shi Feng's attributes, not to mention the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, and the fine gold weapon, Silver Lake. Furthermore, Shi Feng possessed the complete Silver Moon set equipment, coupled with a few independent pieces of secret silver equipment. He also had the title, Might of 1,000, currently equipped. Shi Feng's strength alone reached 93 points. It was absolutely an unreachable amount to the average player. Moreover, Shi Feng's agility had broken through the 100-point threshold, activating the intermediate agility hidden passive skill. Like the wind, it was renowned as a godly skill for battling in the open. With this new passive skill, players' movement speed increased by 15%, attack speed increased by 5%, and the shrubs and brambles of roads and forests would no longer affect him. Simultaneously, consumption of stamina had slightly reduced, greatly improving a player's survivability and ability in battle. Originally, Shi Feng needed to travel for about 2 hours to reach Gale Valley. However, with this new passive skill, it took Shi Feng less than an hour to arrive. The outer region of Gale Valley was a level 8 area, while its inner regions were level 9. Not only was there a large number of monsters in Gale Valley, but the monsters here also traveled in groups. Without a certain amount of strength, one could only seek death by coming to this place. Right now, only a small minority of players dared come here to level up. The Gale Valley was long and narrow. If over 500 players were present, they could perform an inch-by-inch search as they advanced. However, based on the information Blackie provided, Martial Union had only sent around 200 players. It was not enough to create a perfect encirclement of the area, and it would not be easy for them to locate Blackie and Lonely Snow. Moreover, if these 200 or so players wished to locate Blackie, they would have to spread out and form search parties. In regards to jungle battles such as this, Ye Feng had experienced plenty in the past. In his previous life, he had done battle with many second-rate guilds, and even first-rate guilds, in forested areas. Although the players involved numbered in the tens of thousands, he still bloodily massacred his enemies. It could be said that Ye Feng was most familiar with these types of battles. For the players who had only recently experienced the evolution of God's domain, however, their experiences of such warfare was nil as expected. There is a sentry here. Before arriving at the entrance of Gale Valley, Ye Feng had altered his appearance after entering Gale Valley. With his extraordinary 5 senses, Ye Feng immediately discovered the 4 level 6 assassins hidden around the valley's entrance. These assassins were all scouts of Martial Union specialized in investigation. They were currently tasked to report back all the players who entered the Gale Valley, determining whether or not said players were here as the enemy's backup. With this information, they could allow their members to prepare beforehand and set up an ambush. Unfortunately, Ye Feng had long since guessed this, hence his alteration of his appearance before entering the Gale Valley. Even if the experts of Martial Union knew that someone had entered the Gale Valley, they would not know it was Ye Feng. They would only see him as an independent player, here to level up, and they would not be wary of him. Ye Feng paid no heed to these assassins. Instead, he went deeper into the Gale Valley. Based on Ye Feng's strength alone, it would be extremely easy for Ye Feng to kill these 4 level 6 assassins. However, he would not. Doing so would only alert the enemy of his presence. If he caused the members of Martial Union to become vigilant, he could not achieve the greatest effect when he ambushed them later on. Boss unstable, there's a player entering the Gale Valley. However, he's not the target. Ye Feng, one of the assassins on guard at the valley's entrance, reported. Got it, you guys stay on guard there. As long as Ye Feng enters the Gale Valley, immediately report it to me. Also, remember to tail him, and do not let him discover any of you. As long as you all do a good job, you will be members of the guild's elite team in the future. The player called Unstable commanded. Seriously, yes. After finishing his report, the assassin grew extremely excited. He became much more serious as he silently awaited by the entrance for Ye Feng. However, he did not know that the person he mentioned had long since entered the Gale Valley. After Ye Feng entered the Gale Valley, he constantly advanced, through the treetops. He utilized his heightened vision to observe the surrounding situation, making accurate decisions. Someone's here. Very quickly, Ye Feng detected sounds of battle from the forest a short distance ahead. Moreover, it did not seem like a small battle. Immediately, Ye Feng stealthily closed in on the origin of the sounds, intending to discover more about the situation. If it were only a battle between players and monsters, there would not be so much movement. Moreover, the closer Ye Feng was, the clearer the sounds of metal clashing against metal and the ear-piercing screech of blades and swords interweaving with each other. Could they have discovered Blackie? Ye Feng shook his head, feeling that the possibility was extremely low. Previously, when Blackie contacted him, Blackie stayed in the level 9 inner regions of Gale Valley. Meanwhile, this was the level 8 area of Gale Valley, and there was no way Martial Union had encountered Blackie. When Ye Feng leaped up to one of the trees closest to the scene of the battle, he discovered that it was indeed a conflict between players. Moreover, the battle was very intense. The weaker of the two parties only had 6 players remaining, and they did not even have a healer. Meanwhile, the players bearing the guild emblem of Martial Union were still considerably strong. They had a total of 18 players remaining, with 3 of which were healers. Amongst the healers, 2 were level 7 clerics, while 1 was a level 8 druid. They all wore matching bronze set equipment mixed with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. The rest of the players also had relatively good equipment, and the lowest leveled among them was a level 7 player possessing a complete set of bronze equipment. These 18 players were elite members of Martial Union. If they were not elites, they would not possess such levels and equipment. They looked even stronger than the elites Ye Feng had faced off with before. Since when did Martial Union possess so many elites? Ye Feng was slightly puzzled logically, Martial Union should have long since been crippled after dying so many times. So, how did so many elites suddenly appear? Moreover, every one of them possessed good equipment, and compared to Martial Union at its peak, they were much stronger. In Red Leaf Town, their power could rival that of a third-rate guild. It was truly an unfathomable situation, little girl. Don't even think of escaping this time. Just obediently wait for your deaths. The commanding team leader from Martial Union sneered as he looked at the female assassin possessing a sexy body. Looking at the hot female assassin, she had an attractive oval face, slender eyebrows, and eyes as clear as water. The girl was very beautiful, like a dazzling pearl or fluorescent jade, and beneath her appearance, she hid a faint lovely tenderness. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? You want me to stay put and let you kill me? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll take you guys with me. The provocative-looking girl glanced at the Swordsman team leader, the corners of her lips curling up slightly as she said disdainfully, Sister Fire Dance, you should leave. Let us hold them off for you. If we continue dragging this on, none of us will get away. Don't forget, we are now red players, and the death penalty is extremely severe. At the very least, we would lose 2 levels and 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, the berserker beside the girl softly suggested. Although the berserker spoke in a very soft tone, Ye Feng, who possessed extraordinary 5 senses, managed to hear him clearly. Fire Dance. It was no wonder Ye Feng thought that the female assassin looked familiar. It turned out that she was Fire Dance, the female assassin who ranked at number 1 for killing the members of Martial Union. It seems that I have to lend some help this time. Ye Feng faintly smiled as he stood on the branch. Even if he were not familiar with Fire Dance, he would still lend her some help. The reason he came here was to kill everyone from Martial Union, creating rivers of blood. He wanted to teach the players from Martial Union what the rage of an independent player truly meant. At this moment, the Swordsman team leader laughed loudly, saying, "Do you think you can still escape? The moment we discovered you, we called for all our comrades to hurry over. We have long since surrounded this place. If you can still manage to escape, I'll eat this great sword of mine." Chapter 137, Monster. It seems they will bury us here. Our only choice is to carve out a trail of blood, Fire Dance said after hearing the Swordsman team leader from Martial Union speak. Fire Dance's expression turned grim, gritting her teeth slightly. Originally, she intended to come here to kill the members of Martial Union. She did not think that she would fall into Martial Union's trap instead. After killing their way out of the encirclement with much difficulty, these players once more surrounded them. Their chances of escaping were already scant, and if another 20 or so enemies arrived, even that tiny hope of escape would vanish. If she and her teammates died now, with the previous crime value they had accumulated, at the very least, her teammates would each lose 2 levels, while she would lose at least 3 levels and all of her equipment. Such a loss would devastate them, and their team would very likely disband, never to rise again. Ha ha ha. It's too late to fear now. Originally, we prepared this ambush for that Ye Feng, but I never thought you guys would send yourselves to death. From now on, the fine equipment that you guys use will belong to us. Brothers, go. Leave that little girl for me to deal with. The Swordsman team leader licked his lips as he spoke, his eyes revealing an undisguised greed as he gazed at Fire Dance's sexy body. Naturally, Ye Feng, who was hiding in the forest, heard the entire conversation. Although he knew Martial Union definitely had some hidden plot, it turned out that they planned to set a trap for him all along. Previously, he had stayed inside the forging room, creating equipment. Moreover, he had also altered his outward appearance, making it impossible for Martial Union to find him. Hence, they chose to take action against Blackie and the others, using them to lure him out. At the same time, they would set up a trap and surround him. Unfortunately, although they had prepared for a variety of situations, they missed out on 2 important points. First, Ye Feng possessed the demon mask that allowed him to disguise his character's appearance and information easily. Second, they gravely underestimated Ye Feng's current strength. Brothers, follow me and let's kill our way out. At this moment, Fire Dance chose to take the initiative and launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, she rushed towards the spot where the encirclement had the least amount of players. Before the berserker standing there could react, Fire Dance's dagger had already pierced the back of his head, forcing him into a fainted state. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, assassinate, and eviscerate, instantly removing half of the berserker's HP. The other members of Fire Dance's team also rushed forward with her, breaking through the encirclement. However, just as the several level 7 players fell to critical health, a dazzling white light surrounded their bodies, recovering over half of their total HP. Moreover, those players were not just weaklings. They stubbornly held back the members of Fire Dance's team, not backing down in the slightest. Mages, go all out. Clerics, cast your shields. Rangers, mark the assassins. Do not let them get away. I don't want to become a laughingstock for the players in Blue Water Town, the swordsman from Martial Union commanded as he similarly charged at Fire Dance. Including herself, Fire Dance's team only had 6 players remaining. Each of them faced off against 2 or 3 enemies. Their enemies also had healers constantly replenishing their health. They had no chance for victory at all. Moreover, with the constant bombardment from the backline mages of Martial Union, Fire Dance lost another 2 of her teammates in the blink of an eye. Is this really it for us? Fire Dance watched her comrades fall in front of her eyes, her heart bleeding at the sight. However, Fire Dance had no time for anger as she faced off against 3 enemies at once. One of the 3 was also the team leader from Martial Union. However, in addition to being outnumbered, she also had to deal with the constant attacks from the mages. As a result, her HP reduced continuously, while a majority of her skills were on cooldown. She could only dodge the incoming attacks to reduce as much damage as possible. Ha ha ha. Little girl, if you wish to blame someone, then blame that Ye Feng of yours for standing out. All who go against Martial Union will earn a fatal ending. However, you can be relieved. That Ye Feng fellow will sooner or later accompany you as well. Just when the swordsman thought that victory was in his grasp, a black figure silently appeared behind Martial Union's healers. Nobody had even discovered the appearance of this person without anybody noticing. 2 sword lights pierced through one of the level 7 clerics, causing damages of -397 and -542, instantly killing him. Only when the cleric died did the second cleric and druid notice an enemy right beside them. Moreover, this new enemy instantly killed one of their comrades. The other cleric attempted to yell out in fright, yet, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to yell out. He did not know when it started, but at this moment, both his abdomen and neck spurted out fresh blood. Moreover, when he turned to look at the druid beside him, he noticed that the druid was in a similar situation. However, neither of them noticed that, in actuality, they had been attacked at the same time as the first cleric. Only, their reactions were slightly delayed, failing to notice their own HPs had already to 0. Staring at each other, they both fell forward, their visions turning a dull gray. That's 3 down. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He then shifted his cold gaze to the mages nearby. Based on Xianxia's current attack power, even if he did not depend on the Ice Blue Devil Flame's damage increase and did not use any of his skills, he could still kill any cloth armor classes of the same level with only 2 strikes from his swords. 2 swords, 6 images. With Xianxia's current attributes, it was an easy feat, and there were burdens when doing so. Moreover, the faster Xianxia's sword slashes were, the greater the damage the Silver Lake could cause. If Xianxia's speed reached its pinnacle, it might even be possible for him to instant-kill a cloth armor class with just a single sword strike. In an open battlefield like this, Xianxia was just like a harvester, reaping players' lives with Xianxia's current attack speed. If other players did not activate their extraordinary state, they could not block Xianxia's attacks at all. Without a doubt, they would instantly die. Meanwhile, the current players able to activate the extraordinary state were usually melee classes, such as the swordsman team leader. Only with it could they possibly have a chance to react and retaliate against Xianxia. However, even then, it was only a possibility. Xianxia then activated Wind Blade, rushing towards the nearest elementalist of Martial Union. Are you healers dead or what? Don't you even know how to heal? A low HP assassin of Martial Union cursed. However, the assassin's curses received no replies. Seizing the opportunity, Fire Dance, with her accumulated 3-star energy, used Eviscerate to finish off this assassin. The backline mages witnessing this scene all turned to look at the healers behind them, intending to find out what had happened. However, the moment one turned, he immediately discovered a dark shadow sliding across his neck, with another blue shadow piercing through his chest. His HP bar displayed before him rapidly decreased. Soon after, his vision darkened, and his life extinguished. After killing the elementalist, Ye Feng turned towards the other mage class's leader. "There's a monster ambushing us," a summoner at a distance shouted in fright after witnessing this scene. However, before he could even get a clear look at this ambusher, the level 7 elementalist was already dead. Such a scene caused this summoner to have shivers all down his body. "Can't you see that I'm busy here? If it's just a monster ambush, don't you know how to deal with it yourselves?" The swordsman retorted angrily. At this moment, he still exchanged moves with Fire Dance, and he could not afford a distraction. "It's just a monster, where's the need to report even that? Are you an idiot or what?" Hearing no reply from the summoner, the swordsman thought his subordinate turned to deal with the monster. Hence, he focused more on his battle against Fire Dance. In reality, however, the summoner already lay beneath Ye Feng's feet. The 3 mages nearby who attempted to escape were dead as well. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's name turned a crimson red, as if it would bleed at any time. Currently, only 3 players remained on Fire Dance's team, and all 3 of their HPs were almost gone. Meanwhile, Martial Union still had 9 melee players whose HPs were above 50%. "Leader, something's not right. I'm already at half health, but the healers haven't healed me yet," a berserker shouted. "Crap, what are you healers doing? Do you not want to play anymore?" The swordsman bellowed after discovering the problem as well. However, just after he finished his bellow, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He hurriedly rolled to a side, dodging immediately after. 3 sword images pierced through the space he stood before. The 2 other players in front of him were not as lucky. Both of Ye Feng's swords pierced through their backs. Without even knowing the cause of their deaths, both of their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open. As the leader, the swordsman was the strongest among the entire team. However, when he saw this scene play out before him, he suddenly felt cold throughout his body. Being able to kill both of his comrades instantly and without using any skills to boot, just how heaven-defying was this person's attack power? "Who are you? Why are you acting against us?" The team leader gathered up his courage, angrily shouting, "Do you know who we are? We are members of Martial Union. If you don't wish to die, leave this place immediately. I can still let you off the hook." However, he suddenly heard the reply whispered from behind him, "The ones I'm here to kill are precisely you from Martial Union." The swordsman team leader turned his head, his complexion turning pale instantly. Previously, the mysterious player standing in front of him had, in the blink of an eye, arrived at his back, giving him a cold smile. Before the swordsman team leader could even scream, Ye Feng sent a chop at him. The pitch-black abyssal blade pierced through his chest, causing over -700 damage, instantly dropping his HP to 0. Pairing up silent steps and chop, Ye Feng had killed off the level 8 swordsman team leader. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, witnessing this scene from a distance, was utterly dumbfounded. This mysterious player had instantly killed the swordsman team leader, whom she had difficulty dealing with. Is this mysterious player truly a player? He can't be a ghost of God's domain, right? After the team leader of Martial Union died, the other members were all fear-stricken. After witnessing Ye Feng's extraordinary speed and frightening damage, they all felt unprecedented fear. Is this even a player? He can't be a monster, right? This way of thinking reverberated in the minds of these players, causing them to tremble with fear. Although Fire Dance had good technique, at this moment, she did not dare to make any careless movements. She could only watch in silence, and unknowingly, a streak of sweat rolled down from her forehead. When faced with this mysterious player before her, Fire Dance's instincts were telling her that, if this mysterious player wanted to deal with her, death would be the only outcome for her. Chapter 138, Hidden Expert. Fire Dance's eyes flickered when she saw Ye Feng's figure. Aside from the immense pressure that she felt from him, she could also smell the stench of death on him from the moment Shi Feng appeared. She was aware of Shi Feng's existence however, Shi Feng's movements and battle techniques were just too quick, to the point where she even questioned her own senses. Only when the team leader died was she shocked out of her daze. From the death of the first cleric to the death of the swordsman, only a short 5 seconds had passed. Every time Shi Feng revealed himself, another player fell to the ground, blood spurting from their bodies. Shi Feng was like the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of Martial Union's members. One could only describe Shi Feng's movements as erratic. Shi Feng also wore a pitch-black hooded cape that hid his face. In addition, the demon mask hid his name, level, and other information. Aside from his HP bar, there was nothing else to see. It would not be strange even if he received the same treatment as a monster. The only reason Fire Dance knew Shi Feng was not a monster was that she had overheard Shi Feng speaking to the swordsman team leader in a low tone. However, the fact that Shi Feng was not a monster, but instead, a player, shocked Fire Dance even more. Just how high were Shi Feng's attributes for him to be so strong? Meanwhile, Shi Feng felt nothing unexpected about the feats he had just accomplished. The attributes of these players was not even half of his own. Virtual reality games were just that cruel. Although the gap of attributes between each level was small, when accumulated to a certain degree, the gap in total strength would be massive. Quick escape. That's a monster. I'm not fighting anymore, that monster is just too scary. Although they knew that this was just a virtual reality, the remaining 5 players from Martial Union were still utterly afraid, their hearts beating madly. Their team leader, the strongest amongst them, died in an instant. He wasn't even able to retaliate in the slightest. This was no longer a monster that players could handle. Immediately, every one of them fled, intending to meet up with the others hurrying over. Only then could they have peace of mind. It's too late to escape now. Shi Feng activated Windwalk, and like an arrow, his body shot forth, instantly catching up to the first assassin. In a fright, that assassin attempted to turn his body to block Shi Feng's attack. Unfortunately for him, Shi Feng's attack speed was just too fast. With a wave of the abyssal blade, 3 sword images landed upon the assassin's vital points. Without even managing to block a single sword image, the assassin died. When the several other escaping players saw that an assassin, a class widely known for their agility, fell without even being able to defend, immense fear permeated their minds. They poured more into their effort to escape. However, it was futile as the distance between them and Shi Feng only grew shorter and shorter. Meanwhile, the abyssal blade was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper already placed around their necks. Shi Feng needed only a slight tug, and their lives would be forfeit. Right then and there, within a moment, with an absolute difference of speed, Shi Feng very quickly killed the 5 escaping players. He then started tidying up the loot. These Martial Union players all wore pretty nice armor. A majority of them were all fully equipped with bronze equipment, and some even had a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. However, the equipment was all just level 4 or level 5 equipment. Meanwhile, they each dropped at least 1 piece of equipment after death. 18 players meant 18 pieces of level 4 to level 5 bronze equipment. If Shi Feng sold it all, he could make a small fortune. While Shi Feng picked up the drops, Fire Dance, standing at a distance, held her delicate hand over her madly beating heart. Slightly calming her emotions, she picked up the courage to walk towards Shi Feng, saying in gratitude, "I am called Fire Dance. Thank you for saving us." Originally, Fire Dance despaired, having prepared for her death only. She never imagined that someone would suddenly appear. Moreover, that someone massacred the players from Martial Union. Everything that happened was like a dream. Although Fire Dance also worried that the mysterious man before her would suddenly go berserk, killing her and her teammates as well to steal their equipment, based on the man's previous actions, Fire Dance knew that the mysterious man before her did not mean them any harm. Otherwise, he would have already taken their lives along with the swordsmen of Martial Union. You don't have to thank me. To begin with, these people originally set up this trap for me. You guys should hurry and leave. This place is very dangerous right now, and the other members of Martial Union should be arriving very soon. Shi Feng softly said as he picked up the dropped equipment he had only saved Fire Dance and her companions in passing. He could also take the chance to thank Fire Dance for working so hard, killing the members of Martial Union. Fire Dance suddenly blanked at Shi Feng's words, staring at him with her big, watery eyes. Her heartbeat accelerated further, feeling like it was too good to be true. You're Ye Feng? Fire Dance asked in disbelief. The reason she came to the Gale Valley was that she had heard that Martial Union intended to deal with Ye Feng's teammates. Hence, she thought of coming to lend some help, and just maybe, she might even get to meet Ye Feng himself. It was truly unbelievable how fate could toy with a person's life. Originally, she thought of offering Ye Feng aid, yet in the end, Ye Feng had saved her. Was this fate? Thinking up to this point, a faint blush added to Fire Dance's snow-white cheeks. She felt that she was overthinking, and she was unclear as to why she would have such a thought. That's right, I am Ye Feng. How did you know who I am? Shi Feng looked at the excited Fire Dance, puzzled. He was sure he was not acquainted with this beauty standing in front of him. However, seeing Fire Dance's expression, it would seem that she was somehow familiar with him. Meanwhile, the berserker, Water Buffalo, was tongue-tied after hearing Shi Feng admit that he was indeed Fire Dance's idol. Ye Feng, an incomparable fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Previously, he felt Shi Feng was not all that powerful, and that he was only an expert over-exaggerated by others. Now, he was utterly convinced. Sure enough, there was nothing false about Shi Feng's famous reputation. Shi Feng could solo the elite team from Martial Union that even they could not deal with. In the past, even if others hyped it all over the place, he would still have not believed any of it. Now, however, aside from shock, admiration for Ye Feng filled his being. It was no wonder why Ye Feng was Fire Dance's idol. Big brother Ye Feng, you don't know this, but in reality, Sister Fire Dance is your. Before Water Buffalo could finish speaking, he received a kick from Fire Dance. He grimaced from the pain, but when he looked at the expression in Fire Dance's eyes that seemed able to eat a person whole, he immediately chose to cover his mouth, not uttering a single word. Is my what? Shi Feng was puzzled. It's nothing. Water Buffalo is just having an epileptic fit. Big brother Ye Feng, won't you leave with us? Fire Dance slightly shook her head. She then worriedly said, this time, Martial Union has sent over 200 men here. They have long since surrounded this entire area. There are also several powerful level 9 experts, and all of them are wearing sets of mysterious iron equipment. They killed many of our teammates. If they surround us, we will have no chance of escaping at all. Big brother Ye Feng, it is not too late to escape. If we wait any longer, we'll lose the chance. If it weren't for those experts, her team would not have incurred such huge losses. Level 9 experts, is it? Shi Feng was slightly shocked. The current level 9 players in Red Leaf Town were experts at the pinnacle. Now, however, several level 9 hidden experts suddenly appeared here. Moreover, they were all Martial Union's men. However, so what if they were level 9 experts? Since they wished to deal with him, he would receive every one of them. It just so happened that he could use them to test his sword. You guys should hurry up and leave. I'll stay here and take a look at these experts. Chapter 139, Unstable Devastation. After he finished speaking, Shi Feng snuck into the forest. Sister Fire Dance, what do we do now? Do we leave? Water Buffalo asked. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at Water Buffalo. She looked towards the direction Shi Feng departed, saying, Brother Ye Feng is the one who saved our lives. Of course, we have to help. Although Fire Dance believed in Ye Feng's strength, she had personally witnessed how powerful those other players were. If they surrounded Ye Feng, he might end up in a very dangerous situation. If something occurred, a little help from her might allow Shi Feng to escape immediately. The two snuck into the forest as well, following Ye Feng in the deeper regions of the dense forest. Among the overgrown shrubs, level 8 shadow leopards hid in the shadows. At this moment, a 50-man team from Martial Union currently cleared away the shadow leopards in their path while they pushed forward. Brother Unstable, won't we waste time if we go after that little girl called Fire Dance instead of continuing our search for Ye Feng's teammates? Ironsword Lion asked, disgruntled, his eyebrows scrunched up tightly as he looked towards the center of the team at the handsome youth humming a song with overflowing interest. The humming youth was around the age of 27 or 28, and he was indeed the brother Unstable who Ironsword Lion called out to. He was also the vice leader of martial union, Unstable Devastation. Be it status or strength, Unstable Devastation far surpasses Ironsword Lion, and even Ironsword Lion had to refer to him as brother. Respectfully, Ironsword, you are still such a simple person. It is no wonder that Brett Ye Feng toyed with you. You even entangled the guild in this huge mess. Thanks to you, martial union's reputation has suffered, utterly tarnished. Do you understand that? Unstable Devastation suddenly halted his steps. He looked towards Ironsword Lion, growling angrily. If I had not discovered this so soon, martial union might have had no place in Red Leaf Town by now. Ironsword Lion lowered his head in silence. Your poor management has already destroyed Red Leaf Town's martial union. Right now, in order to help clean up this mess of yours, I have no choice but to transfer all of the elites from the other 3 towns to Red Leaf Town to redeem our reputation. Yet, you still have the gall to speak up? Unstable Devastation reprimanded Ironsword Lion in front of everyone else, not leaving Ironsword Lion any face. Ironsword Lion flushed red with anger. However, he did not dare reply, only enduring in silence. The other leaders from the 3 towns sneered at this sight. Every time martial union switched to a new game, the guild's hierarchy also reshuffled. In the past, Ironsword Lion was always able to go wild, but not this time. Currently, Ironsword Lion was only level 8, while they were all level 9. Moreover, the guild's development in their respective towns progressed fairly well, and they managed to recruit many newcomers with valuable potential. Compared to the current state of the guild branch in Red Leaf Town, with only a few weaklings remaining, their branches were stronger by leaps and bounds. Ironsword, do you truly think that, after I have spent so much effort cornering Ye Feng's teammates, I would let 2 of them escape? You should know that Ye Feng is our main target. His teammates are simply lures. If all his teammates died here, do you think he will still show? We have already confined his teammates within Gale Valley, so we have achieved our initial goal. Right now, what we ought to do is to take revenge, and show the players in the town what the consequences are for challenging martial union. Meanwhile, that little girl is the best option as an example. She has killed so many of our people. Many players are bound to pay attention to her. As long as we kill her back to level 0, martial union's reputation will definitely recover to its peak. If we manage to kill Ye Feng, then martial union can also use this chance to leap through the threshold of a third-rate guild. Unstable Devastation had long since possessed a plan of his own. Ironsword Lion had always been one of the guild leader's most trusted aides. Many of the elders in the guild also supported the guild leader. If Unstable wished to become guild leader, he needed to increase both his influence and fame. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was a player with a certain amount of fame within White River City. He was a publicly acknowledged swordsman expert, and his fame even far exceeded that of the guild leader, Nameless Pride. Hence, Ye Feng was his best choice. As long as he could kill Ye Feng and upload the recording, he would instantly become an apex expert, famous throughout White River City. Moreover, it would allow the guild branch in Red Leaf Town to rise back up to prominence. When that time came, the elders in the guild would side with him, and the day he became the guild leader of martial union would only be around the corner. Ye Feng, you will become my stepping stone. Unstable Devastation proudly said with a laugh. He did not believe that an independent player could survive once surrounded by so many. Only, even until now, Ye Feng had yet to show himself, annoying Unstable just as martial union slowly advanced. Ye Feng, traversing through the treetops, discovered Unstable Devastation and the others. After some silent observation, he discovered that these players were all elites. The lowest amongst them was level 7, and a majority of them were level 8. There were also 4 players who had reached level 9. They all wore mysterious iron equipment, and the weakest of their weapons was also mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, the handsome youth leading these players wore a secret silver-ranked longbow across his back. I sent that Unstable Devastation. Ye Feng immediately recognized the bow-carrying youth in Ye Feng's previous life. He had clashed many times with Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was a cunning and cruel individual. His battle prowess ranked within the top 5 throughout all of Martial Union. Compared to Ironsword Lion, he was much stronger. Ye Feng was also familiar with the other 3 level 9 players. They were all experts comparable to Ironsword Lion, and they were all branch leaders in other towns. No wonder Martial Union suddenly has so many players. It turns out that they've called over the elites from 3 of the towns nearby. Ye Feng came to a realization these 3 level 9 branch leaders were very strong. Only, in Ye Feng's previous life, Ironsword Lion had managed to obtain the pass to Blackwing City, allowing him a lead against the others. He then gradually widened the gap, finally becoming the guild leader of Mini Martial Union. However, the tracks of history had already changed in this life. Not only had Ye Feng killed Ironsword Lion twice, but he also obtained the Blackwing City pass that Ironsword Lion possessed. Ironsword Lion's life was fated to end in a tragedy, and he naturally was much weaker than the other 3 branch leaders. If it were during the previous life, if Ye Feng met any one of these leaders, he would have had to proceed with extreme caution. If he met 2 of them together, he would definitely need to avoid them now. However, although all 5 of them were together, Ye Feng had no intentions of leaving. The situation was different this time. Not only did Ye Feng possess a magic weapon, but he had also obtained the Ice Blue Devil Flame and many other pieces of equipment that were top tier at this stage of the game. He also had the advantage of levels, so, he naturally possessed the confidence to battle. Even if he couldn't win against them, he could still escape them at this moment. Unstable Devastation had yet to learn that one of his elite teams had been wiped out. That was because players needed to wait 10 minutes before reviving at the graveyard. Within 30 minutes of revival, players could not transmit any information or communication. Hence, Unstable Devastation and the others did not know that Ye Feng had arrived. They were not cautious in the least, and it was a perfect chance for Ye Feng to launch and ambush them. Hence, Ye Feng continued to follow his target's unhurried advancement. While they traveled, the team maintained impressive positioning. Their healers stayed in the middle, while Unstable Devastation and the other experts walked beside them. Moreover, the players in the center of the formation only watched the players at the front battle, with no intentions of killing the monsters themselves. This way, it would be difficult for even a top-tier assassin to attack the healers. Meanwhile, the players in the outer layer would not move further than 15 yards from the center. If something unexpected occurred, they could immediately lend aid. Ye Feng did not seek a frontal confrontation. Instead, he would take advantage of his speed to slowly chip at the outer layer of this team. Soon after, Ye Feng silently closed in on them. Within a short moment, the players of Martial Union met with a group of Shadow Leopards. An extremely ferocious level 8 chieftain-ranked Shadow Leopard King led the small leap of Shadow Leopard. Ye Feng felt that this was his chance. He crept closer to the team, hiding in a bush and waiting. Time passed, bit by bit. The guards around the Shadow Leopard King were all dead, and the king was the only one left. The players of Martial Union grew very excited. Seeing as good equipment was about to drop, they all became much more serious and focused on the battle. They remained completely unaware of Ye Feng, already positioned on the tree above their heads. Empty. Make sure to dodge its skills, don't let its claws land on you. As for everyone else, hold off as many strikes as you can. Healers, go all out with your heals. Unstable Devastation was also excited. Immediately, the speed at which the arrows fired from his bow accelerated. Unstable Devastation did not think that his luck would be so good as to allow him to meet a level 8 chieftain. This kind of field chieftain would not just drop a single piece of equipment, but would normally drop several. Based on the Shadow Leopard King's level, at the very least, it would drop level 7 or level 8 secret silver equipment and possibly fine gold equipment. Mysterious iron equipment was considered high quality at this stage of the game in the entire Martial Union. The total amount of secret silver equipment they possessed was no more than 10 pieces. It was obvious just how precious they were. Meanwhile, the Shadow Leopard King before them had the possibility of dropping fine gold equipment. Compared to secret silver equipment, it was much rarer, and its attributes were much higher. Currently, Not a single person in Martial Union possessed a piece of fine gold equipment, not to mention Martial Union. Even those third-rate guilds did not possess a single piece of fine gold equipment. Only second-rate guilds or higher possibly owned such an item. However, only the guild leader or vice leader would have access, while elite members could only look at it. It would be impossible for them to obtain it, as it would be the symbol of a guild status if they could obtain one or two pieces of fine gold equipment. Killing Ye Feng would be a small matter, as the Shadow Leopard King was a chieftain rank monster. The other branch leaders and Ironsword Lion also participated in the battle, both sides engaging in intense combat. Shadow Leopard King, chieftain rank. Level 8. HP 40,000/40,000. A casual pouncing attack from the Shadow Leopard King could easily end a player's life, while a single swipe of its tail could obliterate more than half the HP of a group of players. When it struck with its sharp claws, if an MT did not defend properly, they would instantly die. If the Shadow Leopard King roared, it could force back the enemies within an 8-yard radius, forcing them into a fainted state for 3 seconds. In addition, the Shadow Leopard King was quite nimble and had extremely high defense. As a result, the casualties and fatalities on Martial Union's side were relatively high. Meanwhile, the damage Martial Union inflicted was limited. The strongest player among them, Unstable Devastation, could only cause -40 to -50 damage to it, while the others could only manage slightly over -10 damage. Fortunately, there were plenty of players on Martial Union's side. With a total of 50 players surrounding the Shadow Leopard King, they managed to shave off a lot of the monster's HP. The Shadow Leopard King's HP steadily fell, and when its HP was about to reach 50%, Ye Feng immediately used Phantom Kill. Controlling his doppelganger to circle the group, Ye Feng prepared his doppelganger to ambush the mage classes and healers. Chapter 140, Shadow Leopard King. The Shadow Leopard King was a level 8 chieftain-ranked monster. As long as its HP fell below 50%, it would enter a berserk state. Both its attack power and attack speed would then increase by 20%, and even an MT geared with a full set of level 5 set equipment could hold it off. Guardian Knights, pay attention to cast Protection Blessing on the Shield Warriors. Shield Warriors, prepare to activate Shield Wall at any time. As long as we can endure its berserk period, we will be victorious. Unstable Devastation knew about the berserk state, hence, he hurriedly gave commands as he saw the Shadow Leopard King's HP reaching 50%. Protection Blessing could reduce the damage an ally received by 50%. A Shield Warrior's Shield Wall could also reduce damage by 50% with both effects stacked. The Shield Warrior would only receive 25% of the total damage. Even if the Shadow Leopard King went berserk, the Shield Warrior could hold it off completely. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP dropped below the 50% threshold. The Shadow Leopard King bellowed, its body abruptly expanding. Everything was within Unstable Devastation's grasp. Just as he was about to reveal a victorious smile, the situation suddenly changed. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard King summoned 2 more level 8 elite-ranked Shadow Leopards, each of them possessing 3000 HP. The 2 new arrivals roared as they abruptly pounced, arriving behind the healers on the back line. Before any of these healers could react, the 2 Shadow Leopards pinned them to the ground. Shift focus. Get rid of these 2 elite Shadow Leopards first. Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim. Just after he finished speaking, the elite Shadow Leopards annihilated 2 of their healers. However, the level 9 branch leaders were not to be trifled with. Just after the 2 elite Shadow Leopards killed the healers, they moved into position to fend off the attacks of these 2 monsters, preventing the damage from extending any further. However, with the loss of 2 healers, the pressure the core MT faced greatly increased. Even with Protection Blessing and Shield Wall, every attack he received from the Shadow Leopard King exceeded over -300 points. On the other hand, his own HP did not even exceed 1200 points. Moreover, the attack speed of the Shadow Leopard King was very quick. If it were not for him constantly dodging its attacks, he might have long since died already. Just with the Shadow Leopard King going berserk, Martial Union had lost over 5 players in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Leopard King's tail swipe took out 3 melee players. All 3 were instantly thrown and died while in mid-air. Hold on for a little longer. Its berserk period will be over soon. Watching his team members die, one after another, unstable Devastation became very depressed and annoyed. The players he had brought with him were all elites, and every death was a huge loss to Martial Union. Fortunately, they could revive these players, greatly reducing the lost EXP. However, as long as they could kill the Shadow Leopard King, all of the losses would be worth it. Just when everyone from Martial Union thought the situation had stabilized, Ye Feng's doppelganger used Wind Blade, arriving behind a Cursemancer. The Cursemancer had completely concentrated on the Shadow Leopard King, chanting incantations. He paid no attention to the surrounding situation at all. Due to all of Gale Valley falling under Martial Union's control, the risk of an ambush was non-existent. Hence, the Cursemancer was very much at ease. However, such a way of thinking was a big mistake. After the doppelganger's sword pierced through the Cursemancer's back, it then followed up with a chop to the Cursemancer's head. The doppelganger followed up with another normal attack. Although the doppelganger only possessed 50% of the original body's attributes, just 50% of Ye Feng's attributes was terrifying. It could compare to a level 10 swordsman geared with a complete set of level 10 bronze set equipment. Moreover, the doppelganger's target Cursemancer was only level 7, wearing only level 4 and 5 bronze equipment. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. 3 damages of -189, -468, and -266 appeared above the Cursemancer's head. Ye Feng's doppelganger instantly killed the Cursemancer, whose HP was less than 700 points. The Cursemancer's death quickly alerted the other mage classes someone's kill stealing. An elementalist shouted, startled. The surrounding mages all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. This intruder finished off a level 7 Cursemancer in just 3 moves. If this mysterious swordsman closed in on them, only death awaited. Without delay, Ye Feng's doppelganger used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of lightning arced towards the nearest 4 mages, immediately sending all 4 of them into a fright. Among them, 2 elementalists instantly reacted, using Blink to dodge the lightning. Meanwhile, the Cursemancer, who did not possess Blink, threw himself to the ground, barely avoiding the attack. However, the last of the 4 mages, the Summoner, was not as fortunate. As he was closest to the attack, even though he, too, attempted to dodge, he was late by a breath. Without a hint of suspense, the level 5 Thunder Flash instantly fried him to a crisp. Although the doppelganger only managed to kill a Summoner, a smile appeared on its face. The goal of this Thundering Flash was not to kill someone but to open a path. At this moment, there were no obstructions between Ye Feng's doppelganger and Martial Union's healers. The doppelganger activated Windwalk, dashing over. As long as it killed 1 or 2 more healers, Martial Union's entire team would fall into a huge predicament. Don't even think about killing the healers. At this moment, Ironsword Lion used Wind Blade and rushed to block the doppelganger. The swords from both parties collided, and as they attacked, they maintained their extraordinary states, battling with 4 sword images each. The doppelganger could not help but halt its momentum, forced to block the attacks. After exchanging several moves, Ironsword Lion was incomparably shocked. He felt that the swordsman, whose information displayed as unknown, facing him was a powerhouse. This mysterious swordsman actually blocked all of his attacks. Moreover, every time their swords collided, Ironsword Lion could feel an immense weight bearing down on him, causing both his arms to go numb. Occasionally, there were even few sudden stabs aimed at his vitals, forcing him to activate Defensive Blade to block Ironsword. It seems that you have truly fallen. You can't even get rid of an average player trying to kill Steel, a level 9 berserker geared in silver grey battle armor snidely remarked. Crap. 5 rats, you come try, if you have the ability. Originally, he was already greatly aggrieved due to the constant pressure from Ye Feng's doppelganger, and his HP constantly fell. Now that he received jeers on top of it, he immediately enraged. Since you want me to join, then I'll join. The level 9 berserker, 5 rats, used charge at Ye Feng's doppelganger. Charge carried with it a fainted effect. Moreover, the surrounding mages were already in the midst of chanting incantations for their spells, sending fireballs and frost arrows at the doppelganger. The doppelganger activated defensive blade. It dodged the incoming magical attacks while it gradually closed in on Martial Union's healers. The level 2 defensive blade aided the doppelganger in mitigating the damage from the attacks it received. However, 5 Rats followed up his charge with a break, greatly reducing the doppelganger's speed. U3, get rid of him, Unstable Devastation commanded the 3 assassins, pointing. He did not have the time to think about an idiot who was attempting to kill, stealing a team with around 40 players remaining. After receiving the command, their assassins immediately rushed at Feng's doppelganger, receiving the focused fire of over a dozen players. Although the doppelganger managed to dodge a majority of the attacks, it still received a relatively significant amount of damage. The doppelganger's HP continuously fell, and within a moment, only 30% remained. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that it would be a fat fish with brain problems. Judging on the exchanges made and damage caused, 5 Rats determined that this mysterious swordsman's equipment was exceptional. As long as he could kill the swordsman, he would definitely drop a lot of good equipment. The reason 5 Rats thought so was that a single normal attack from the mysterious swordsman dealt him around -100 damage. Meanwhile, his normal attacks also chipped away 100 of the swordsman's HP. However, the problem lay in the fact that the mysterious swordsman used a one-handed sword, while he used a two-handed sword. In God's domain, a two-handed weapon's attack power was much higher than that of a one-handed weapon, and the damage a two-handed weapon caused was normally around twice that of a one-handed weapon. Due to the strong power stored within a two-handed weapon, every attack from the weapon could cause a devastating amount of damage. Meanwhile, the damage a one-handed weapon could cause was much less. However, its attack speed was much quicker. As a result, the average amount of damage dealt by both weapons, in the long run, was about the same. However, 5 Rats had only managed to deal -100 damage to the mysterious swordsman. It showed just how good the mysterious swordsman's equipment was. Unfortunately, it is still too little. It would be great if they could send more people over. In the distance, hidden within a bush, Ye Feng was slightly depressed as he saw that a dozen or so players attacked his doppelganger. He bitterly thought, forget it, I shouldn't be too greedy. I should reel in the net. Now abruptly, Ye Feng's doppelganger burst with power. It suddenly leaped into the air. The abyssal blade in the doppelganger's hand then started to emit flames and thunder, immediately releasing a blast of elements towards the most crowded location. Chapter 141, You are Ye Feng? The sudden burst of power coming from Ye Feng's doppelganger alarmed the players who were previously behaving indifferently. A vast sea of thunder and flames erupted from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion. The players present could feel an oppressive feeling that was even more powerful than that of the shadow leopard kingas for the ones who were in direct confrontation with the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion. No! A few players immediately cried out in fear when confronted with the approaching fire and thunder. They all turned around and fled immediately. However, thunder flame explosion had an effective radius of 5 yards. Moreover, the skill descended on the players extremely quickly, and they had no time to run out of the area at all. They were only able to watch helplessly as the power of the skill consumed them. The players who possessed life-saving skills immediately activated them. Assassins used wind steps, swordsmen used parry, berserkers used block. As for those who had their life-saving skills on cooldown, all of them were swallowed by the thunder and fire. Without life-saving skills, those with already low HP immediately died. In the end, 4 members of Martial Union died from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion, while the remaining survivors all heaved a sigh of relief. Humph. Brat, you're dead now for sure, so just accept your fate. The level 9 berserker, 5 Rats, glared at Ye Feng's doppelganger, smiling contemptuously. He abruptly brandished his greatsword, casting cleave on the doppelganger. The other survivors also used their explosively powerful skills, launching their attacks towards Ye Feng's doppelganger. Ye Feng's doppelganger suddenly smiled. The doppelganger did not attempt to defend against any of the attacks. Instead, it used Earth Splitter, slashing its sword towards the players from Martial Union. Witnessing Ye Feng's ludicrous actions, the players from Martial Union were all dumbfounded. Did he want them to perish together with him? The might of the Earth Splitter was extremely great, and the attacking players were all caught by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 2 low HP players were killed by the doppelganger's sword, with 3 having their HP reduced to a critical level. Only Ironsword Lion and 5 rats still had over half of their HP. However, Ye Feng's doppelganger was similarly struck by everyone's skills, and its HP continuously fell. Within the blink of an eye, its HP was close to reaching 0. Yuri, truly a lunatic. However, your equipment, I'll gladly receive. Greed flashed across 5 rats' eyes as he looked at Ye Feng's dark black equipment. This mysterious swordsman had taken the initiative to attack them, even managing to cull quite a lot of their numbers, so he had definitely become a red player, a huge one at that. If he were to die, he might even drop every single piece of equipment on his person. Moreover, both swordsmen and berserkers wore plate armor. Also, very little equipment at this stage of the game had class limitations. So, there was a possibility that 5 rats would be able to use some of the equipment that dropped. Ironsword Lion also heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious swordsman before him was just too powerful. If not for so many players surrounding the mysterious swordsman, Ironsword Lion would have very quickly been killed. However, for reasons unknown, Ironsword Lion had felt a sense of familiarity when he crossed swords with the mysterious swordsman. Yet, he was unable to figure out why at this moment. Ye Feng's doppelganger sent a faint smile at 5 rats swap. At the instant the doppelganger was about to disappear, Ye Feng's original body swapped positions with the doppelganger. However, nobody managed to discover this fact. The abyssal blade and silver lake in Ye Feng's hands transformed into a storm, sweeping across all the surviving melee players. 16 sword images instantly stabbed towards the players who had lowered their guards. 5 rats looked at his own HP rapidly sliding downwards, dumbfounded. His heart filled with both shock and confusion. Wasn't the mysterious swordsman in front of him supposed to be dead? So, why was the mysterious swordsman still able to attack him? Moreover, the mysterious swordsman's speed was so great that not even 5 rats himself was able to react. 2 swords, 16 sword images. Just what sort of speed was this? However, the more shocking matter to 5 rats was the mysterious swordsman's damage. Even 5 rats, whose damage and defense were the highest amongst the players present, had received over -300 points of damage from each sword image, with the highest damage reaching over -500 points. 5 rats' HP was only a measly 840 points, and even under a state of full HP, he would still be instantly killed. You are Ye Feng? Ironsword Lion glared at Ye Feng as he died, both his eyes turning incomparably crimson. His eyes were full of both shock and unwillingness. He truly did not think that he would actually be killed by Ye Feng once again. The reason he felt that the mysterious swordsman was Ye Feng was that he was extremely familiar with this move. He had been killed by this move twice before, and it would be hard for him to forget it even if he wanted to. Originally, he could have become an influential figure in Red Leaf Town, catching up to the influence of a third-rate guild. In the end, however, he was turned into a mess by Ye Feng. He had even lost his most precious pass to Blackwing City after he placed a bounty on Ye Feng and his teammates. He in turn had a bounty placed upon him by Ye Feng, becoming the laughingstock of the entire White River City. Originally, he thought that he would be able to give Ye Feng a crushing defeat with a high bounty. In the end, however, a large majority of his guild members were crushed and ended up leaving the guild. The original member count of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town was quickly reduced from the original 100+ members down to less than 10 players. Martial Union then became the laughingstock of the players in Red Leaf Town. Now, they had prepared to surround Ye Feng, but the results had still turned out as such. Again and again, Ironsword Lion had tried to deal with Ye Feng. Yet, every single time, he ended up with failure. Ironsword Lion even believed that Ye Feng was the bane of his life. Otherwise, how could he explain his continuous series of failures? Now that Ye Feng had killed him for the 3rd time, Ironsword Lion's confidence had been thoroughly shattered. The first time, he used the excuse that he was ambushed by Ye Feng, being killed in just 2 moves. The second time, he used the excuse of not having a full understanding of Ye Feng's strength, being insta-killed in just one move now. It was the third time. Ye Feng did not even use a skill this time, yet Ironsword Lion was still instantly killed in just 2 attacks. A deep fear had been instilled into Ironsword Lion. Every time he met with Ye Feng, he could feel that the gap between himself and Ye Feng was growing wider and wider. Up until this instance, he did not even possess the qualifications to go against Ye Feng. It was just like how Absolute Heaven had killed him many times over in the past. Although he frantically tried to take revenge, in the end, he would still choose to compromise, be it Absolute Heaven or Ye Feng. Both were existences that he could no longer afford to provoke. When the players from Martial Union heard Ironsword Lion's dying words, each and every one of them was greatly shocked, being able to kill 5 players within an instant, with branch leaders like Ironsword Lion and 5 rats included amongst them. This strength was simply too frightening. So he is Ye Feng? It was the first time Unstable Devastation personally met Ye Feng. Although he tried identifying Ye Feng's information, the results he obtained actually displayed it as unknown, giving him a slight shock. Aside from Ye Feng's HP bar, there was nothing else Unstable Devastation could see. However, the dark black equipment Ye Feng was wearing was undoubtedly an equipment set. Also, due to the hooded cape Ye Feng was wearing, Unstable Devastation was unable to get a clear image of his appearance. Ye Feng held a sword of unidentifiable quality in one hand, and a treasured sword that gave off a light blue glow in the other. The treasured sword was at least secret silver ranked. Judging from Ye Feng's performance in the battle before, Ye Feng was much stronger than what Ironsword Lion had stated. If Ye Feng was already so powerful right now, he would definitely become unstoppable in the future. If Unstable Devastation were to meet Ye Feng before, he definitely would not have provoked Ye Feng, no matter what. However, Ye Feng already had an unresolvable grudge with Martial Union, so Unstable Devastation would not be courteous with him anymore. Before Ye Feng grew to unreachable heights, he needed to thoroughly nip the bud. While everyone else was observing Shi Feng's information, Shi Feng himself did not stay idle. He bent down, picking up all 5 pieces of equipment that dropped on the ground and storing them in his bag. He would be able to sell the equipment for a large sum of money. Seeing Ye Feng take away 5 pieces of equipment that were above level 5, Unstable Devastation trembled in rage. This equipment all belonged to their Martial Union, yet Ye Feng actually dared take it away right before his eyes. Shi Feng simply did not place any importance on him. Originally, I was still worried that you were an extraordinarily calm person, and that you would not show up no matter what. However, I never imagined that you were just a simple fool. Since you have arrived, I'll just deal with you as well. Unstable Devastation squinted his eyes, a chilling glow coming from them. He stared fixedly at Shi Feng, laughing coldly as he said, aside from shield warriors, guardian knights, and healers, everyone else, get rid of him for me. Unstable Devastation did not know how Ye Feng was able to enter the Gale Valley undetected. He was even able to discover them while they were in the midst of battling against the Shadow Leopard King. However, Ye Feng was simply courting death by hurrying to this place. Unstable Devastation aimed his bow at Ye Feng, locking onto Ye Feng's vital points. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows consecutively fired out of Unstable Devastation's bow. Right now, the Shadow Leopard King's berserk period was already over, and its remaining HP did not reach even 30%. The 2 elite Shadow Leopards that the king summoned previously were also dead now, so it was only a matter of time before the Shadow Leopard King itself would die. Unstable Devastation was not afraid of Ye Feng's disturbance at all at this moment. The other players all started sending attacks at Shi Feng: Fireball, Frost Arrow, Dark Arrow, Charge, and many more attacking and restricting skills. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at everyone attacking him, not moving a single step. He then used silent steps to quietly appear behind the healers of Martial Union, very quickly dodging everyone's attacks. Chapter 142, Turnabout. Shi Feng's silent steps allowed him to move behind a target within a 40-yard distance. Although it was not as convenient as an elementalist's blink and had a longer cooldown, its range was much farther than blink. Moreover, there were no activation gestures required for the skill. The skill could be activated wordlessly, making it extremely hard to discover no. Run! Unstable Devastation abruptly shouted when he observed his surroundings, suddenly discovering Ye Feng behind their healers. Although the healers heard Unstable Devastation yelling, they still turned their heads to look at him. They had no idea what Unstable Devastation was trying to say. Why did they need to run? Too late. Naturally, Ye Feng would not give them any chances. To save time, he did not even use a skill. Instead, he instantly created 12 sword images, instant killing the 4 defenseless healers Ye Feng. Unstable Devastation glared at Ye Feng, both his eyes emitting flames of rage. He bellowed, "You're courting death." Unstable Devastation was truly furious now. With all their healers dead, they would definitely have to pay an extremely high price to deal with the Shadow Leopard King. There was even a possibility of them team-wiping, and the main culprit of this was Ye Feng. In the blink of an eye, Unstable Devastation retrieved 5 pitch-black arrows from his bag. He aimed and shot all of them at Ye Feng in succession. Fatal shot. The 5 arrows almost instantly pierced Ye Feng's vital points. They blocked Ye Feng's path. "You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll leave first." After killing all of the healers, Ye Feng revealed a faint smile at the arrows flying towards him. He dared not stay any longer. If he fell under the restricting skills of other classes, he would end tragically. It would be better for him to depart now and observe the tigers battle each other. Hence, Ye Feng activated Windwalk, leaving behind an afterimage as he disappeared towards the forest. In the end, the 5 arrows only sliced through the afterimage Ye Feng left behind. Although the players from Martial Union tried to chase after Ye Feng, his speed was just too fast for them. After he entered the forest, they could no longer find any trace of him. Abominable. Watching Ye Feng escape, Unstable Devastation's expression turned indignant, his fists tightening. "Boss Unstable, are we still giving chase?" An assassin carefully asked. Unstable Devastation shook his head, dismal, "No." With all their healers dead, if they were to simultaneously search for Ye Feng while they battled the Shadow Leopard King, there would only be one ending for them, a complete team wipe. That would even allow Ye Feng to reap the benefits. Just the battle prowess Ye Feng displayed was enough to give Unstable Devastation a headache. If he sent only a single party to chase Ye Feng, it would be no different than serving them up on a silver platter. Without a full team, they would have no way of dealing with Ye Feng. Moreover, if Ye Feng used that extraordinary speed of his to engage in a getaway battle, a single team would not be enough to deal with him. If they rushed into the forest to chase after Ye Feng, he would simply pick them off, one by one, while they would be completely helpless. "Everyone, retreat. Don't bother with the Shadow Leopard King anymore, and prepare for an ambush by Ye Feng. Notify the other teams, and tell them to gather here immediately. If he thinks he can take advantage of me, he should think again." Unstable Devastation said in a calm tone. He suppressed his anger, calming his excited heart. The Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining, and they would need to throw away a lot of lives to kill it. Although it was unfortunate to give up on the Shadow Leopard King, Unstable Devastation did not believe that Ye Feng would not return to take advantage of the injured. Not only could he get rid of them this way, but he could also obtain the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, who wouldn't go for such a good deal? Thinking up to this point, Unstable Devastation decided to give up on the Shadow Leopard King. Instead of letting Ye Feng gain an advantage, he would rather give up. That way, neither side would gain anything right now. The Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining. Even if Ye Feng wanted to kill it, it would be impossible. If he tried, they might benefit from it. Not only would they get to kill Ye Feng, but Ye Feng would also have reduced the Shadow Leopard King's HP even further. If Ye Feng did not intend to deal with the Shadow Leopard King, that, too, would be fine. As long as their other forces arrive, the Shadow Leopard King would still belong to Martial Union. At that time, Ye Feng could only watch from the side with Unstable Devastation's command. The members of Martial Union could only helplessly retreat, giving up a good chance to kill the Shadow Leopard King. However, before the players from Martial Union could properly retreat, the Shadow Leopard King suddenly let out a fierce roar. It summoned forth 2 elite Shadow Leopards once more to chase after Thima's Martial Union's players retreated and the Shadow Leopards pursued them. They discovered a peculiar matter. The Shadow Leopard King did not seem to intend to give up the chase whatsoever. It had killed many other players and even decimated most of a Shield Warrior's HP. Boss Unstable, the Shadow Leopard King is faster than us, and it is still chasing after us. If this continues, it will wipe us out sooner or later. What do we do now? An elementalist beside Unstable Devastation asked worriedly. I can see that. I don't need you to remind me. Unstable Devastation said in a huff. Unstable Devastation suffered a massive headache over the incessant pursuit by the Shadow Leopard King. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen to kill the Shadow Leopard King instead. He truly did not think that this Shadow Leopard King would bear a grudge, refusing to give up. They could not escape even if they wanted to now. Moreover, more members were dying in the chase than in the fight. Notify the other teams to hurry. We'll delay the Shadow Leopard King while we move toward the meeting point, and look out for ambushes. Helpless about the situation, Unstable Devastation could only think of this plan. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, Ye Feng witnessed this scene with perfect clarity. Although Unstable Devastation's decision was an intelligent one, he could not outdo Ye Feng. Ye Feng had long since known that the Shadow Leopard King would ceaselessly chase after Martial Union. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to depart. He was merely awaiting the perfect chance to take action. After God's domain evolved, the range of monsters' activity had also greatly increased. For Chieftain-ranked monsters such as the Shadow Leopard King, its range of activity might even encompass a large half of the entire Gale Valley. Unless everyone from Martial Union left the Gale Valley, or they entered the core area of the Gale Valley, the Shadow Leopard King would not let them get away. As time slowly passed, the number of players the Shadow Leopard King killed grew higher and higher. However, it only had 10% HP remaining now. Meanwhile, Martial Union's previous 50-man team had only 16 players remaining. One could not help but admit that the losses they suffered were incomparably bitter. Are they still not here? Unstable Devastation paid attention to the surrounding movements as he attacked the Shadow Leopard King, his heart filled with wariness for Ye Feng's ambush. Now that the Shadow Leopard King had less than 10% HP remaining, it was definitely an opportune time for Ye Feng to launch an ambush. Hence, Unstable Devastation's expression turned exceptionally grave. Boss Unstable, they said that they are only 10 minutes away. 10 minutes? Why don't you tell them to go die instead? Unstable Devastation cursed. This was a crucial moment. The Shadow Leopard King in front of them was about to die, and Ye Feng would appear at any given moment. If they waited for another 10 minutes, the Shadow Leopard King would already be dead. He truly regretted not bringing more players with him. Now, Ye Feng, who was hiding in a dark corner, possessed the advantage of initiative, while they were completely helpless against him. It was truly depressing. After a period, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 2%. However, there were still no signs of Ye Feng's assault, causing Unstable Devastation to become incomparably excited. Everyone surround the Shadow Leopard King and focus all firepower on it. It is about to die, so look out for Ye Feng. Unstable Devastation said with a loud laugh. If Ye Feng had appeared sometime earlier, there was an 80% chance of them team-wiping. Now that the Shadow Leopard King was about to die, however, even if Ye Feng dared to show himself, Unstable Devastation was confident at holding him at bay, allowing his teammates to kill the Shadow Leopard King. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 200 points. As long as Martial Union sent 2 more rounds of attacks at it, they would kill the Shadow Leopard King. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Leopard King is mine. Unstable Devastation used Power Shot. He had long since accumulated his power to the maximum amount, and a single arrow could deal over -100 damage to the Shadow Leopard King Shu. The arrow whistled through the air, flying towards the Shadow Leopard King's weak point. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly appeared, without a sound, behind the Shadow Leopard King. He sent a chop slashing down on the monster, causing -332 damage, killing the Shadow Leopard King. Meanwhile, unstable Devastation's arrow merely shot the Shadow Leopard King's corpse in God's domain. If players of a different party or team dealt with the same monster, the player who delivered the final strike would obtain 60% of the monster's EXP due to the Shadow Leopard King being a level 8 chieftain. The EXP it gave was extremely bountiful. Within an instant, Ye Feng's experience bar greatly rose. Meanwhile, the dozen or so players only shared the remaining 40% EXP amongst themselves immediately after the Shadow Leopard King died. It dropped a large pile of items. There were over 10 items, and it was one of the rarely seen mammoth drops. Get rid of him. Unstable Devastation bellowed, his eyes bulging immediately. More than a dozen players surrounded Ye Feng, giving him no chances to escape. Each and every one of them used their restricting skills on Ye Feng. Ye Feng paid no attention to them as he activated Defensive Blade. He then frantically picked up the drop streaks of magic struck Ye Feng's body, one after another, but they were all blocked by Defensive Blade in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng had picked up 9 pieces of the loot. Among them was even an item that gave off a dazzling black glow. A single look and one could immediately tell that the item was nothing ordinary. It was definitely priceless. Seeing that the charges of the Defensive Blade were about to run out completely, he immediately swapped places with his doppelganger located deep within the forest. He instantly escaped from Martial Union's encirclement, while his doppelganger received attacks from all directions. Until the moment the doppelganger died, it managed to kill another 5 members of Martial Union, including a level 9 Elementalist branch leader. When Unstable Devastation discovered that the Ye Feng they killed was only a doppelganger, he truly exploded. Ye Feng, just you wait. Unstable Devastation's bellow resounded throughout the forest. He had spent so much effort and had lost so much. Yet, in the end, all he did was pave the way for Ye Feng. Even if Unstable Devastation wanted to calm down, he could not. He swore that he would definitely kill Ye Feng back to level 0. Meanwhile, in a tree a short distance away, both Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had witnessed the entire scene from start to end. After they witnessed a team, composed of 50 elite players, fall into such a state, they were both utterly dumbfounded. Only now did Fire Dance and Water Buffalo know that there was actually such a battle style in God's domain. Chapter 143, Shadow's Blessing. While Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both inwardly shocked, a deep voice came from behind them. Why haven't you guys left yet? The voice startled them both. They hurriedly jumped, spinning around to dodge. While unsheathing their weapons, they stared at the figure that had appeared behind them. Big Brother Ye Feng. Fire Dance let out a sigh of relief after identifying the newcomer. She pulled back her dagger and returned it to its sheath at her waist. The men from Martial Union were all over Gale Valley. If a battle were to occur, they would immediately call to their companions, and there would be no end to the enemies that Fire Dance needed to kill. We came to help. Martial Union has killed so many of our companions, we must take revenge. Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she spoke about Martial Union. I wish to form a large team to enter large-scale dungeons in the future. I wonder if you all would be interested in joining? Ye Feng felt that Fire Dance had great talent. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. If he could rope them in and form his own team, it would be a great benefit to his Zero-Wing workshop. Fire Dance was slightly hesitant after hearing Ye Feng's proposal. Water Buffalo also turned taciturn. Do you guys already have your own large team? Ye Feng inwardly lamented. After entering White River City, there would be many large-scale dungeons. They were the main source of equipment, materials, and many other resources. If an independent player wished to obtain good equipment, they needed to raid these large-scale dungeons. Moreover, if a guild wished to level up, conquering large-scale dungeons was a must. Hence, if one wanted to develop at all in God's domain, conquering large-scale dungeons was one of the necessary conditions. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to form a large team capable of raiding a large-scale dungeon. The most common large-scale dungeons were all 50-man dungeons, while there were even some 100-man dungeons available. Gathering so many players was a near impossible task. Not to mention whether the entire team possessed sufficient strength, just the degree of trust and the distribution of equipment would be a huge hurdle. In this, however, the elite teams of guilds and large-scale workshops had it much easier. No, we don't have our own large team. Our team currently only consists of players who prioritizes amusement and don't really care much about other matters. Could you give me some time? Fire Dance explained. In reality, she, too, wished to develop in God's domain properly. In spite of that, the majority of the players in her current team were not too keen on raiding dungeons. They only wished to play casually. If they joined a large team, they would definitely experience certain constraints and would not be willing to join. Alright. In any case, there is still time. Let's add each other as friends then. When you've made your decision, you can contact me at any time. Shi Feng knew that such matters could not be decided upon immediately. If one wished to obtain something, they would have to lose something in return. Shi Feng did not wish for just any random person to join him. That's good. I'll contact you after discussing it with them. Fire Dance nodded. She also felt that it was about time to make a decision. Soon after Shi Feng added Fire Dance as his friend, he ran towards the deeper regions of the Gale Valley in search of Blackie and Lonely Snow. On his way there, in order to avoid Martial Union's patrols, Shi Feng hid in the treetops and waited for the players of Martial Union to move past. Since he had nothing better to do, Shi Feng took out the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. He wanted to see just what valuables the monster dropped. I sent my luck just too good. The profits from a chieftain monster are impressive. Shi Feng was slightly shocked after looking at the drops. Among the 9 items, there were 2 secret silver weapons, 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, 2 rare materials needed to make secret silver equipment, 1 bronze-ranked cooking knife, and 1 secret silver accessory. The 2 secret silver weapons were a level 8 staff and a level 8 two-handed axe. The mysterious iron equipment was also level 8. Moreover, the usefulness of the bronze-ranked cooking knife was also not small. It could increase the speed and success rate of one's cooking. However, the most valuable item among all these items was the secret silver accessory, the Shadow's Blessing. It was one of the most precious items that the Shadow Leopard King could drop. Shadow's Blessing, secret silver rank, necklace. Level 8. All attributes +5. Luck +3. In God's domain, accessories were extremely rare. Even when players reached level 20 or above, they would, at most, possess 1 or 2 bronze accessories. Moreover, these accessories would all be below level 10. Meanwhile, the accessory in Shi Feng's hands was secret silver rank, and it was much more precious than a fine gold weapon of the same level. The luck attribute was extremely rare in God's domain, and it was capable of increasing the drop rate of items when killing monsters. There was once a player who calculated that, with 1 point in luck, the drop rate would nearly double. However, the higher a person's luck was, the less effective every additional point would be. At 3 points in luck, a player's drop rate would only triple. Besides that, the luck attribute also held a great effect for lifestyle classes, so its value would never depreciate. If Shi Feng estimated correctly, the Shadow's Blessing would only be worth 2 to 3 gold coins to the average player. However, to Shi Feng, this item's value was around 10 gold coins. Immediately, Shi Feng equipped the Shadow's Blessing. That way, when he killed high-level monsters in the future, the amount and quality of the equipment he would obtain would increase. After some time, the team from Martial Union finally left. Shi Feng then continued his journey into the depths of the Gale Valley. Blackie, where are you guys right now? Shi Feng sent a voice call, asking. We seem to be beside a swamp. I don't know where this place is, but the monsters here have very high levels. I'll send you the coordinates. Blackie sighed in relief after learning that nothing had happened to Shi Feng. He then sent his coordinates. Don't go any deeper, and stay where you are. I'll be there soon. Shi Feng immediately knew Blackie's whereabouts after glancing at the coordinates. He truly did not think that Blackie could actually survive in the Silent Swamp. There were 2 entrances to the Gale Valley. One was where Shi Feng entered, and the other was at the Silent Swamp, which led to the high-level monster areas. The Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area. To the players at the current stage of the game, it was a forbidden area. Half an hour later, Shi Feng managed to locate Blackie and Lonely Snow. The 2 of them sat beneath a tree, silently observing their surroundings. They had previously met a level 15 swamp crocodile, frightening them into a run. The swamp crocodile had nearly turned them into its chow, but fortunately, they had speed scrolls and isolation scrolls, allowing them to escape. After this meeting, they no longer dared roam as expected of Brother Feng. You avoided Martial Union's search and arrived here safely. Blackie immediately felt that there was hope for them when he saw Ye Feng walking over. Let's leave this place immediately. This place is simply too dangerous. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement. They were only level 8, and the gap between them and the level 15 swamp crocodiles was just too massive. It was extremely dangerous for them to stay here. No, let's stay here to level up. Ye Feng shook his head, saying, I've previously killed quite a lot of Martial Union's members, so they should be frantically looking for me right about now. It would be too difficult to get you guys out of here without discovery. Hearing Ye Feng, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally discovered the bright red marker displayed above Ye Feng's head. This mark was deeply crimson, and it was a wonder just how many players Ye Feng had killed in order to turn it into such a state. However, it was only right when one thought about it. Martial Union's men currently filled the Gale Valley, and it would be impossible for Ye Feng to arrive without being seen. Ye Feng would have encountered some players from Martial Union on his way. With Brother Feng's skills, he would have no problems facing 3 to 4 players at a time. He has definitely killed a lot of players on his way here. Thinking up to this point, Blackie and Lonely Snow were extremely moved. Although Ye Feng spoke in a casual manner, they knew that his journey must have been filled with extreme dangers. Alright, I'll party you two up. You guys should change into this equipment first. Saying so, Ye Feng passed the staff and two-handed axe, dropped by the Shadow Leopard King, over to Blackie and Lonely Snow. When the two of them received the weapons, they were shocked. Level 8 secret silver weapons were the most top-tier weapons currently available. Though they did not understand just how Ye Feng managed to obtain them, they did not attempt to look into it too deeply. They knew that some questions were not meant to be asked, and such a situation would be beneficial to both parties. After partying up, Blackie was immediately startled when he looked at Ye Feng's level. He asked, voice trembling, Brother Feng, you're level 10 already? They reached level 8 after continuously grinding monsters and leveling up in Gale Valley. Even if their levels were not the highest amongst all the players throughout God's domain, they were still considered close to the top. However, after not meeting for only a few days, Ye Feng had left them behind by 2 levels. Such a leveling speed was simply frightening. Chapter 144, Forming a Party. In regards to Blackie's and Lonely Snow's shock, Ye Feng merely nodded in reply. Brother Feng, your leveling speed is just too fast. The highest leveled player I've previously met was only level 9. Right now, there might not be another who has reached level 10 in the entire White River City. Moreover, since there has not been any information on the official website stating that a player has reached level 10 and entered a city, this means that there are no players who have reached level 10 at all. Brother Feng, now that you've level 10, you are definitely the top player in all of Star Moon Kingdom. Blackie was incomparably excited. Only high-leveled players would know how hard it was to go from level 8 to level 9, not to mention rising from level 9 to level 10. The difference in EXP required was at least several times higher. Right now, Ye Feng was far ahead of everyone else. If the players from Martial Union found out about this, their intestines would turn green with regret. Every gamer knew that once you got ahead, you stayed ahead. The small gap during the initial period of the game would only grow wider later on. As long as Ye Feng slowly expanded his advantages, little by little, he would sooner or later cause the players from Martial Union to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow, who stood by his side, was dumbstruck, not knowing what he should say. Previously, he had been worried that it would not bode well for them to continue entangling themselves with Martial Union. However, after he saw that Ye Feng had already reached level 10 and possessed a pile of secret silver equipment, confidence filled his heart. If this continued, he could, sooner or later, step on Martial Union, becoming a future tyrant of White River City. Alright, quickly swap out your equipment. We'll look for a place to level up, Shi Feng looked at the excited expressions on Blackie and Lonely Snow and smiled helplessly. Due to constant tasks earlier, he was never able to lead his own party personally. Now, he still had quite some time before he had to go to Blackwing City to conduct the trade with Aqua Rose, and in the meantime, he could carry Blackie and the others. In the future, he would have to form a guild. However, a framework was required to establish a guild. Otherwise, the guild would simply fall apart. The members of his current party would become the framework of his future guild, so, Shi Feng decided to upgrade the overall strength of his party from now on. If the members of his party could reach level 10 a step earlier and enter White River City, it would be a tremendous help to him in the future. Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at each other, smiles on their faces as they changed into their new equipment. Previously, the two of them wore level 5 to level 6 bronze equipment, mixed in with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, the majority of their equipment consisted of level 8 mysterious iron equipment, matched with a few pieces of level 8 secret silver equipment. Their strengths greatly increased with this. If they met Martial Union now, they would not end up in such a sorry state. Brother Feng, if we are going to level up here, what will happen to Cola and the others? They say that they're under constant surveillance and going out into the fields to level up is extremely dangerous. Blackie worriedly asked. Relax, I've already told them to do something more meaningful in town. We'll call them over after Martial Union leaves the Gale Valley. At that time, you two might even have a fright when you meet them, Shi Feng said with a smile. Seeing Shi Feng's mysterious smile, curiosity swarmed both Blackie and Lonely Snow about the task Shi Feng had given Cola and the others. Just what sort of quest could it be to shock them? Alright, let's level up then. Shi Feng wordlessly smiled at the two's puzzled expressions. In actuality, having Martial Union focus on Cola and the others was not a bad thing at all. Before, while they had been busy leveling up, Shi Feng stopped them from completing the quest. Now that they couldn't out and level up, they could give the quest a try. If Cola and the others could truly complete it, he would be able to carry out his plan with much less effort and more confidence. Although the Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area, the outer edge of the swamp was only a level 15 monster area, while the inner regions were level 16 to level 18 monster areas. Level 20 monsters would only appear in the core region of the swamp. With the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng could reduce the level suppression by 5 levels, making the outer region a perfect fit. Let's go there and take a look. Looking at the system's map, Shi Feng pointed to the bubbling black pool of water in the distance. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow did not voice out about it, they were overcome with worry. After all, level 15 monsters owned this place. Even if they received an upgrade to their equipment and could challenge level 10 common monsters without much of a problem, level 15 monsters would still annihilate them. Just as Shi Feng and the others set foot beside the black-colored pool, a mass of bubbles broke out across the surface. A pair of black, shiny eyes surfaced from the pool, staring at Shi Feng's party from a distance. Brother Feng, I don't think this place is safe. Look, a large pair of eyes are watching us from over there. Blackie looked at the fist-sized eyeballs, anxiety gripping his heart. He definitely did not think that the monster hidden in the water was common. While Blackie spoke, the monster in the pool surfaced, its gigantic figure slowly revealing itself to the party. Steel-skinned hippo, elite rank. Level 15. HP 6000/6000. Brother Feng, let's leave. That's a level 15 elite. If it chases us, we'll suffer the consequences. Blackie panicked as he watched the steel-skinned hippo closing in on them. Naturally, Shi Feng knew that Blackie and Lonely Snow could not contend with a level 15 monster, not to mention an elite. However, Shi Feng had his own strategies for dealing with monsters with special weaknesses, and the steel-skinned hippo belonged to this category. After the evolution of God's domain, everything in the game became more realistic. The weaknesses of these hippo-type monsters also increased as a result. As long as players could find a way to deal with said weaknesses, these monsters would be very easy to deal with. Shortly after the steel-skinned hippo revealed itself, another group of swamp hippos surfaced in the black-colored pool. There were over 20 of these swamp hippos. Swamp hippo, common rank. Level 15. HP 2000/2000. Watching these hippos leave the pool so overbearingly, rushing towards them, Shi Feng took out an isolation scroll from his bag. He then softly said, "You guys use an isolation scroll as well." Hearing Shi Feng's order, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately took out their own isolation scrolls. The isolation scroll was only effective against monsters up to level 15. When used, the scroll greatly reduced the user's presence, turning them half-transparent for half an hour. After the two of them used the isolation scrolls, they discovered that the hippos had suddenly stopped their movements, looking around in confusion. It was as if they had become invisible to these hippos. Hippos have very bad vision, and they cannot see clearly beyond a certain distance. After using the isolation scrolls, our bodies are close to transparent, so they cannot see us, Shi Feng explained. Blackie, use your dark arrows to attack the steel-skinned hippo, but pay attention to maintain a distance of at least 25 yards. It won't see you that way. Blackie came to a realization after listening to Shi Feng's explanation. He immediately tried Shi Feng's instructions. A dark arrow flew from Blackie, striking the steel-skinned hippo that was dozing off. Damage of -24 points appeared above the elite hippo. Although the damage was minuscule, it was enough to send the steel-skinned hippo into a flying rage. The elite immediately spun towards the source of the dark arrow. However, it failed to discover even a single person in that direction. It took several steps forward but still failed to discover anybody. Just when it was about to return to the pool of water, another dark arrow struck its body. The steel-skinned hippo was truly enraged now. Letting out an intense snort, it abruptly charged towards the direction the dark arrow originated from. However, after rushing forward over 10 yards, it still could not find the enemy who attacked it. The steel-skinned hippo started to turn in circles in confusion. Blackie watched the stupid-looking steel-skinned hippo in the distance, inwardly laughing at it. He continuously sent dark arrows at his target, and with each consecutive arrow, he slowly lured it away from the group of swamp hippos. At this moment, only level 15 swamp hippos occupied the pool. Shi Feng silently closed in on them. After closing a distance of 20 yards, the swamp hippos finally discovered Shi Feng. Immediately, they all parted from the pool. More than 20 swamp hippos thundered after Shi Feng in a grandiose manner. Such a group could easily flatten a level 15 party. Chapter 145, Might of the Devil Flame, 1. The swamp hippos were each the size of a small car. When over 20 of them charged forward, it was like being run over by 20 cars going full speed. The earth trembled under the combined weight of the swamp hippos. Their imposing aura surged forth, instilling shock and awe into all observers in the distance. Lonely Snow, who observed this scene, wore a nervous expression. He tightly gripped the secret silver-ranked great axe in his hands. He wondered just what their party leader, Shi Feng, intended to do. This was a group of over 20 level 15 swamp hippos. Not only did these monsters possess thick hides and sturdy muscles, but they also possessed 2000 HP each. Just judging by how the earth trembled with each step, one could easily tell just how powerful these swamp hippos were. If that kind of body plowed into Shi Feng, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Shi Feng remained extraordinarily calm as he silently awaited the arrival of the swamp hippos. 15 yards. 10 yards. 5 yards. Just as the swamp hippos were right before him, Shi Feng finally took action. As Shi Feng raised the pitch-black abyssal blade, it released a chilling glow. Green arcs of electricity abruptly appeared on the blade, producing crackling sounds. Shi Feng then slashed down, the abyssal blade pointing at the incoming swamp hippo's thundering flash. 3 electric arcs chained towards the swamp hippos, one after another. When the swamp hippos leading the charge noticed these arcs of electricity moving towards them, their bodies instinctively trembled. Though they tried to halt their feet to dodge these electric arcs, the swamp hippos at the back crashed into them. As a result, none of them managed to dodge the incoming attack. In the end, they received all 3 hits after the electric arcs flashed by. The squealing of pigs at slaughter filled the surrounding space. The smell of something burning also filled the air. A series of damages appeared above the 20+ swamp hippos, creating a dazzling sight. Every swamp hippo received frightening damages of -356, -481, and -648. Some even received critical hits, suffering damages of over -1000 points, their HPs immediately falling to 0. The remaining dozen or so swamp hippos were burnt black. Their HP bars also dropped to dangerous levels, turning a bloody red color. Moreover, a debuff icon appeared beside their HP bars, damage amplification. All damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds immediately. Fear surfaced on the faces of all the surviving swamp hippos. They all wished to scatter and escape. Ye Feng gave them no chance whatsoever. With a sudden leap, Ye Feng jumped into the airspace above these swamp hippos. He raised the silver lake, the sword giving off a faint blue glow as it carried with it the power of thunder and fire. Ye Feng loosed a thunder flame explosion in the midst of the swamp hippos, thunder and fire exploding outwards, devouring every single swamp hippo with the damage amplification effect. This attack of Ye Feng's caused over -900 damage on the swamp hippo, instantly killing every single one of them. The gigantic figures of the 20+ swamp hippos fell to the ground with a loud boom, shaking and trembling the earth. The scene was similar. Over 20 small cars descending from the air, heavily smashing into the ground. When the bodies of the swamp hippos collided with the ground, the resulting impact generated gusts of wind that spread to the surroundings, causing the leaves and branches of the nearby trees to snap and float in mid-air. Lonely Snow, watching this scene from a distance, was completely dumbfounded. Be it the visual or physical sensation, both impacted him greatly. Ye Feng caused over -1000 damage to the level 15 swamp hippos, ending their lives in just 2 moves. Just how high of an attack power was required to achieve such a feat? If Ye Feng fought against average players, wouldn't he kill one with every strike? Lonely Snow even started to suspect that he and Ye Feng were not playing the same god's domain. The difference in strength between them was no longer just several stages. It was practically the difference between the sky and the earth. Lonely, you pick up the loot. I'll go help Blackie, Ye Feng instructed before turning to chase after the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow nodded in reply, though an absent-minded expression remained on his face. He thought that he had hallucinated before, but after giving his eyes a rub, the pile of swamp hippo corpses still remained. Plenty of items and coins blanketed the ground surrounding them. He now knew that this was not a dream, but reality. When Lonely Snow looked at the system notifications and his experience bar, he was once more given a shock system. Level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP system, level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP system, level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP. After a series of notifications displayed, Lonely Snow's experience bar greatly increased, reaching 69% of level 8. The amount of EXP he obtained was truly frightening. Previously, even when faced with level 8 monsters, they needed to kill each one while being extremely cautious and prudent. Moreover, every kill only yielded each member of the party several tens of EXP. After spending over an hour repeating the same process, they would see their experience bars increase by a sizable portion. On the other hand, Ye Feng casually killed off a large group of level 15 swamp hippos with only a few moves. Even after splitting the EXP obtained amongst the 3 of them, Lonely Snow's experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk. Only now did Lonely Snow understand how Ye Feng managed to level up so quickly. In this regard, Lonely Snow became even more respectful towards Ye Feng. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. If he followed someone as strong as Ye Feng, his future would be limitless. Even if he could not become Ye Feng's equal, as long as he continued struggling forward, he could still become a true expert one day. On the other side, Blackie was still toying around with the steel-skinned hippo, continuously decreasing the elite hippo's HP. However, not only did the steel-skinned hippo had a very high recovery rate, but its HP was also very high. It would recover a lot of HP every 5 seconds. Moreover, Blackie's attacks could only inflict a tiny amount of damage. If he wanted to grind away the steel-skinned hippo's life completely, he would need at least 20 minutes, and yet, instead of tiring, Blackie grew even more excited. Dark arrows flew from his hand, one after another, each arrow bringing Blackie even more joy. The reason Blackie reacted this way was that challenging monsters of a higher level in God's domain was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, he was currently bypassing 7 levels to challenge a level 15 elite monster. If he spoke of this feat in the future, he would enjoy supreme glory. It was this sense of achievement that became the largest motivation for Blackie. Blackie, use Evil Whip, Shi Feng said in the party chat after hurrying over. Okay, seeing Shi Feng arrive, Blackie knew that it was time to deal with the steel-skinned hippo. As Blackie's chanting came to an end, 9 black barbed vines sprung up and bound the steel-skinned hippo's 4 limbs, restricting its speed. However, the steel-skinned hippo's strength was just too high. In the blink of an eye, one of the vines snapped, while the remaining 8 were only a small matter. At this moment, Shi Feng used Wind Blade, rapidly arriving behind the steel-skinned hippo. Instantly, 3 sword strikes landed on the steel-skinned hippo's body, the collision producing glittering sparks. Seeing that the attacks from his swords had only dealt -22 damage each to the steel-skinned hippo, Shi Feng was slightly speechless. It was as expected of the steel-skinned hippo. Its physical defense was truly frightening. It also possessed its innate steel skin, reducing all physical damage it received by 70%. If even Shi Feng could only cause slightly over 20 damage to the steel-skinned hippo, a normal physical damage dealer would most likely cause 2 or 3 damage. This rate of damage certainly could not contend with the steel-skinned hippo's regeneration speed. Shi Feng's attacks had yet to end. He immediately followed up with a thundering flash, the 3 electric arcs causing -125, -160, and -211 damage. The steel-skinned hippo was instantly enraged. It spun around, charging at Shi Feng. However, with the thorny vines restricting it, the steel-skinned hippo's turning speed was slowed. This situation gave Shi Feng the chance to evade its charge easily. Shi Feng continued with a series of attacks on the steel-skinned hippo, using one skill after another. However, the damages his attacks managed to cause were generally very low. AO. Enraged, the steel-skinned hippo abruptly jumped. It intended to use War Stomp. War Stomp was Hippo's killing move. When used, the skill would cause all enemies within a 15-yard radius to enter a fainted state for 5 seconds. Reacting quickly, Shi Feng immediately cast Abyssal Bind on the steel-skinned hippo. The hippo's movements immediately halted, and its War Stomp cancelled. Originally, Shi Feng did not think that there would be any issues. However, a chilling sensation pervaded his entire body, preventing him from moving a muscle. All of his skills were unusable. This is the Tier 1 magic, Death's Lock. Shi Feng was astonished. With his many years of experience, he immediately knew what sort of attack struck him. This was definitely not a move of the steel-skinned hippo. Not bad. This is something that I specifically prepared just for you. You can be at ease and be on your way. A black figure suddenly appeared behind Shi Feng. This figure was precisely the Absolute Heaven, the expert assassin Shi Feng had met before. In the same moment Absolute Heaven revealed himself, the silver dagger in his hand sunk into Shi Feng's back. Absolute Heaven's ambush instantly caused -357 damage. Chapter 146, Might of the Devil Flame, 2. A single ambush instantly devoured 1/4 of Shi Feng's HP. Blackie, who stood at a distance, was dumbfounded by this scene. He did not understand why an assassin suddenly appeared here and attacked Shi Feng. Although he wished to help Shi Feng, time was needed to cast his spells. Moreover, all his restricting skills were already in use on the steel-skinned hippo. He could only helplessly watch as the scene unfolded. The only thing Blackie could do now was to chant and attack with his dark arrows such high damage. Watching his HP abruptly decrease by a large portion, Ye Feng was inwardly shocked. Previously, when Ye Feng faced the level 9 Berserker, 5 rats, the maximum damage Ye Feng received was only slightly over -100 damage. Yet, one of Absolute Heaven's ambushes caused over -300 damage. Compared to 5 rats, Absolute Heaven's attack power was much stronger. Assassins had very fast attack speeds, so generally, their attack damage could not compete with that of a berserker's. However, they could complement their low attack damage with the number of attacks they could dish out. To say nothing of Absolute Heaven's attack damage, which far exceeded that of the berserker 5 rats, if an assassin could deal the same amount of damage as a berserker with each attack, their total output would be at least double or triple that of a berserker's. In the case of Absolute Heaven, his total output would be 3 to 4 times that of 5 rats. Although Ye Feng was shocked, Absolute Heaven was similarly shocked when he had used his ambush on an MT who possessed a complete bronze set equipment and was the same level. The attack stole at least 2/3 of the MT's HP. Now, however, he only managed to remove 1/4 of Ye Feng's HP compared to those well-equipped MTs. Ye Feng's defense and HP far exceeded them. Absolute Heaven's hands twisted, a streak of silver swiping across Ye Feng's neck. Simultaneously, his other dagger stabbed into Ye Feng's back once more. Garrote. Backstab. Although Absolute Heaven was shocked, an assassin's explosive power did not lie in just the first strike, but a burst of continuous skills from the moment Ye Feng appeared in the Gale Valley to the moment Ye Feng began kill-stealing the Shadow Leopard King. He had constantly trailed after Ye Feng. He had silently waited for the best moment to attack Ye Feng. He knew that Ye Feng was extremely powerful, so he needed to wait for the moment when Ye Feng was the most vulnerable. Only when Ye Feng did not possess any skills, would he have a chance at getting rid of him. However, he never found the perfect time to strike. However, his patience had finally paid off. While battling the steel-skinned hippo, Ye Feng finally revealed a weak point. However, in order to guard against the unexpected, he unhesitatingly decided to use the Death's Lock scroll he had bought at an extremely high price. He bought this scroll precisely for this sort of situation. Death's Lock disables all skills of the target, temporarily preventing the target from using any skills. Target's movement will also be disabled. Duration of 6 seconds. Although Ye Feng had high defense and HP, a 6-second burst was enough to kill Ye Feng in such close quarters. Ye Feng could clearly feel the 2 incoming daggers. If he received the burst of Absolute Heaven's attacks, he would definitely die at the moment of life and death. Ye Feng activated Phantom Kill, immediately swapping positions with his doppelganger. The Death's Lock could only seal the skills a player had learned. However, it would not affect the skills attached to equipment. Just after swapping positions, Absolute Heaven's 2 daggers immediately sliced into the doppelganger's body. Bleeding damage of -212 points and a skill damage of -257 points appeared above the doppelganger's head. Absolute Heaven continued with a flurry of attacks. The 2 daggers in his hands assaulted the doppelganger, and 10 streaks of silver light stabbed the doppelganger's vital points. The series of normal attacks coupled with an assassinate and the poison damage on his daggers instantly decimated the doppelganger's HP. A doppelganger? Originally, Absolute Heaven drowned in ecstasy at the thought of having killed Ye Feng. However, he did not expect that, after all of his effort, what he had killed was only a doppelganger. Absolute Heaven's expression turned grim. He squinted his eyes as he observed his surroundings. Very quickly, he discovered Ye Feng a distance away, behind him. He immediately spun, charging towards Ye Feng. The Death's Lock had a duration of 6 seconds. Right now, there were 4 seconds remaining, so how could he so easily allow Ye Feng to break free from the Death's Lock that he had spent a fortune on? Just as Absolute Heaven arrived before Ye Feng, a dark arrow came flying at him. Garbage, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Absolute Heaven ignored Blackie's dark arrow, his dagger aimed straight for Ye Feng. Regarding Ye Feng's teammates, Absolute Heaven did not place any importance on them at all. As long as he dealt with Ye Feng, killing Blackie would be a simple task. Boom. The dark arrow exploded on Absolute Heaven's body. Damage of -221 points appeared above Absolute Heaven's head, removing 1/4 of his HP. Why is this garbage's damage so high? Absolute Heaven's brows slightly wrinkled, inwardly shocked. Absolute Heaven had not the slightest knowledge that the staff in Blackie's hands was actually a level 8 secret silver-ranked staff. Moreover, Blackie wore a few pieces of level 7 and level 8 mysterious iron equipment. He also used the mysterious iron accessory, the Interpreter's Pendant, that Ye Feng had given him. Blackie's magical damage had long since reached the apex. If it were not for Absolute Heaven's equipment being of excellent quality, he might have lost more than half of his HP from just one of Blackie's dark arrows. However, Blackie's high magical damage could not stop Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven still accurately slid his daggers into Ye Feng's vital points. The moment Absolute Heaven's dagger was about to stab Ye Feng used silent steps, instantly appearing behind Blackie. Crap. Seeing Ye Feng vanish before him, rage and dismay filled the assassin. Ye Feng was clearly unable to use any of his learned skills, yet, he still possessed so many skills to avoid the ambush. There were over 25 yards between Absolute Heaven and Blackie. If Absolute Heaven ran towards Blackie, he would waste a lot of time. The seal on Ye Feng would definitely dissipate, and it would become incomparably harder for him to kill Ye Feng. Brother Feng, you're too awesome. You still managed to escape under such conditions. Blackie said with a smile. Watching the previous exchange, shock overwhelmed Blackie. The assassin's speed was impressive. If Ye Feng had reacted a bit slower, he would definitely have lost his life. Blackie couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he had watched the scene unfold. However, now that the distance between them was sizable, that assassin would be at his wits' end. Stop fooling around and be more careful. That assassin is not someone simple, Ye Feng warned as Blackie still seemed to be in a joking mood. Got it, leave it to me. The cooldown on my skills have already finished, Blackie confidently said. However, just as Blackie turned to look at Absolute Heaven, he discovered that Absolute Heaven was missing. He could only see an enraged steel-skinned hippo, bellowing as it searched for its enemy. Brother Feng, that person's gone missing. Did he just choose to run away since he failed his ambush? Blackie said with a laugh. Just as Blackie turned to look at Ye Feng, his expression immediately turned grim. The assassin from before stood right behind Ye Feng, causing me so much trouble. You guys should be proud of yourselves, Absolute Heaven sneered, his hand holding some flash powder. He tossed the powder at Blackie. Blackie instantly shrieked as both his eyes lost their vision, causing Blackie to lose his battle prowess. After restricting Blackie, Absolute Heaven's dagger immediately stabbed Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not think that Absolute Heaven could actually learn a high-tier skill like Shadow Steps. Assassins' Shadow Steps allowed them to instantly appear behind an enemy and increased the damage of their next attack by 15%. However, Ye Feng still could not move. Moreover, he did not have any skills left to avoid Absolute Heaven's attack. He could only grit his teeth as he activated the Silvermoon set equipment second set effect, the Tier 2 Life Shield. The Tier 2 Life Shield would absorb 60% of the damage Ye Feng received, up to a maximum of -500 points. It could delay Absolute Heaven for some time. When Absolute Heaven saw the Life Shield appear on Ye Feng, he was momentarily speechless. He did not understand just how Ye Feng came to possess so many life-saving skills, using them one after another. However, a single life shield was still not enough to extinguish his determination to kill Ye Feng. Immediately, Absolute Heaven brandished his daggers, sending a flurry of attacks at Ye Feng like a fierce gale. He used normal attacks, coupled with assassinate, backstab, and many other damaging skills. Bang. Ye Feng's life shield quickly shattered and disappeared. Ye Feng had less than 500 HP remaining. Die. Absolute Heaven excitedly shouted. Immediately, he placed all 5 skill points that he had held onto into his finishing skill, Eviscerate. With all his might, he prepared to use his most powerful damaging skill. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dagger swiveled, accurately sailing towards Ye Feng's back finishing skill, Eviscerate. A plume of blue flame suddenly appeared above Ye Feng's palm. Chapter 147, Might of the Devil Flame, 3. Absolute Heaven suddenly convulsed in shock when he saw the clear blue flame floating above Shi Feng's palm. Although this flame looked minuscule, the heat it gave off was extraordinarily hot. Within an instant, he could already feel his mouth drying up. However, since the arrow was knocked, he had no choice but to let it loose. Within an instant, the ice-blue devil flame covered Shi Feng's entire body, turning him into a man on fire. The ice-cold dagger suddenly stabbed into Shi Feng's back. "You can move already?" Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. To a top-tier expert like himself, he had a very precise grasp on time. At worst, there was only an error of 0.1 seconds. Absolute Heaven clearly felt that the 6-second duration for the Death's Lock had yet to pass. Yet, Shi Feng was still able to use Defensive Blade to block his finishing move. "Eviscerate, didn't you have a fun time beating me up just now?" Shi Feng revealed a faint smile, coldly saying, "It's my turn now." Wielding the Abyssal Blade, which was covered by a layer of clear blue flames, Shi Feng used Chop, and the Abyssal Blade transformed into a blazing streak of light as it struck towards Absolute Heaven. "You have less than 500 HP remaining right now. Do you think you can defeat me?" Absolute Heaven sneered, retaliating. The instant the two weapons collided, a trace of shock immediately appeared on Absolute Heaven's frosty expression. It was as if the opponent he was facing against right now was not Shi Feng, but a humongous bear. Shi Feng's strength had thoroughly numbed his arm, and he was forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing his body. How can he have such great strength? When Absolute Heaven had exchanged moves with Shi Feng the previous time, Shi Feng's strength was not yet quite so terrifying. However, now that he had changed and upgraded most of his equipment, increasing his attributes by a large leap, he not only surpassed Shi Feng, but the gap between them had somehow grown even wider. Now that he had failed at ambushing Shi Feng, it was already impossible for him to kill Shi Feng in a direct confrontation. He could only patiently wait for his next chance. After forcing Absolute Heaven into a retreat, Shi Feng quickly took out a basic regeneration potion and drank it. Very quickly, Shi Feng's HP recovered more than 700 points. "Absolute Heaven, it seems you only amount to this much. You failed to kill me in both of your ambushes, so now it's my turn to get revenge. Don't even think of getting away from me today." Shi Feng revealed a calm smile as he looked at Absolute Heaven, who was currently filled with killing intent. He could not help but admire, and admit, that Absolute Heaven's assassination abilities were very powerful. Not only did Absolute Heaven manage to persevere and track Shi Feng to this place, he had even managed to set up an ambush the instant Shi Feng relaxed his guard during his battle against the steel-skinned hippo. As a result, Absolute Heaven nearly managed to kill him. Unfortunately, Absolute Heaven did not know that the ice-blue devil flame had strengthened Shi Feng's body, slightly reducing the duration of the Death's Lock on him. Otherwise, he would truly be finished. Now that he was back to normal, he used the ice-blue devil flame to aid him. A 20% increase in damage was no laughing matter. What a joke. You've only managed to live this time due to luck. I will definitely kill you the next time we meet. As for you wanting to keep me here, you couldn't do it the last time, and you similarly won't be able to do it this time. Absolute Heaven felt that Shi Feng was simply too conceited, daring to declare that he could kill him. The rage in his heart burned from Shi Feng's words. He inwardly vowed to form a more thorough plan to utterly vanquish Shi Feng the next time. "Brother Feng, I'll help." At that moment, Blackie's vision was finally restored. He angrily glared at Absolute Heaven, prepared to use his evil whip. Shi Feng waved his hand, saying with a laugh, "No need. Against him, I alone am enough. Brother Feng, he is an assassin, he definitely has a lot of life-saving skills. His speed is also very fast. If he manages to escape, what should we do if he comes back to ambush us again?" Blackie had seen before an assassin's myriad of escaping skills. If not properly countered, one would be completely helpless against an assassin. "Relax, he can't get away." "Alright, then." Since Shi Feng insisted, Blackie could only resolve himself to watch. The reason why Shi Feng voiced out those words was to agitate and provoke Absolute Heaven. When dealing with experts like Absolute Heaven, it was not easy to kill them. Dealing with such experts, one first needed to attack them emotionally, provoking them and sending their state of mind into a mess. Before looking for a chink or weak point, brat, you sure have a big mouth. I want to see just how you intend to block my path, Absolute Heaven said with a sneer, rage clouding over his expression. We'll know once we try, Ye Feng revealed a calm smile. He activated Wind Blade, his body piercing towards Absolute Heaven. Originally, Ye Feng's speed was already very fast. Now, with Wind Blade activated, Ye Feng's speed was on a whole nother level. He arrived in front of Absolute Heaven within an instant, 6 sword images immediately stabbing towards Absolute Heaven's vital point so fast. Absolute Heaven was awe-shocked, hurriedly using his daggers to block the attacks. Pang! 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 With the added power from the ice-blue devil flame, Ye Feng's attacks were not something that Absolute Heaven could easily block. Immediately, Absolute Heaven was in a disadvantageous position. He desperately blocked and dodged Ye Feng's attacks, and he was forced into a retreat with every consecutive attack. After exchanging several moves without using any skills, Absolute Heaven was struck once by Ye Feng. As a result, Absolute Heaven lost over 300 HP within an instant. Damn. Originally, Absolute Heaven only intended to exchange a few moves with Ye Feng, grinding away Ye Feng's arrogance. Never would he have imagined that he would instead be forced into a constant retreat. Yet, his pride as an expert was unwilling to admit that he had actually lost against Ye Feng in a normal exchange. Seeing as the flaming sword was about to hit him, Absolute Heaven gritted his teeth, using the skill block to defend against this attack. If he was to receive another attack from that flaming sword, then he would very well lose his life. Not good, time to leave. The gap between our attributes and attack power is just too wide. After coming to grips with Ye Feng, he clearly understood the gap between the two of them. It was especially true for that clear blue flame. Every time his equipment came into contact with it, their durability would continuously fall. Though his secret silver-ranked dagger was better off, only losing a little durability with each clash, the armor he obtained with much difficulty was only of mysterious iron rank. Just a single stab from Ye Feng's sword had reduced over a quarter of the armor's total durability. If this situation were to continue, then his equipment would all soon turn to waste. Without the attributes provided by his equipment, he would definitely die under Ye Feng's swords. Hence, he immediately turned and ran. You can't escape. Ye Feng gave Absolute Heaven no chances at all, activating Windwalk immediately. As fast as a ghost, Ye Feng caught up with Absolute Heaven in the blink of an eye. He then let loose his most powerful strength, creating 16 sword images in the blink of an eye. The sword images fully surrounded Absolute Heaven, the flames released by them looking as if they intended to devour Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. There was no way at all for him to stop so many sword images. He then hurriedly activated Wind Steps, using the 1-second invincibility to block all the incoming attacks. With his speed greatly increased, he immediately entered stealth mode. I said, you cannot get away. Ye Feng immediately leaped up, the silver lake in his hand, releasing the power of fire and thunder towards Absolute Heaven's path of advancement. Absolute Heaven knew that this move of Ye Feng's was immensely powerful. He immediately used Vanish, the 1 second of invincibility allowing him to avoid the damage and fainted effect of the Thunder Flame Explosion. After successfully blocking the Thunder Flame Explosion, Absolute Heaven no longer possessed any life-saving skills in his arsenal. Just like last time, he was prepared to leap up into the trees, shaking off Ye Feng's pursuit. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to jump, nor move. Unknown as to when it happened, both his legs had been frozen solid, and even his figure was revealed. I've already said that you cannot escape. Ye Feng was extremely satisfied with the effect of the frost grenade. Once again, he sent a burst of 16 sword images stabbing at Absolute Heaven. This time, Absolute Heaven could only go all out, desperately stopping the incoming attacks with his daggers. 2 swords. 4 swords. 6 swords. By the time Absolute Heaven blocked the 11th sword, he was no longer able to keep up with the remaining sword images. He could only helplessly watch as the sword images stabbed into him, damages of over -300 points, and even -400 points, appearing above his head, one after another. Moreover, the durability of the equipment on his body fell madly. By the time Absolute Heaven's HP reached 0, the equipment on his body was all turned to scrape. Absolute Heaven suffered an incomparable heartache, gnashing his teeth. All these equipment were gathered by him, one by one, after spending a large amount of time. Yet, they were all destroyed now. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the 2 secret silver-rank daggers, which were as precious as his own life, were not destroyed. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dead body fell to the ground, an expression of unwillingness displayed on his face. Ivy already said that you won't get away. Your weapon, I'll gratefully accept. Shi Feng looked towards the silver-colored dagger that Absolute Heaven dropped with a smile, picking it up. Chapter 148, Underworld. Absolute Heaven disappeared with the wind after he died. Shi Feng toyed around with the dagger Absolute Heaven dropped. The edge of the blade seemed capable of slicing air apart. A dagger with such a degree of sharpness was definitely a rarely seen item. Blade of assassination? Shi Feng took a look at the dagger's introduction, discovering that the weapon was actually an exclusive item for assassins. Blade of assassination, dagger, secret silver rank. Level 8. Attack power plus 51. Strength plus 5, agility plus 12. Attack speed plus 2. Durability 35/60. Additional passive skill dash. Sharp edge, attacks have a 15% chance to cause an armor break effect, reducing target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Non-stackable class restriction, assassin. With such a high attack power and agility, it was no wonder Absolute Heaven was able to deal such massive damage to Shi Feng. This blade of assassination was an assassination weapon completely made to increase the user's attack power and speed. It was definitely a favored weapon for the agility-type assassins. Based on Shi Feng's estimations, the blade of assassination was worth at least 1 gold coin. With this death, Absolute Heaven will probably need a very long time before he can recover. Shi Feng looked at the blade of assassination, a smile plastered on his face. Previously, Shi Feng still felt apprehensive towards Absolute Heaven constantly following him around and abruptly ambushing him. Now that Shi Feng used the ice blue devil flame to give Absolute Heaven a thorough beating, not only did Absolute Heaven lose a level, all the equipment on his body was destroyed as well. Absolute Heaven had even dropped his blade of assassination after dying. It would be a long time before it would be possible for Absolute Heaven to come looking for trouble again. Brother Feng, you're just too awesome. You were like the incarnation of the fire god just now. Just looking from afar, I could already feel myself being burned. I didn't think that Swordsman would have such a skill. If I had known about it earlier on, I would have chosen to play as a swordsman as well. If I were to use this skill to pick up chicks in the future, I would definitely catch one with every hook I send. Blackie excitedly ran up to Shi Feng, his eyes filled with endless envy as he looked at the ice blue devil flame covering Shi Feng's body. As for the matter of Shi Feng managing to kill Absolute Heaven, Blackie paid no attention to it. At Alan Blackie's eyes, although Absolute Heaven was indeed an expert, he was still just an elite player of martial union. Shi Feng being able to kill him was all too normal. On the other hand, the elegant-looking clear blue flame surrounding Shi Feng was the truly shocking matter. Hearing Blackie describing the ice blue devil flame as a tool to pick up girls, Shi Feng became speechless. He did not understand just what was going through Blackie's mind every day. This flame isn't a swordsman skill. It is a mysterious flame, and it can increase a player's attack damage, Shi Feng explained. Mysterious flame? Blackie's face filled with confusion. Although Blackie did not know what a mysterious flame was, but hearing that it was able to increase a player's attack damage confirmed it was definitely an extremely precious item. Seeing that Shi Feng possessed such an item, instead of becoming envious, his heart filled with joy. With the mysterious flame, Shi Feng could become even stronger than before. When the time comes, let's see who still dared to bully them. At this moment, Lonely Snow also hurried over after finishing picking up the loot from the swamp hippos. When he saw that Shi Feng's entire body was covered in flames, giving off a scorching hot temperature, and that Shi Feng was even able to control these brilliantly beautiful clear blue flames, he too became incomparably shocked. He nearly regarded Shi Feng as a hidden class. However, after listening to Blackie's explanation, Lonely Snow as well understood just how precious and powerful was the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The Ice Blue Devil Flame was definitely one of Ye Feng's secrets. If others were to find out about this secret, there would definitely be tons of players wanting to obtain the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Moreover, Ye Feng being willing to share this secret with them showed just how much he trusted them. Just this piece of trust alone was enough to let Lonely Snow feel that it was worth striving for. Ye Feng, let's not chat for now. We should get rid of the steel-skinned hippo and quickly leave this place. After Absolute Heaven revives, he might tell the other players from Martial Union to come here and surround us. Ye Feng no longer continued to explain, turning around and charging towards the steel-skinned hippo. Blackie knew that they could not stay in this place for too long as well. He started chanting incantations, aiding Ye Feng in attacking and restricting the steel-skinned hippo. Although the steel-skinned hippo had high HP and defense, with its short vision range, it was destined to become an easy kill for Ye Feng. What Ye Feng needed to do now was to charge up and go all out at dealing damage. After bursting out all of his skills, he would then turn to escape. Meanwhile, Blackie would desperately attack from a distance, and as long as Ye Feng finished using all of his skills, Blackie would use Evil Whip to restrict the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow would then use Charge and Break before escaping as well. After Ye Feng was more than 25 yards away from the steel-skinned hippo, the steel-skinned hippo would lose its target, dumbly rushing about. When the cooldown for Ye Feng's skills ended, he would then continue with another round of bombardment, repeating the cycle all over again. This time, Ye Feng did not keep his strength hidden away. He immediately used the Ice Blue Devil Flame, increasing his damage output by 20%. Simultaneously, the power of Ice-type and Fire-type skills was increased by 40%. With such an increase, Ye Feng's damage against the steel-skinned hippo instantly soared. Even his normal attacks could deal around 50 to 60 damage now. As for Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill could cause over 400 damage to the steel-skinned hippo. Even if the steel-skinned hippo had high HP, it still frantically decreased under the fierce onslaught. Several minutes later, the steel-skinned hippo let out a blood-curdling shriek as its body fell to the ground with a boom. It dropped 4 items and gave a large amount of EXP after it died. Amongst the 4 items, 2 of them were level 15 bronze equipment, while the remaining items were a tier 1 strength gemstone and a bronze-ranked leatherworking material. The effects of the Shadow's Blessing was fully displayed here. Otherwise, aside from giving out a lot of EXP, a level 15 elite would at most give out a piece of equipment and some materials only. Let's go somewhere else to kill swamp hippos. After killing the steel-skinned hippo, Ye Feng brought Blackie and Lonely Snow to another grinding spot. The Silent Swamp was extremely large in size. Its size was at least 2 to 3 times that of the Gale Valley. Meanwhile, the habitat of the swamp hippos took up 1/10 of the entire Silent Swamp. Moreover, they were scattered throughout the entire Silent Swamp. With the 1 to 200 members of Martial Union, it would be hard-pressed for them to locate Ye Feng's party successfully. Moreover, Ye Feng was very familiar with the Silent Swamp. He had once lived at this place for over 20 days in his previous life, so he knew which locations had the highest number of swamp hippos and also the locations with the fastest respawn rates. Ye Feng also knew the spawn locations for the elite monsters in Silent Swamp. However, with the strength of their party of 3 right now, the only elite monster they could deal with was the steel-skinned hippo, as the other elite monsters did not possess any clear weaknesses. If they were to go against these elite monsters, they would have to risk their lives doing so. Leveling up at this place is just too awesome. Originally, I thought that the leveling speed at Gale Valley was already extremely fast, but after coming to this place for less than 2 hours, I've already managed to reach level 9. If we are to continue in this trend, within 3 hours, would definitely reach level 10 and be able to enter White River City. At this speed, the elites of those major guilds have probably just reached level 9. Blackie excitedly said, if Cola and the others didn't die and were with us right now, we 6 would be able to enter White River City today, becoming the first party to enter White River City. Lonely Snow nodded, agreeing with Blackie's statement. He too could not help but admit to the invigorating feeling of having Ye Feng power leveling them. This leveling speed was at least 10 times faster than the other players. Even if Martial Union surrounded them and killed them once right now, with Ye Feng carrying them, they would quickly recuperate their losses. They did not need to fear having a confrontation with a large guild like Martial Union at all Red Leaf Town. Slum's Absolute Heaven was currently drinking away his sorrows in the enchanted bar. When the others saw Absolute Heaven, they all obediently distanced themselves to a corner, not daring to go near him at all. The reason was due to the waves of killing intent radiating off of Absolute Heaven. There was nobody who was willing to come into contact with that aura dam. I made a huge loss this time. Sooner or later, I will definitely have my revenge. Though Absolute Heaven did not feel heartache over the loss of his levels, it was a different story for the equipment he lost. It was especially true for the Blade of Assassination. As long as he put some time into it, he could easily catch up in terms of EXP. However, it was a different story for equipment. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Those top-tier equipment were only obtainable through killing monsters or doing high-level quests. They were not something that could be obtained within a short amount of time. The opportunity was also needed to obtain them. Just what is that clear blue flame? After equipping his weapon, he could actually destroy my mysterious iron equipment with such ease, and even greatly reducing the durability of my secret silver weapons. Recalling the ice blue devil flame that surrounded Ye Feng's body, Absolute Heaven could not help but shudder in fear. To every player, the destruction of their equipment was much more terrifying than facing death itself. Just considering the future, every time he fought Ye Feng, he would once again risk the possibility of all of his hard-earned, top-tier equipment being destroyed. It was truly a nightmare. Brother Absolute Heaven, long time no see. I see that you still love drinking like always, a short-bearded man wearing a black cape said as he sat opposite to Absolute Heaven. South Wolf, why do you have the time to come looking for me? When Absolute Heaven looked at the person speaking to him, his previous indifferent attitude was completely gone. Of course, it is to congratulate you. The man named South Wolf said with a laugh, didn't you always want to join Underworld? Right now, the higher-ups have already recognized your potential, and you already have the rights to become an outer member of Underworld. In the future, you too will be one of Underworld's members. I think you should know what this means, right? What? I passed the test. Absolute Heaven nearly jumped up from excitement. The frustration and depression Absolute Heaven felt from being killed by Ye Feng before were immediately swept clean. He no longer minded even the loss of the Blade of Assassination, as there was nothing more joyous than being able to join Underworld. In order to join Underworld, Absolute Heaven had spent 3 full years undergoing over a dozen assessments and tests. Now, he finally obtained Underworld's recognition, officially becoming one of Underworld's outer members. Underworld was a very mysterious organization. Its strength in the real world was extremely terrifying. The resources, influence, and information it possessed was not something any outsider could imagine. Just based on some of the identities of the outer members of Underworld that Absolute Heaven knew of was enough to astonish him greatly. However, for reasons unknown, Underworld started investing into virtual reality games some 10 years ago. In order to join Underworld, the real-world assassin, Absolute Heaven, had also started playing virtual reality games. Right now, Underworld was paying unprecedented attention towards God's domain. Hence why Absolute Heaven decided to fully devote himself into God's domain. Now that he finally managed to become an outer member of Underworld, how could he not be excited? Absolute Heaven, weren't you level 9 the last time I saw you? Why are you level 8 now? You couldn't have been killed by a player, right? The man named South Wolf joked as he downed his drink. He was extremely clear about Absolute Heaven's strength. Absolute Heaven was definitely a top-tier assassin. Moreover, the equipment on him was all of excellent quality, and he even had secret silver weapons. He also learned plenty of rare advanced skills. There were only a scant few players in Red Leaf Town who were capable of directly confronting Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the majority of these players would not have a win rate of over 60%. As for players who would have a win rate of 80% and above, in the entire Red Leaf Town, only the famous Snow Goddess could possibly achieve such a feat. it was absolutely impossible for other players. Moreover, if Absolute Heaven were to put all his might into escaping, even the Snow Goddess would not be able to hold him down. Now that Absolute Heaven lost a level, there was a high possibility that it was due to him accidentally dying while carrying out a high-difficulty quest. However, after hearing South Wolf say so, Absolute Heaven's expression abruptly turned gloomy, his mood turning extremely sour. It can't be, right? Were you really killed by someone? Who did it? Don't tell me you went and provoked the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow? You couldn't have been so foolish, right? Daring to provoke even her. Looking at Absolute Heaven's dark expression, South Wolf immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He couldn't help but abruptly spit out all the alcohol in his mouth. Chapter 149, Freezing Shadow. I'm no fool. Why would I dig my own grave by provoking Gentle Snow? Absolute Heaven shook his head. If you didn't provoke Gentle Snow, then who killed you? I doubt that there is another expert like her in the entire Red Leaf Town. South Wolf could not help but become curious. Based on the information he obtained, the experts in Red Leaf Town only numbered so many. If it wasn't a top-tier expert like Gentle Snow, could there possibly be another top-tier expert appearing in Red Leaf Town without him knowing? South Wolf's curiosity deeply pierced Absolute Heaven's pride. He tightly gripped his fist to the point where blood almost came out. He had spent such a long time planning and preparing so many measures. Originally, he had a 100% possibility to kill Ye Feng. However, the rate at which Ye Feng increased his strength had far surpassed Absolute Heaven's estimations. Looking at Absolute Heaven's silence, South Wolf could not help but let loose a smile. He was now even more interested in the expert that managed to kill Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven, you know what my job entails, right? Now that such an expert has appeared in Red Leaf Town, I need to know just who that person is. South Wolf looked at Absolute Heaven, asking in a low tone. Absolute Heaven's expression turned sullen. He did not wish to tell anybody of this embarrassing matter at all, not to mention telling it to the South Wolf before him. Absolute Heaven had maintained a no-loss record for 3 whole years. Yet, today that record was ripped apart by the unknown Ye Feng. Moreover, today was even the big day where he got to join Underworld. With such an incident happening, it would definitely affect his standing in Underworld in the future. I can understand how you are feeling right now. You've managed to join Underworld after much difficulty, yet, you were immediately met with such an incident. It would definitely have a huge impact on your mood. However, this is my job. If you do not cooperate, as an outer member, you might even be expelled from the organization. You should think clearly about your decision, South Wolf said strictly. You, Absolute Heaven was extremely aggravated. However, he could not retaliate against South Wolf's words at all. He could only forcefully suppress the burning rage in his heart, saying in a low tone, the person's a swordsman called Ye Feng. Swordsman Ye Feng? Isn't that the Ye Feng that cleared the hell mode of the Dark Moon graveyard together with Gentle Snow? South Wolf entered into deep thought. I've seen his battle recording before, and I've also analyzed his strength. He is indeed an expert, but it is only up to a normal standard. He has no qualifications to join Underworld at all. Now that he has actually managed to kill you, however, it would seem that he has previously hidden quite a lot of his strength. What hidden strength? It's just dumb luck. I don't know where he got it from, but that flame of his was extremely powerful. It was able to destroy my equipment during battle, and that flame greatly reduced even the durability of my secret silver weapons. If it wasn't for that flame, he would have no chance at killing me at all, Absolute Heaven said in disdain. Flame? It could even destroy equipment, and not even secret silver weapons could block it? South Wolf became even more curious. I recall that swordsmen do not possess such a skill. It should be some sort of special equipment skill. However, if not even a secret silver weapon could block it, the skill is definitely not anything simple. This special equipment quality must be extremely high. It must be a dark gold ranked special equipment or item. However, even dark gold items would not have such a strong effect. There is a substantial possibility that it is an epic ranked item. Epic rank. Absolute Heaven was greatly astonished. It can't be, right? Right now, I haven't even heard the news of someone obtaining a dark gold ranked item. Yet he, as an independent player, could obtain an epic ranked item? What's there to be surprised about? God's domain is filled with mystery. Even if it is only at this stage of the game, there is no surprise at obtaining an epic ranked item. Within Underworld, there has already been more than one person who obtained a dark gold ranked item, but it is indeed my first time hearing about an epic ranked item. However, this is still just a guess of mine. It requires deeper investigation. South Wolf's face was filled with joy. Thinking that he could obtain such information, even if it was only a possibility, he could still receive quite a reward from the higher-ups. If he could confirm this information, he might even be able to increase his standing within Underworld further. I've already passed on all the information about which the Underworld wishes to inform you. I'll now go and investigate about that flame. If it truly is an epic ranked item, as long as Ye Feng hands over that flame, taking into account his techniques, he might be able to become an outer member of Underworld. Within this period, you should avoid seeking him out for trouble. After all, you guys might be colleagues in the future, South Wolf said with a laugh as he departed from the bar. Damn it. Looking at South Wolf's unconcerned attitude as he departed, Absolute Heaven abruptly punched his fist onto the table. The beer bottles on the table all fell to the ground, breaking apart into fragments. Silent Swamp, Stream Falsher Feng was currently leading Blackie and Lonely Snow to attack a Jade Green, three-headed snake demon, rare elite. Level 16. HP 15,000/15,000. A rare elite was not much stronger when compared to a normal elite monster of the same level. It was extremely rare for players to meet one, hence why it was called a rare elite. However, even these rare elites had specified respawn points. Only, they had many locations they could spawn from, so it was not easy to locate them at all. The loot of rare elites was much better than that of normal elites. Hence why many players loved rare elites. There were only a total of 5 rare elites in the Silent Swamp. Amongst them, the weakest one was the three-headed snake demon. Also, when a rare elite died, they would only respawn 2 days later. After carrying both Blackie and Lonely Snow to level 10, Ye Feng himself reached level 11 as well. He felt that they should roughly be able to kill the three-headed snake demon, hence why they had spent a lot of time looking for it. Brother Feng, this rare elite's movement speed is simply too fast. I can't land a hit on it at all. Blackie continuously used Dark Arrow to attack the three-headed snake demon. However, the snake demon was extremely swift in its movements. It was able to dodge all the dark arrows that flew at it easily, no problems. You just need to use Curse to weaken the three-headed snake demon's speed and strength, Ye Feng said in the party chat previously. They obtained many good items from grinding the swamp hippos. Amongst those items was the Weakening Curse skill book for Cursemancers. The skill was able to reduce all the attributes of the target by 15%, damage dealt by 15%, and increase the darkness damage the target received by 10%. It was one of the signature skills of Cursemancers in addition to the Evil Whip binding and restricting the three-headed snake demon, and also Lonely Snow's charge and break. Ye Feng could easily deal with this monster. The three-headed snake demon's main form of attack was a long-range venom attack. This venom was extremely terrifying, and even a level 15 MT would not be able to withstand the sustained damage caused by the venom. Moreover, basic antidotes were completely ineffective against it. On the bright side, the three-headed snake demon had very low physical damage. Moreover, the three-headed snake demon had much less defense when compared to the steel-skinned hippo. Just Ye Feng's normal attacks alone could deal over -150 damage to the snake demon. In addition to the damage amplification effect from Thundering Strike, each of Ye Feng's normal attacks could deal close to -200 damage. If he were to use a skill, then the damage dealt would exceed 300 to 400 points. With only 15,000 HP, the three-headed Snake King stood no chance at all against Ye Feng's frightening damage. After 10 minutes or so, the three-headed snake released a pained cry, its body smashing down into the stream. It also dropped 5 pieces of items. Brother Feng, your luck recently is getting better and better. It's even better than mine now. Looking at the large number of good items dropping from the monster Ye Feng killed, Blackie could not help but curiously comment. According to his memories, Ye Feng's luck before was not very good. Even if Ye Feng killed elite monsters, at most he would get 1 piece of bronze equipment. Now, he would get at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment, and even rare materials or skill books. It was truly unfathomable, ha ha ha. It's a secret. Ye Feng smiled. He naturally would not reveal that it was due to the contribution of the Shadow's blessing. The effect of the 3 points in luck was not something with which Blackie could catch up. Ye Feng then picked up the loot, discovering a very familiar item. Isn't this the freezing shadow? This thing really brings back memories. Brother Feng, what dropped? Blackie asked. Lonely Snow was also very curious. We got quite the good harvest. We got 2 level 15 bronze equipment, 1 level 15 mysterious iron equipment, 1 rare dungeon teleport scroll, and 1 consumable item, the freezing shadow. We definitely hit the jackpot with this. Ye Feng displayed the attributes on all the items for the two to see. Now that the 3-headed snake is dead, it will take another 2 days before another respawns. Let's continue grinding swamp hippos, then. Just as Ye Feng and the others were about to continue grinding swamp hippos, Ye Feng suddenly received a communication request. Who's South Wolf? Ye Feng looked at the caller ID, discovering that it was a stranger. Moreover, there was no such person in his memories. Since it is someone I don't know, let's just reject it then. Saying so, Ye Feng rejected the call. Chapter 150, Star River Valley. After Ye Feng rejected the call, he continued searching for swamp hippos he actually rejected. South Wolf looked at the rejection notification, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. Normally, those with social standings would earnestly wish to converse with him in order to form friendly ties. Now, however, he was actually met with a situation like this. It was definitely a first for him. However, the ones above had already given him the command to make contact with Ye Feng. Hence, he could only endure it and continue attempting to contact Ye Feng. After he reported the information about Ye Feng and the flame, Underworld carried out an analysis on the effects of the flame. They immediately discovered that the flame was definitely extremely precious, and there was over a 70% chance that it could possibly be an epic ranked item. Hence, South Wolf was tasked with negotiating with Ye Feng to obtain the flame for Underworld. South Wolf sucked in a few deep breaths, calming down his mood. He then sent another communication request to Ye Feng. However, every single request for communication was met with rejection. Crap. I can't believe this. Let's see how long you can keep on rejecting my calls. South Wolf sent a communication request once more. This is getting irritating. Ye Feng rejected the request once again. He then adjusted the system settings to stop receiving calls from strangers. After turning off the system interface, Ye Feng suddenly felt that the world became much more peaceful and serene than before. Leader, I discovered a very special place here. The rivers are actually flowing in mid-air. There are also lots of golden-colored fish swimming in the silver-colored river. Moreover, these fish are all level 20 special elites. Lonely Snow suddenly said in the party chat, his voice containing great excitement. A group of level 20 special elite fish? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Lonely Snow, are you sure you saw right? Blackie did not believe Lonely Snow's words at all. Special elites. They were much stronger than ordinary elite monsters. The reason being, special elites were very outstanding in a particular field. If it were not in terms of speed, then it would either be in terms of strength, magic, or something else. There were extremely few special elites in God's domain, and their rarity was comparable to rare elites. Not to mention finding a group of special elites, even meeting with a single one was extremely difficult. It's true. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a picture of it. After taking a look at the picture, it was indeed as Lonely Snow said. The location in the picture was like a wonderland on Earth, dazzlingly beautiful. It was truly hard to imagine that the dark and damp silent swamp would have such a location in it. There were hundreds of big golden fish in the Silver River, and they all shone brilliantly, creating a dazzling sight. Golden-colored fish? Shi Feng entered deep thought as he looked at the golden fish in the river. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. What are the coordinates? I'll come over immediately. When Shi Feng and Blackie arrived at the silver-colored river, they discovered that this river was actually moving in position, though it moved at an extremely slow speed. Shi Feng and Blackie only managed to locate this river due to lonely snow continuously following it as expected. It is the Star River Valley. Shi Feng smiled. Star River Valley was one of the rarely seen marvels in God's domain. These marvels would usually appear at maps that were below level 50. Any players that were able to meet such marvels were all extremely lucky, as this meeting represented an opportunity. Shi Feng had once heard of a player obtaining a fine gold rank item from the Star River Valley. There was even a player who obtained an epic ranked item, causing others to feel envious. However, there were also rumors that the person was just lying. Brother Feng, how do we deal with these big golden fish? Blackie felt a headache coming on just from looking at all the big golden fishes swimming in the silver-colored river. Golden fish, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100,000/100,000. Ignoring the level suppression, attack, and defense of the golden fishes, just their 100,000 HP was enough to bring a person to despair. These golden fish are swimming in a river that's floating in mid-air. I've previously tested it out before, and I couldn't land an attack at all. However, if we solely depended on Blackie's magical attacks, the damage dealt might not even match up with the golden fish's recovery speed. Lonely Snow said, "Leader, do you have any good ideas? Let's take a look at the surroundings first, then. We might be able to discover some clues." Shi Feng said it was also Shi Feng's first time meeting the Star River Valley. If their luck was good, they might receive a huge harvest, possibly even obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold rank items. Then Blackie and Lonely Snow started searching through the entire region of the Star River Valley. After searching for over 10 minutes, Blackie discovered an elderly man floating in mid-air. The elder was holding onto a fishing rod. "Fishing Brother Feng, I found an NPC over here," Blackie excitedly said. "I'll be there immediately," Shi Feng said, also becoming excited. The NPC elder was called Faust, and he was a level 100 NPC that was capable of easily suppressing Shi Feng and the others. "Respected elder, can we help you with anything?" Shi Feng respectfully said. The elder, Faust, seemed not to have heard Shi Feng speaking. His eyelids remained shut as he quietly fished. "He can't be deaf, right?" Blackie said. "He can't be a deaf person, right? I'm guessing that his hearing is impaired. After all, that NPC's setting is that of an old man, so his hearing should have deteriorated. He should be able to hear us if we speak louder." Lonely Snow shook his head. "This old man is the great Faust. You adventurers are truly ill-mannered, daring to actually speak about this old man in such a way. This old man is going to give you two a punishment." Faust abruptly opened his eyes. Floating in mid-air, he looked at both Blackie and Lonely Snow as he spoke in a furious tone. "Holy crap. This NPC doesn't react to praises, but immediately reacts when we talk bad about him? Isn't his IQ too high?" Blackie was shocked. Lonely Snow was also incomparably shocked. However, before the two of them could recover from their shock, Faust casually pointed a finger at them. The two of them suddenly floated high up into the air, before plunging down to the ground, nearly dying from the fall. After teaching the two a lesson, Faust started fishing once again. "You two," Shi Feng laughed as he spoke in the party chat, "the NPCs in God's domain possess extremely high intelligence. This is especially true for almost all high-level NPCs. They are totally different from the average Joe. You guys should treat powerful NPCs with respect in the future." This time, Faust could be considered to have given you a light lesson. If he were to become truly angry, there is the possibility that he might even kill you. In Shi Feng's previous life, many players who paid little respect to NPCs. In the end, they were killed off by said NPCs. Shi Feng had even seen more severe cases where NPCs would kill off a player whenever they met. "Brother Feng, why didn't you say so early?" Blackie complained. "I wanted to say it, but you guys spoke before I had a chance to say anything, Ye Feng shrugged, shoving away the blame D. Just as Ye Feng was about to reveal his strategy, the system's message notification constantly rang out. One after another, the message notifications created a symphony of beeps. Ye Feng became speechless. Just where did so many messages come from? Why is it South Wolf again? Ye Feng did not think that this person called South Wolf would be so persistent. The person had actually sent several hundred messages over. He was truly insane. Do you dare accept a voice call? Do you know who I am? Are you reading this? I know you're reading this. There is a big opportunity awaiting you right now. You best contact me immediately. Looking at these messages, speaking from a certain perspective, this person called South Wolf was indeed a very awesome person. Ye Feng was extremely curious about why this person was trying to look for him. He also could not continue involving himself with this person, so he readjusted the system settings to allow calls from strangers again. Chapter 151, Come If You Can. Very quickly, South Wolf's communication request arrived. Who are you? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm very busy, Ye Feng said in an annoyed tone after picking up the call. You. Do you know who I? Ye Feng's words nearly caused South Wolf to lose it. However, in the end, he still endured it. After all, this was a task handed down to him from above, so he needed to carry out the job properly. If it were any other person who dared speak to him in such a way, they would definitely face a tragic end. If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up, Ye Feng said. South Wolf furiously said, Why would I look for you if I have nothing to say? Then speak of it quickly. I'm very busy, Ye Feng said, annoyed. There was a huge opportunity right before his eyes, so where would he find the time to bicker with a stranger? South Wolf nearly burst out in rage once again at Ye Feng's words. A loose expert like Ye Feng dared to speak to him in such a way. However, after giving it some thought, South Wolf realized that Ye Feng only dared to speak to him in such a way due to not knowing his real identity. I need to calm down. Calm down, South Wolf consoled himself, saying, as long as he knows my identity, he will definitely be shocked witless. I am the spokesperson for Underworld. I assume that you have never heard of the name of Underworld, right? That's because Underworld is a gigantic hidden organization. If a person does not reach a certain degree of standard, they will have no qualifications for knowing about our existence at all. As for the strength of Underworld, I can tell you about it right now. Even if it is an assassination expert like Absolute Heaven, after striving for 3 years, only now did he manage to obtain the qualifications to become an outer member of Underworld. Until now, he was just an existence at the very bottom. What? Absolute Heaven is just an outer member of Underworld? Ye Feng was slightly shocked indeed. He had never heard of the name of Underworld before. He also did not know how powerful it was. However, if a top-tier assassin like Absolute Heaven was just an outer member, it could be seen just how unfathomable a background Underworld possessed. Ye Feng also did not think that South Wolf was speaking a lie. After experiencing so many things in God's domain, Ye Feng was rather proficient at determining whether a person was lying or not. Moreover, the way South Wolf spoke carried the hint of someone speaking down from high above, like an emperor overlooking commoners. This was not an action that could be faked. They can't be wanting to take revenge because I killed Absolute Heaven, right? Ye Feng inwardly guessed. Previously, he had not discovered any guild emblem on Absolute Heaven's person. Hence, he always thought that Absolute Heaven was a hidden expert working as a solo assassin. He did not think that Absolute Heaven would have such backing. Hearing Ye Feng's shock, South Wolf felt slightly satisfied. Actually, this isn't anything special. Underworld also possesses an unimaginable influence in the real world. The resources and information we possess far exceed your imagination. Even as an outer member, the strength you possess could cause even a major corporation in a city to tremble. Even the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, that you're very familiar with, has to treat an intermediate member of Underworld with respect, not to mention the upper management of Underworld. South Wolf laughed, proudly saying, "By telling you all this information, I am not trying to brag about Underworld, but instead, I am telling you just how powerful of a background Underworld possesses. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gentle Snow. Without sufficient strength, one would not even have the qualifications to know about the existence of Underworld. I'm contacting you to tell you that you have already received the attention of Underworld. You now possess the qualifications to join Underworld. Is it because I killed Absolute Heaven?" Ye Feng calmly asked. "You can put it that way. If you did not have the strength to kill Absolute Heaven, then you really would not be able to catch the attention of Underworld." South Wolf was slightly astonished. Ye Feng was actually not the least bit excited after hearing his words. If others were to receive a similar message, they would normally be ecstatic, wishing they could join immediately. After all, by joining Underworld, one could have many chances to become acquainted with a group of large characters. Carrying out tasks in the future would also become much more convenient. The information Underworld possessed far exceeded what one could imagine, and it would have an unimaginable benefit towards one's future development. "So you're saying, as long as I agree, I can become an outer member of Underworld immediately?" Ye Feng had long since weathered through plenty of storms. He was no longer that immature youth in his early 20s. Hence, he reacted extremely calmly. In Ye Feng's previous life, as the guild leader of Shadow, he had never heard of the existence of Underworld. However, Ye Feng did not find it strange either. After all, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of first-rate guilds, they were but an ant on the road, not worthy to be mentioned at all. You can put it that way as well. However, it would not be easy if you wished to join Underworld. Right now, you only possess the qualifications to join. Moreover, in Underworld, we have always believed that, if you wish to obtain something, then you need to pay an equivalent price for it. Only when you can afford the price to join Underworld, would you be able to officially become an outer member. Can you tell me what sort of price I need to pay? The price to join Underworld is a considerable amount. Even Absolute Heaven spent 3 years to join. However, you are extremely lucky. From my previous investigations, I discovered that there is a certain flame in your possession that is able to greatly increase your attack and destructive power. As long as you hand over that flame, and pay a monthly membership fee of 10 gold coins, you will officially become an outer member of Underworld. I see. Realization structure. The organization, Underworld, was similar to a grand chamber of commerce in real life. If one wanted to join the organization, then they needed to pay the membership fee. However, not just anybody possessed the qualifications to join the organization. Within the organization, members would be able to form platforms for mutual assistance, information sharing, and resource sharing. With this, members would be able to obtain many more business opportunities to develop their own enterprises further. Since you understand, when are you prepared to pay the price? I can't stay too long in Red Leaf Town. I still have many other things that I need to do, South Wolf said with a laugh. As long as he could obtain the epic ranked flame in Ye Feng's hands, coupling it with several years of accumulated contributions, he would be able to officially become an intermediate member of Underworld. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and rain as he pleased. Sorry, but I refuse to join. You should look for someone else, Ye Feng said in a stern tone. After his experience with Shadow, he no longer wished to join someone else's organization. Moreover, he did not need to join someone else's organization. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, he had knowledge of tons of information of which others were unaware. He also knew the trends in which the future would develop toward. If Underworld was seeking him out to cooperate as equals, then he could put some consideration into the matter. However, for him to become a member of Underworld, it would only be a different form of slaving off for someone else. Fortunately, he did not possess such a hobby right now. He could already start establishing a large workshop. The goal of establishing a large guild was also within close sight, so he truly did not see any need to join Underworld. The most valuable thing one could obtain within Underworld was information about God's domain. In the eyes of others, although such information was extremely precious, to Shi Feng it was common knowledge the reason he spoke so much was simply to find out more about Underworld. What did you say? South Wolf thought he had heard incorrectly. After speaking for such a long time, Shi Feng had simply rejected him. I'm not interested in joining Underworld. You should look for someone else, Shi Feng reiterated once more after speaking so much. In the end, you are just toying with me? South Wolf angrily said, do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring? It is you who contacted me first. Now that I don't wish to join Underworld, are you going to threaten me to join? Shi Feng sneered. Since you dare to toy around with us, Underworld, you naturally have to pay the price. Hand over the flame, and I'll consider it as if this matter never happened. Otherwise, prepare to suffer Underworld's wrath. South Wolf threatened in a cold tone. Ha ha ha. You finally revealed your fox's tail. Since the beginning, your goal has always been the flame, right? You found out from absolute heaven that my flame is not anything simple, so you wish to have it for yourselves now, is it? Shi Feng calmly said, I only have one sentence to say to you, if you guys have the ability, then come. Chapter 152, Legendary Character. South Wolf fell silent at Shi Feng's calm reply. He clearly informed Shi Feng of Underworld's background and its frightening might, yet, Shi Feng still resolutely chose to oppose Underworld, refusing to hand over the flame. This was the first time South Wolf encountered such a case. If you think that, just by being acquainted with and backing of a gentle snow, Underworld will not dare target you, you couldn't be more wrong. South Wolf sneered, even the currently famous Ouroboros does not dare possess enmity against Underworld, not to mention a measly first vice leader. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the flame. That way, you can still play in God's domain comfortably. Otherwise, there will be no place to accommodate you in all of God's domain. It looks like you really don't understand human words. Or is there a problem with your intelligence? Shi Feng laughed disdainfully. You wish to take something that belongs to me with just a few words? Do you think that your family runs God's domain or something? I'll tell you one more time, if you have the ability, then come. I'm eager to see just what you can do to me. If it were his last life, Shi Feng might have yielded. However, it was a different story altogether now. In this life, he possessed both the capital and confidence to challenge a gigantic existence like Underworld. After reincarnating, Shi Feng's goal in life was to complete the dream he never accomplished in his previous life, establishing his own virtual empire. On this path, he was destined to make enemies of the many major powers of God's domain. If he lowered his head to Underworld now, how could he challenge the tyrants of God's domain in the future? How could he compete over the resources, territory, equipment, and such in God's domain? Although Underworld's influence was massive, and its influence in reality similarly great, when faced with God's domain, the globally acknowledged Second World, nary a power in the world could interfere with the main God system, not to mention a measly Underworld. Even if Underworld wished to investigate Shi Feng's identity in real life, it was an impossible task to achieve. After over 100 years of operation and improvements, the privacy of players in virtual reality games was nigh perfect. It was also impossible to uncover a person's identity through virtual trades. Very good. Since it seems that you have truly steeled your heart to oppose Underworld, you better make your preparations to enter hell. South Wolf was so angry, he smiled. He truly did not think that there would be a person who did not fear death. Shi Feng was but a single independent player, and he only dared speak those conceited words because he did not know the terror of Underworld at all. In South Wolf's view, Shi Feng was just an arrogant and presumptuous fool who did not know fear. Underworld's main influence covered 2 empires and several kingdoms, Star Moon Kingdom included. As long as he reported this matter to the higher-ups, within a few days, an independent player like Shi Feng would no longer remain mingling in God's domain. At that time, Shi Feng would have no choice but to offer up that epic ranked flame. Hell, is it? I've enjoyed its atmosphere plenty of times before, and entering yours won't make any difference. Shi Feng shrugged, smiling insolently as he spoke. Shi Feng now possessed the ice-blue devil flame. With his current battle prowess, he did not fear any player in the least. If they wished to gang up on him, he would use guerrilla warfare to deal with them. His leveling speed was extremely rapid, so he could afford to face off against them. He did not believe that there was any guild or power that could afford to waste that much manpower and resources to continuously battle him in Red Leaf Town. After speaking his piece, Shi Feng disconnected the call. Brother Feng, what happened? Blackie could feel Shi Feng's rage from the conversation he just had. Nothing much, it was just someone trying to rob me. Shi Feng shook his head, casually describing Underworld as a bandit. We're better off thinking of a way to get information off of that elderly NPC. Okay. Blackie nodded, agreeing. Although Shi Feng spoke lightly, Blackie knew that the matter was not as simple as Shi Feng described. Blackie inwardly hated himself for not being any help to Shi Feng. If he could become more powerful, he might be of help to Shi Feng in the future. In actuality, Blackie was not alone in this train of thought. Lonely Snow also detected the abnormality in Shi Feng's tone, and he similarly hated himself for being so weak and helpless. I must work harder to improve my technique and strength. At the very least, I can't remain as deadweight to Brother Feng. Suddenly, the two of them held an eager desire to increase their own strength. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng hung up on him, South Wolf immediately contacted the upper echelons of Underworld. South Wolf, how is the matter regarding the epic ranked item coming along? Young Master Feng, I've already tried my best, but that brat Ye Feng still refused. He also looked down on Underworld, telling us to come at him if we have the ability. Ha ha ha. He's truly an interesting fellow. It is no wonder Snow is paying attention to him. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a very long time now. Since he has rejected my good intentions, let him disappear from God's domain. I'll give you the authority to mobilize all of Underworld in White River City, so quickly fetch me that item. Yes, this subordinate will definitely succeed. After the call ended, South Wolf released a sigh of relief. Listening to that person's tone, they were definitely angry. Otherwise, that person would not have given him the authority to mobilize the full strength of Underworld in White River City just to deal with a single Ye Feng. Ye Feng, let's see how long you continue acting freely. Very soon, I'll show what kind of place hell really is. Just thinking of Shi Feng was enough to cause South Wolf's belly to fill with rage. However, when he thought about how he could operate all the power of Underworld in the White River City region, he could not help his excitement. Although Underworld had a very low member count, each and every one of them were elite experts. Some were even the upper echelons of major guilds. If he gathered all of the members within the White River City region, the total power might even surpass that of a third-rate guild in White River City. Being able to mobilize such a power, just thinking of it gave him an invigorating feeling. Moreover, a majority of Underworld's members were players who walked the path of darkness. What they loved most was murder, and they were the best at dealing with independent players like Shi Feng. Meanwhile, as South Wolf thought of ways to deal with Shi Feng, the person, himself, was in the process of having a conversation with the NPC named Faust, albeit a one-sided one. According to Shi Feng's understanding, Faust was a strange old man. Although Faust was a strange old man, he was also a legendary character. He was once known as the Elemental Dominator. During his youth, Faust had once killed a mighty dragon and had even sealed the Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was the human equivalent of a Tier 5 class. Moreover, Faust was once a teacher to the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Rumor had it that Faust had once fought against a god and survived the encounter. However, when he reached the age of 100, he suddenly started wandering all over God's domain. Right now, Faust was already an old monster that exceeded the age of 300. As to how powerful Faust was right now, Shi Feng was unable to properly discern that. In short, Faust's strength was immeasurably deep, hence, it was extremely difficult to start a conversation with Faust. The first condition to do so was to have sufficient strength to attract Faust's attention. The second condition was to have delicious cooking. Only when both of these conditions were fulfilled would Faust give out a rare quest called Delicious Golden Fish. When this quest was completed, one could obtain a reward. In reality, displaying sufficient strength to Faust was a simple task. To do so, one merely needed to deal over 100 damage to the golden fish. However, it was an extremely difficult challenge for players below level 20 to cause over 100 damage. At the very minimum, one needed to be level 20 and possess a complete set of bronze set equipment and a mysterious iron weapon to achieve such damage. Moreover, before one displayed their strength, they needed to initiate a conversation with Faust. On the surface, Faust appeared to not take notice of players. In reality, he secretly paid attention yet. Just when Ye Feng was about to inform Blackie and Lonely Snow about these conditions, the two of them started cursing at Faust. However, this could also attract Faust's attention. Having the backing of Chapter 153, Legendary Item. After attracting Faust's attention, Ye Feng's remaining task was to deal damage to the golden fish. These level 20 golden fish currently swam within the bright silver river suspended in mid-air. The river was around 25 to 30 yards above the ground, making it impossible for any normal melee class to attack the golden fish. Moreover, the golden fish had scales as hard as diamonds, and it was nigh impossible for players below level 20 to cause them over 100 damage in a single attack. The golden fish possessed a very high magic resistance as well, reducing the magic damage they received by 40%. Also, the golden fish swam at exceptionally fast speeds in the Silver River, making them extremely hard to hit. As a result, there were many players who gained nothing despite having found the Star River Valley. One thing that greatly differed God's Domain from other virtual reality games was that, in God's Domain, there were many of fortuitous encounters available out in the field. These encounters could allow a player to soar to fame and power overnight, and Ye Feng had seen many such examples before. However, even though there were plenty of fortuitous encounters available in God's Domain, encountering one did not necessarily guarantee any harvests. Whether one could obtain anything from such an encounter depended on one's abilities. Blackie, Lonely, you two take this. Ye Feng took 2 basic frost grenades from his bag, passing them to the 2 previously. To obtain the ice blue devil flame, he used a lot of the frost grenades he stocked up. Right now, there were less than 20 remaining, and they were not enough to deal with all the golden fish in the Silver River. Aren't these frost grenades effects too powerful? These are godly tools for PK and grinding. If we could use them without limit, then our leveling speed would be absolutely heaven-defying. Blackie said, shocked, after taking a look at the frost grenades introduction. Just imagine if they used these frost grenades to grind on groups of level 30 monsters. They might even level up once every minute. At that time, what would martial union amount to them? Just the level suppression alone would be enough to oppress them to death. It would be fantastic if we could get more of these. In the future, if pikers surround us, we wouldn't even have to use a single skill to deal with them. Just by throwing a dozen or so of these frost grenades, they would definitely fall dead. However, with effects as good as these, I'm guessing that these items should be extremely rare and precious. Lonely Snow lamented. Indeed. Not to mention using them for grinding and PK, just having a few of these tools of massacre as lifesavers would be good enough. The longer Blackie looked at the frost grenade in his hand, the more he could not bear to part with it. With this item in hand, he could use it to save his life at the most crucial of moments. Ye Feng only revealed a smile at the two's reactions. He took out another frost grenade for himself, turning to look at the golden fish in the suspended river, saying, stop chatting. In a moment, I'll count down to 3, and we'll all throw our frost grenades at the golden fish together. Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at the frost grenades in their hands, reluctance filling their eyes. Brother Feng, using the frost grenades to deal with these golden fish is just too wasteful. The golden fish have 100,000 HP each. The 200 damage from these frost grenades will not make any difference. Moreover, these items can be used at a crucial moment to save our lives. Using them right now is simply a waste. That's right, leader. Blackie and Lonely Snow both tried to persuade Ye Feng. His actions right now were simply that of a wastrel. Ye Feng was dumbfounded and speechless at the two's persuasion. Previously, he had used these frost grenades to grind to level 9. Just use them with ease. I still have plenty of them in my possession. Later, I'll give every member of the party 30 of these frost grenades, Ye Feng said with a laugh. Blackie and Lonely Snow were immediately shocked. even thinking that they had heard wrong. A frost grenade was such a precious item, yet, Ye Feng planned to give each of them 30 in the future? This was simply madness. In the future, if they met those bastards from Martial Union, with the frost grenades in hand, couldn't they utterly massacre them? With Ye Feng's assurance, the two of them followed Ye Feng's instructions, throwing their frost grenades at the golden fish suspended in mid-air. Boom. The frost grenades exploded in the midst of the Silver River. Even though the golden fish were adept at dodging, the explosion radius of the frost grenades was extremely wide. Some of the golden fish that did not manage to escape immediately froze solid, damages of over -100 points appearing above their heads. Faust, sitting suspended in mid-air, stroked his white beard. He nodded his head, saying, "Not bad. It seems that you guys have some ability to actually cause some damage to these golden fish. Esteemed Lord Faust, we are only here to catch some golden fish to cook. We hope that our brutish actions did not disturb you." Ye Feng acted courteously as he said, "Oh, I didn't think that you guys would be interested in cooking these golden fish." When Faust heard the word cook, a flash immediately appeared in his eyes. "Since you guys wish to catch the golden fish, I wonder if you can help me catch some live ones as well? My strength is too strong, and I will simply kill these golden fish if I am not careful. This dilemma has left me with no choice but to slowly fish here." "This," Ye Feng said with a hesitant expression, "relax, I won't mistreat you all. As long as you can obtain a satisfactory amount of golden fish for me, I can trade some items for them. How about it?" Faust casually waved his hand, and immediately, tens of items with pleasing appearances appeared and floated in mid-air. Every single one of these tens of items was extremely valuable. Moreover, beside the item's introduction, the amount of golden fish required to trade for the item was displayed as well. "Brother Feng, look. That's a level 15 secret silver-ranked staff. There. That's a mysterious iron-ranked mage robe. Wah. That's a fine gold-ranked cloth armor armguard." Blackie instantly drooled at the sight of these items. Lonely Snow also discovered a level 15 fine gold-ranked two-handed axe, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the weapon. Moreover, the attributes of the weapon were simply mind-blowing. If he equipped that weapon, his attack power would instantly soar by several times. He could get rid of an MT of the same level with just 2 to 3 attacks. However, amongst the many items, an item with a faint orange glow attracted Ye Feng's attention. That was the glowing effect only found on legendary ranked items. A legendary ranked item? Ye Feng was shocked. Previously, he had only heard of players obtaining an epic item at most from the Star River Valley. Ye Feng had even doubted the reliability of the information. Now, however, it seemed that the information was indeed true. The rarity of a legendary item was several tens of times greater than that of an epic item. If a legendary item were already present among the rewards, it would not be strange for there to be an epic item as well. In Ye Feng's previous life, even after he reached level 200 and became a top-tier sword king, he did not possess a single legendary ranked item. To Ye Feng, a legendary ranked item was but a fleeting dream. Only the extremely few Tier 4 Apex experts would possess 1 or 2 legendary items. It was obvious just how rare a legendary item was. Meanwhile, these players who possessed 1 or 2 legendary items, even if they were only at the peak of Tier 4, their battle prowess would not be any weaker than a Tier 5 player that did not possess any legendary items. It was apparent just how much of an improvement a legendary item provided to a player's strength. Ye Feng did not think that, in this life, he would bear witness to a legendary ranked item. This situation was no different than a dream. It was not just Ye Feng who discovered the legendary ranked item. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow noticed it, as the orange glow that the item gave off was simply too eye-catching. Brother Feng, I'm not dreaming, right? That's a legendary ranked item, right? Blackie pinched his own cheeks, saying. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow was speechless from excitement. He kept clapping Blackie's shoulders as he pointed towards the legendary item. You guys are not hallucinating. That is indeed a legendary ranked item. It is also something that I chanced upon. However, this item is useless to me. Although it is possible to obtain this item if you want it, it won't be so easy, Faust stroked his beard as he said with self-satisfaction. He felt extremely satisfied by the shocked expressions of Ye Feng and the others at this time. Ye Feng had calmed down. Although a legendary item was right before his eyes, obtaining it was an entirely different matter. As for snatching the item away from Faust, that would be no different than suicide. They could only follow the rules to obtain it. Ye Feng then clicked to look at the legendary item's introduction. Heavenly Dragon Sacred Breath, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Chapter 154, A Quest That Is Impossible to Complete. Fragmented Legendary Rank? Ye Feng was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In Ye Feng's previous life, the statistics showed that, after operating for over 10 years, there were no more than 3,000 legendary rank items discovered in God's domain right now. However, God's domain had only recently started operation. So, how would it be possible for a legendary item to appear here so easily? Just a fragment alone was already a miracle in and of itself. Blackie and Lonely Snow were dumbfounded after seeing that the item was only fragmented legendary rank. They got all excited over something that was completely different from what they imagined. As a result, their fiery, passionate hearts instantly cooled. Isn't this just a scam? Didn't you say that it was a legendary item? Why is it only a fragment? Blackie complained to Faust. It was no wonder the strange old man was so generous as to take out a legendary ranked item. In reality, it was only a fragment. It was not even close to a legendary item at all. You little brats, aren't you being too greedy here? Do you think that legendary ranked items are like cabbages? Do you think you can just find one in any random place? Faust, flabbergasted, scolded. Moreover, do you think that you brats can successfully obtain it? You're better off looking for something else. I'm not trying to belittle you all, but with your current abilities, it is an absolutely impossible goal. Don't waste your energy on such thoughts. I will cast a spell to strengthen you all, give you the ability to float in midair, and deal increased damage to the golden fish. As long as you severely injure the golden fish, for a short time, the golden fish will enter a crippled state and won't be able to move. At that time, use these magical nets to catch them. Following which, Faust took out 3 golden-colored, magical nets, handing them over to Ye Feng's group. He then chanted some incantations, providing Ye Feng's group with over a dozen buffs, greatly increasing the three's attributes. Their attributes multiplied by almost 3 to 4 folds, and at the same time, they could ignore up to 15 levels. Who says we won't obtain? With such powerful attributes, the heavenly dragon's breath will definitely be ours. Looking at his increased attributes, Blackie's confidence instantly grew by over 100-fold. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement as well. He could not help but wish he could begin his assault on the golden fish immediately. Regarding Ye Feng's strength, the two of them held an almost blind faith in it. Ye Feng had simply shown them too many miracles. His battle techniques were even matchless. Ha ha ha. Young folk being so confident is a good thing indeed. However, you should first look at the exchange quantities. Faust stroked his white beard as he laughed. He did not mind Blackie's words at all. The three of them immediately checked the exchange quantities. Level 15 bronze ranked item and level 20 bronze ranked item required 1 to 2 golden fish. Level 15 mysterious iron ranked item and level 20 mysterious iron ranked item required 3 to 5 golden fish. Level 15 secret silver ranked item and level 20 secret silver ranked item required 10 to 15 golden fish. Level 15 fine gold ranked item and level 20 fine gold ranked item required 30 to 50 golden fish. Level 15 dark gold ranked item and level 20 dark gold ranked item required 100 to 200 golden fish. Fragmented legendary ranked item required 1000 golden fish. There were a lot of golden fish in the entire Silver River. At a single glance, one could tell that there were several thousand golden fish in the river. Blackie and Lonely Snow could not help but smile. Here I thought you required some astronomical amount. Isn't it just 1,000 golden fish? We'll quickly gather them up for you. Blackie laughed. Ye Feng also felt that it would not be difficult for them to obtain 1,000 golden fish. Only, it would require a lot of time to do so. However, to obtain a fragmented legendary rank item, even spending several days would be worth it. Just as Ye Feng and the other two were about to take action, Before you all start, I need to give you a small reminder. The Star River Valley will not remain in the Silent Swamp for too long. At most, it will disappear from the Silent Swamp in 4 to 5 hours. I, too, will disappear with it. If you do not hand the golden fish to me before that happens, you won't receive any rewards. Faust revealed a slight smile as he spoke. System, rare quest, delicious golden fish, accepted. Within the allocated amount of time, catch as many golden fish as you can and hand them over to Faust. The more you catch, the better the rewards will be. Although there was a time limit, Blackie and Lonely Snow still brimmed with confidence. Even if they could not obtain other equipment, it would be enough if they obtained the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. 4 to 5 hours, is it? Ye Feng looked at Faust's smiling figure, inwardly feeling that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, why would Faust be so generous as to show off a fragmented legendary rank item for exchange? However, time was of the essence. The three of them immediately started catching the golden fish. At this moment, Ye Feng's communication notification rang up again. The call's requester was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, I truly have to thank you for your support last time. Otherwise, those internet trolls would have painted me as a scammer, Ye Feng jokingly said. In his heart, Gentle Snow was definitely someone worth his friendship, and all her care and aid towards him had clearly proven this matter. At least you still have a good heart, Gentle Snow laughed sweetly. More importantly, I'm contacting you this time just to ask you about a single matter. What happened? Ye Feng inwardly felt that Gentle Snow behaved somewhat strangely today. Did you come into contact with people from Underworld? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. That's right, they contacted me. Ye Feng nodded his head, saying. Hearing Ye Feng's acknowledgement, Gentle Snow could not help but ask in curiosity, just what happened between you? Nothing much. They just wanted something from me, and I refused to give it to them, Ye Feng calmly said. How could this be? Although I don't know what actually happened, don't try to trick me. If it is only a small matter like this, that person from Underworld would not specifically send me a message, telling me not to get involved. What exactly happened between you two? If you tell me the truth right now, I might be able to offer some help. Underworld strength is definitely not something an unrated guild like Martial Union could compare to. Just its strength in White River City alone is probably more than 10 times that of Martial Union. There are also plenty of top-tier experts amongst their ranks that walk the path of darkness. If they go all out to deal with you, it might not even be safe for you to stay within the confines of the town. Gentle Snow's tone turned grave as she spoke. A hint of fear towards Underworld's power also colored her tone. She simply could not understand how an independent player like Ye Feng could anger Underworld to such a degree. It was truly unbelievable. It's true. Why would I lie to you? They only wished to obtain something that I possess. I simply refused them and told them to bring it on, if they can. There really isn't anything else, Ye Feng said with a bitter smile. You call that nothing else? I truly admire you right now. You are the first one to actually dare provoke Underworld in such a way. Gentle Snow nearly choked when she heard Ye Feng's words. Fortunately, your matter isn't too severe. I'll try to explain to the management of Underworld and see if this matter can be settled. Hopefully this event will become bygones. Ye Feng did not particularly mind the matter of Underworld trying to deal with him. In any case, adding one more to his list of enemies wouldn't make much of a difference. However, seeing Gentle Snow earnestly trying to help him, he couldn't just not give her face and reject her kind intentions. Thank you. No need for that. We're friends after all, and it is only natural for friends to help each other. Just don't forget to sell me any high-level equipment that you don't need in the future. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile before hanging up. Soon after, Ye Feng joined Blackie and Lonely Snow's fishing party. However, before Ye Feng had even reached the golden fish and attacked them, he quickly discovered a problem. After his attributes increased, Blackie was comparable to a powerful level 20 Cursemancer equipped with a complete secret silver set equipment and a fine gold weapon. However, even then, Blackie's attacks dealt less than 400 damage to the golden fish. Moreover, the movement speed of the golden fish was extremely quick in the Silver River. Even if Blackie's techniques improved by quite a lot, out of 10 dark arrows he sent out, only 5 managed to find their targets. As a result, Blackie's damage output was greatly reduced. The golden fish's 100,000 HP was like a huge mountain. Meanwhile, on Lonely Snow's side, he felt even more helpless. The golden fish only dodged and did not attack. Not mentioning whether a melee class could land a hit, to begin with, just trying to chase after the golden fish was a big problem. In addition, the golden fish's physical defense was simply too high. Lonely Snow's normal attacks only dealt around 200 damage, and his overall damage output could not even compare to Blackie's. To strike a golden fish down to critical health, the two of them, with their strengths combined, needed to spend over 4 minutes concentrating their attacks. The total quest duration was only around 4 to 5 hours. At this rate, they could only catch around 70 golden fish within 5 hours. They would not even hit 1/10 of the required 1,000 golden fish. Chapter 155, Devour once more. After spending a long amount of time, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally managed to catch a golden fish. At this moment, they both realized that they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the challenge. Not to mention a fragmented legendary ranked item, even a dark gold ranked item was a fanciful delusion. This old man has already said that your strengths are just too weak. Stop thinking about the heavenly dragon's breath and be more realistic. Otherwise, you all might not get anything in the end. Faust, who floated in the air, smiled. In reality, Faust only teased Ye Feng's group for fun by taking out the fragmented legendary rank item in God's domain. Even a fragmented legendary rank item was an incomparably precious item. Its value was over 10 times that of an epic ranked item. If one were lucky, one might even restore the legendary fragment into a true legendary ranked item. So, who would be willing to give it away? This was why Faust had set such an unreasonable and unattainable amount for exchange. That damned old man. He is clearly just toying with us. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Leader, what do we do now? Should we just give up on the fragmented legendary and dark gold ranked items and just go for a fine gold ranked item? Lonely Snow had already given up on an unattainable item. Ye Feng shook his head, saying, "You guys focus on catching the golden fish. I'll try by myself." It was impossible for Ye Feng to give up on the fragmented legendary rank item. Who knew when he would have another chance to meet with a fragmented legendary ranked item? Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining one at that time would definitely be much higher than now. If he couldn't even obtain a fragmented legendary ranked item, how could he secure a legendary ranked item in the future? Soon after, with his attributes now greatly increased, Ye Feng rushed towards a golden fish that currently swam in the Silver River Chop. A black light slashed at the golden fish's soft-sided abdomen. He struck the golden fish before it could even react, a damage of over -1,400 points appearing above its head. Immediately after, Ye Feng sent a normal slash at the golden fish, causing over -800 damage, following which, Ye Feng brandished the silver lake in his hand. 3 electric arcs wove across 8 golden fish. Instantly, damages of -1,056, -1,384, and -1,758 appeared above their heads in the blink of an eye. The golden fish lost over 6,000 HP. The frightening damage surprised Faust. Not bad, Faust praised as he stroked his white beard. However, he still did not hold a thread of belief that Ye Feng could procure the heavenly dragon's breath. On the other hand, there was a large possibility for him to secure a dark gold ranked item. Brother Feng. Leader. Looking at the damage Ye Feng had caused, Blackie and Lonely Snow forgot to continue attacking the golden fish as their eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. With such frightening damage, there might really be a hope of completing the quest. Don't just stare at me, continue your attacks. Ye Feng said in the party chat, his hands not halting their actions as he spoke. Ye Feng's intense attacks quickly caused the golden fish's HP to fall at flying speeds. In the end, Ye Feng had only spent about 100 seconds to capture a golden fish, using around 2/5 of Blackie and Lonely Snow's. To me, as expected, it's still not enough. Ye Feng wrinkled his brows. At this rate, even if Ye Feng continuously attacked and captured the golden fish without stop, he would, at most, capture 172. 190 golden fish. There would still be an immense gap from the targeted 1,000 golden fish. Ha ha ha. Young man, you have truly given me a shock. However, I've already said this before, you all should not try to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item. With all three of you combined, it would be good enough to trade for 1 or 2 dark gold ranked items. Faust laughed with confidence naturally. Ye Feng did not give up at Faust's word. Suddenly, a clear blue flame appeared floating above Ye Feng's palm. This flame was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame wrapped around Ye Feng's entire body, increasing Ye Feng's damage by 20%. I've truly underestimated you. You can even control a mysterious flame. When Faust saw the ice blue devil flame, he was once more given a shock. Looking at the mysterious flame's power, it should be a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Mastering a Tier 2 mysterious flame at such a young age, you are truly not a simple fellow. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. With the support of the ice blue devil flame, Ye Feng's damage soared once more. He then attacked zealously, filling the sky with sword images. Now, his normal slashes alone could deal over 1,000 damage, while his chop dealt over -1,700 damage. The most frightening was the thunder flame explosion, dealing over -3,000 damage in the end. Ye Feng only spent around 1 minute to successfully catch a golden fish. Moreover, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunder Flame Explosion also dealt some damage to the other golden fish. Only, the cooldowns for these skills were too long. In addition to the golden fish constantly swimming about, never staying in a single place, the effects of these AoE skills were extremely limited. Continuing at this pace, Ye Feng could catch somewhere over 300 golden fish in 5 hours. However, it was still a great distance from 1000. Am I really not able to attain the fragmented legendary ranked item? Ye Feng felt very reluctant. No matter what was said, a fragmented legendary ranked item was simply too rare. Finding one now was only due to heaven-defying luck. Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged, young man. You have already performed quite well. If you all can capture 400 golden fish, I can trade you an epic ranked item. Consider it as a reward for your efforts. Faust smiled, consoling. It had been very long since he had seen a youth with such a fighting spirit. However, with Ye Feng and the others' current standards, there was not a great likelihood they could earn even an epic ranked item. That damned old man. He only knows how to toy with us. Even if we have a full 5 hours right now, our chances of catching 400 golden fish are less than 40%, Blackie cursed in the party chat. Having learned his lesson, he no longer cursed out directly. My attack power is still too low, my attack speed is also too slow. I need an increase to my damage and speed. Ye Feng entered deep thought as he tried to think of a way to increase his abilities. If he used the intermediate frost grenades, with all 3 of them bombarding a wide area of the Silver River, they might capture over 400 golden fish. The problem was, however, that he simply did not have that many intermediate frost grenades. Moreover, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. A single intermediate frost grenade could deal around -500 damage to the golden fish. Then, killing a golden fish would require 200 intermediate frost grenades, which would cost up to 20 gold coins. Taking into account the effective area of the frost grenades, every 200 frost grenades would kill around 20 golden fish, making the value of each golden fish the equivalent of 1 gold coin. Meanwhile, 1,000 golden fish would equal to 1,000 gold coins. Although purchasing a fragmented legendary ranked item for 1,000 gold coins was no different than daylight robbery, to begin with, Ye Feng did not possess nearly that much money. Hence, this method was not feasible. What should I do? How can I increase my attack power? Ye Feng flipped through his bag. He managed to think of over a dozen methods, but not one of them were feasible at this moment. Ye Feng discovered the level 10 fine gold ranked greatsword that he collected from the Sun Temple. This greatsword was something he had prepared for the Abyssal Blade's level up. He had completely forgotten about it due to being too busy. Now that he collected 10 silver dawns, he could level up the Abyssal Blade. That's right. If I can raise the Abyssal Blade to level 10, its attributes will massively increase. Maybe it would be possible at that time. Inspiration struck Ye Feng there would be a checkpoint for weapons at every 10 levels, and there would be a big improvement when these checkpoints were reached. Right now, the level 5 Abyssal Blade could rival a level 10 Secret Silver weapon. If it devoured a fine gold weapon and 10 secret silver weapons, it would undergo an impressive growth. Let's start devouring, then. Ye Feng immediately chose to level up the Abyssal Blade, starting the devouring process. Chapter 156, Black Dragon coming into being. At a glance, the Kabula wilderness was comprised mainly of silt and gravel. There were also plenty of abandoned pastures and farmland. From time to time, sounds of crows cawing reverberated throughout the land. Level 10 monsters, such as white-tusked boars, large bisons, and vultures, roamed this land, and they were all extremely ferocious at this stage of the game. A level 10 monster area was an extremely dangerous place for players. However, in a certain pasture in the Kabula wilderness, a 20-man team currently grinded on white-tusked boars. Weary almost finished clearing out the monsters over here. Little Shadow, go lure some more monsters over, a handsome youth commanded. This youth wore a set of golden armor and wielded a greatsword. Yes, the level 9 assassin called Little Shadow very respectfully answered. He then turned to lure more monsters. If an average player witnessed this scene, they would probably be incomparably shocked. A level 9 assassin wearing mysterious iron-set equipment was definitely an expert of God's domain. No matter which large guild such an expert joined, he would be one of the upper echelons of the guild. However, such an expert was unexpectedly willing to take on the role of an errand boy, and there was not even a hint of resentment or rage in his eyes when treated as such. On the contrary, there was even a hint of pride in them. What? Snow? The golden-armored youth was slightly surprised when he received a communication request from this person. He picked up the call and spoke in a soft tone. Snow, it's been a while since you've contacted me. How have you been recently? I really don't know why you insist on staying in a guild like Ouroboros. Won't you develop further if you join me in Underworld? Feng Xianyang, I've already said it before, I will not join Underworld. I will depend on myself to create my own legacy. I'm only looking for you today to ask for your help on a matter, Gentle Snow calmly said. Say it, then. As long as it's a request from you, Snow, I will strive to fulfill it, the golden-armored youth immediately said with a smile. This was the first time Gentle Snow had came to him asking for help. Previously, Gentle Snow had constantly tried to put distance between them, so this was a golden opportunity for him to show off. It's nothing big. It's about the message that you sent me before, telling me to stay out of that matter. I understand the crux of the problem, and isn't it just a small conflict? Moreover, Ye Feng is a friend of mine. So, I hope that you can give me some face and let this matter go, Gentle Snow said. Ye Feng, is it? Feng Xianyang wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would ask him about this matter. That's right, it's Ye Feng. What are your thoughts? Gentle Snow asked. Since you've already spoken, naturally, there will be no problems. You can rest assured, I'll talk to my subordinates about it. Feng Xianyang smiled. Soon after, Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Snow, why would you care so much about that, Ye Feng? You don't usually pay much attention to anyone else. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that brat? Zhao Yueru, who stood beside Gentle Snow, giggled, the expression she revealed suggesting the two must be involved with each other. Yuri overthinking things. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She then said in a soft tone, moreover, don't forget who it was that gave us the potion-making recipe. Not only did it allow you to become an intermediate potion-making apprentice, but you are also earning a lot of money with it. Aren't you happily counting your silver coins all day right now? Fine, I admit that he was indeed a great help, so we ought to help him in return this time. Hearing Gentle Snow saying so, Zhao Yueru was like a kitten that had its sore spot poked, acting pitifully. Moreover, Ye Feng's help isn't limited to just that one time. It was only thanks to him that we managed to clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, allowing my position in Ouroboros to rise rapidly. Many elders in the guild have also changed their initial attitudes towards me, choosing to stand on my side instead. This result has saved me from many troubles, and I haven't even gotten the chance to thank Ye Feng for this yet. Helping him with a small matter like this is nothing. Gentle Snow then continued, if Underworld still doesn't give up and still wishes to deal with Ye Feng, I can only use that move. However, since Feng Xianyang has already agreed, there should be no problems. On the other side, after Feng Xianyang ended the call, his face paled with anger. Feng Xianyang could not understand just what sort of relationship Gentle Snow had with that Ye Feng for her to actually speak up for him. Feng Xianyang had been trying to woo Gentle Snow for so long, yet, she had paid him no attention from the start. Right now, Underworld was just teaching Ye Feng a lesson, yet Gentle Snow immediately came calling. The degree of care that she gave Ye Feng was abnormally high. It had even reached a degree that caused Feng Xianyang jealousy. Feng Xianyang had both money and power. He was also incomparably handsome. He was hundreds of times better than the Ye Feng in every way. Yet, Gentle Snow chose to pay attention to Ye Feng instead. There must be a problem here. However, Feng Xianyang was extremely clear about Gentle Snow's daily lifestyle. There was no chance that a minor character like Ye Feng could meet her in real life. The only possibility was in God's domain. There must be something that he had here that led to Gentle Snow treating him so well. If Ye Feng remained in God's domain, the two of them might have a deeper development. The more Feng Xianyang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Xianyang's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. He had no intentions of watching his years of effort go to waste. I absolutely cannot let the Ye Feng remain in God's domain. He would not tolerate Ye Feng's continued contact with Gentle Snow. He needed to get rid of Ye Feng immediately. Only with Ye Feng gone would there be no possibility of any development occurring between him and Gentle Snow. Young Master Feng, do you have any commands? South Wolf respectfully asked. I want you to break apart the relationship between Ye Feng and Gentle Snow. Think of a way to turn them against each other, then make Ye Feng disappear from God's domain. However, you cannot let others know that Underworld is involved in this matter. Do you understand? Feng Xianyang coldly said. Understood. This subordinate will carry out your orders. However, I hope that young Master Feng can allot me some more helpers. That way, I can do things more easily. South Wolf smiled as he spoke. Fine. I'll send a party from the Underworld guards to assist you. However, you have to carry things out more beautifully, Feng Xianyang said. Hearing the name, Underworld guards, South Wolf was shocked into a jump. He simply did not know how Ye Feng had provoked young Master Feng to unleash the Underworld guards, the core strength of Underworld. Moreover, it was not tasking just an individual, but a full party. Young Master Feng, rest assured, this subordinate will carry out your orders without fail, South Wolf assured. Star River Valley. The abyssal blade in Ye Feng's hand suddenly emitted pitch-black flames. These black flames instantly wrapped around the fine gold-ranked greatsword and the 10 silver dawns. The flames radiated a scorchingly hot temperature as they melted these weapons. The temperature of the black flames was on an entirely different level compared to the ice-blue devil flame. In the blink of an eye, even the fine gold-ranked greatsword melted into a lump of metal, the abyssal blade continuously absorbing the essence of the weapon. After the devouring process completed, the abyssal blade flared with a gigantic black flame. The black flame was like a living being, transforming into a black dragon. The size of the dragon was like a great mountain with the height of around 200 to 300 meters, and pitch-black scales that were even harder than steel covered its entire body. Soon after, the black dragon released a heaven-shaking roar, instantly scattering the dark clouds in the sky. The roar of the dragon shocked the entire Star River Valley, and even the golden fish in the Silver River were shocked still, not moving at all. Magic weapon. Faust, who floated in mid-air, instantly knew what was happening when he saw the black dragon's appearance from the abyssal blade. His constantly calm expression before even showed signs of shock. Right now, how is this possible? A young fellow like you actually controls a magic weapon and haven't felt its curse yet. Chapter 157, Battle Prowess dramatically rises. The appearance of the black dragon instantly sent Blackie and Lonely Snow into shock. Just standing on the ground and feeling the roar that rang through the skies was enough to cause one to tremble with fear. As for the flame surrounding the black dragon, the temperature it radiated increased the temperature throughout Star River Valley by more than 10 degrees. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened them stiff. The black dragon glanced at its surroundings, its sight stopping on Faust momentarily before shifting to Ye Feng. It isn't trying to kill me, right? This was the first time Ye Feng had personally witnessed a dragon in God's domain. Dragons were the symbol of power and destruction. It was obvious just how terrifying dragons were. Not to mention, the dragon before him right now was a king amongst dragons, the Black Dragon King. Young man, relax. It died long ago, and this is merely a phantom of its past. It cannot hurt anybody at all. It has only materialized itself now because you allowed the magic weapon to devour and obtain new power. Faust could see the worry in Ye Feng's eyes, hence, he explained with a smile as expected, the Black Dragon King before Ye Feng simply stared him. Taking no other actions. However, even if it were just a phantom, it was still enough to frighten a person greatly. If the actual body of the Black Dragon King were here right now, it might have instantly turned the entire Star River Valley into a sea of flames, a living hell. Ye Feng and the others would not have remained standing there, safe and sound. After a moment, the shadow of the Black Dragon King dissipated, turning into black flames as it returned into the abyssal blade. Immediately, the abyssal blade began its transformation. Unknown silver-colored runes suddenly appeared on the pitch-black blade in Ye Feng's hand. The abyssal blade itself gave off a faint illusion of being surrounded by black flames. There was also a dragon coiling around the hilt of the sword now. A single glance was enough to tell that the abyssal blade was no ordinary item. Is this the new power of the abyssal blade? As Ye Feng held the abyssal blade, he felt the misconception of two minds connecting with each other. It felt as if the abyssal blade were becoming another part of his body, and moving it was no different than stretching his own arm. Aside from this misconception, the attributes of the abyssal blade also underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 96. All attributes plus 22. Attack speed plus 6. Ignore levels plus 7. Attacks have a 30% chance of causing 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40%, lasting 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 10. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 1 level 15 secret silver equipment to level up to level 15. Can be evolved, unknown, additional skill 1, phantom kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for the wielder's use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 28 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 40% of the total damage dealt spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The abyssal blade was personally created by Master Smith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. It looks like, if the abyssal blade devours better quality weapons, the resulting improvements are also greater. Ye Feng was extremely satisfied by the abyssal blade's improvements right now. the Abyssal Blade's attack power has reached the standard of a level 10 Dark Gold ranked two-handed weapon, not to mention its frightening attributes. Just the chances of causing a double damage critical hit increasing to 30% was a frightening improvement, not to mention the chances of inflicting the Doom Curse increasing to 20%. As long as the target was cursed, all their attributes would be reduced by 40%. It was a fatal power. Let's test out the new power. Ye Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade as he looked towards the thousands of golden fish swimming in the Silver River. The Heavenly Dragon's breath will definitely be mine. Young man, you are still better off giving up. Although you have greatly increased your weapon's prowess, it is still impossible for you to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, Faust said with a smile. It was not that he looked down on Ye Feng, rather, he was extremely clear about the difficulty of the challenge he had set. If Ye Feng reached level 20 right now and possessed a complete set of level 20 fine gold set equipment, in addition to a level 20 magic weapon, he would then have a chance of completing this quest. However, it was clear that Ye Feng had yet to reach such a standard. Moreover, he was still far from achieving it. On the other hand, there was a great possibility that he could earn an epic ranked item. Now what if I use this? Ye Feng suddenly took out the Freezing Shadow he previously obtained. Freezing Shadow, Dart-type consumable item. Usage count, 10,000/10,000. Causes 120% frost damage towards a target. Only effective towards enemies that are level 30 and below. No cooldown at a glance. Even Blackie and Lonely Shadow, who were familiar with Ye Feng, might not understand this item. The Freezing Shadow darts could only attack a single target at a time. Compared to using a skill to cause damage, it was much weaker, so how could it possibly reach the target of 1,000 golden fish? Faust could not help but shake his head, silent as he turned back to his fishing. Blackie, Lonely Snow, come over here and help me capture the golden fish. Ye Feng flew up to the Silver River as he spoke to his companions. Although the two did not know what Ye Feng was trying to do, they still chose to trust him unconditionally. Let's start, then. After the two of them made their preparations to capture the golden fish with the magical net, Ye Feng also finished his own preparations. Immediately after Ye Feng activated the ice blue devil flame, he rushed towards the group of fish with the Abyssal Blade in one hand and the Freezing Shadow in the other. Ye Feng then slashed the Abyssal Blade towards the spot with the highest concentration of golden fish. Thundering flash. Instantly, 3 electric arcs weaved across over 20 golden fish, inflicting frightening damages of -1846, -2389, and -3201. There were also some golden fish that received critical hits, doubling the damage they received to -3692, -4778, and -6402. There were even some that felt the Doom Curse upon them, immediately reducing their attributes by 40% and their maximum HP to 60,000 points. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. After the 3 massive AoE skills, every golden fish Ye Feng struck lost at least 20,000 HP. The ones that received critical strikes lost over 30,000 HP, while those that received the Doom Curse instantly lost close to half of their HP. Seeing these damages, Blackie and Lonely Snow were both dumbfounded. They even thought that they were dreaming. Scatter and Go, Dark Violent Dance. After using the 3 massive AoE skills, he wielded the Freezing Shadow as he activated the Dark Violent Dance. Xiao. Instantly, more than 10 Freezing Shadow darts pierced the golden fish inflicted with the Doom Curse. Every dart caused over -1,700 damage. Simultaneously, the damage spread effect of the Dark Violent Dance caused over -600 damage to each of the surrounding golden fish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden fish had their HP reduced. Unlike the frost grenades, the Freezing Shadows did not have a cooldown. The number of darts a player could toss out within a fixed period of time depended solely on their attack speed. Due to the attribute improvement of the Abyssal Blade, Ye Feng's attack speed had become much faster. In addition to Faust's buff, Ye Feng could easily throw out 20 Freezing Shadow darts simultaneously. However, in an attempt to pursue stability and accuracy, Shi Feng limited the number of darts he tossed out to 12 at a time due to Shi Feng's unrestrained damaging. The HP of the golden fish afflicted by the doom curse madly reduced. Very quickly, the 60,000 HP of these golden fish fell to a critical level, forcing them into a crippled state. Chapter 158, The Final Violent Dance. Lonely, I'm not dreaming, right? Blackie slapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, his finger pointing towards the group of crippled golden fish. Lonely Snow's gaze turned sluggish as he shook his head in a daze. Compared to the rapid decrease of the golden fish's HP, Lonely Snow was more shocked by Shi Feng's techniques. He only managed to see the countless shadows left behind by Shi Feng's hands. Before Lonely Snow could even get a clear view of Shi Feng's hands, more than 10 freezing shadow darts already flew out. Such speed could practically rival an assault rifle. Aside from Shi Feng's frightening speed, his accuracy also caused others to submit. Every dart he shot out had accurately landed on the golden fish afflicted with the doom curse. Moreover, they even landed on the softer side abdomens of the golden fish. If Lonely Snow were in Shi Feng's shoes, it would be fortunate if he could toss out one freezing shadow dart at a time and land the hit, not to mention tossing out more than 10 darts at a time and land every single one on the side abdomens of the golden fish. I'll be satisfied when I can achieve such a level of technique. Lonely Snow was completely trapped in the fantasy of Shi Feng's dart-throwing technique. Stop daydreaming and quickly capture the crippled golden fish. Shi Feng hurriedly commanded. At this time, Blackie and Lonely Snow were finally aroused from their thoughts. They immediately used the magical nets to capture the crippled golden fish. 1 fish. 2 fish. 3 fish. Shi Feng only spent a short 30 seconds to force 3 golden fish into a crippled state. Shi Feng's violent speed had shocked even Faust himself, and he could not help but feel a slight ache in his heart. However, when the effects of the damage amplification, doom curse, and dark violent dance dissipated, the capturing speed of the golden fish immediately slowed. Shi Feng could only wait until the cooldown for Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and Dark Violent Dance to finish before renewing his assault. Overall, Shi Feng's group captured an average of 5 golden fish per minute. Within 1 hour, they could capture around 300 golden fish, and within 4 hours, they could collect the required 1,000 golden fish and complete the quest. Time passed, little by little. Unknowingly, over 4 hours passed by already. We're rich. Lonely, how many fish did you catch? I got 618. You? Ha ha ha. I have more than you. I have 645. We'll have 1,263 if we add them together. We've already reached the targeted 1,000 to trade for the fragmented legendary ranked item. Leader, hang in there. We should still have some time remaining. We might even gather another 100 or so golden fish to trade for a dark gold ranked item. Blackie and Lonely Snow captured the golden fish in exhilaration. As they watched the number of golden fish continuously grow in their bags, they could not suppress even a smile on their faces. The only misfortune in this situation was that Shi Feng could not raise his skill proficiency by attacking these golden fish. He also did not obtain a single point of experience from his efforts. If he killed this many level 20 special elites in a normal situation, the 3 of them would have long since risen by 2 or 3 levels. However, Shi Feng did not feel much from this. It was only Blackie and Lonely Snow who did not know of the rarity of a fragmented legendary ranked item. They might not get another chance to secure one for a very long time. To obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, right now, even spending 1 to 2 days would be worth it, not to mention spending only several hours. Shi Feng's strength would soar if they possessed a fragmented legendary ranked item. As long as he equipped it, even when faced with apex experts, he would still suppress them with overwhelming strength. In God's domain, there were none willing to follow a weakling. Players would only revere the strong. If Shi Feng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he first needed to empower himself. Only then could attract others to follow him. During the early stages of God's domain, players like Shi Feng, who had yet to start up their own workshops, had 0 chances of competing against the various large guilds. In God's domain, there were plenty of high-leveled field bosses that dropped valuable loot. There were even some that would drop dark gold ranked items. If lucky, players might even encounter a High Lord ranked monster. Although High Lord ranked monsters were incomparably powerful, they possessed a small chance to drop an epic ranked item. As for the usefulness of an epic ranked item to a guild, that was obvious. Not only could it increase a player's personal strength, allowing them to kill even more powerful monsters, they would also attract plenty of famous players to join the guild, further increasing the guild's overall prowess in regards to dealing with high-level monsters or High Lord ranked monsters. Large guilds could simply use numbers to overwhelm them. Although they would have to pay a heavy price, everything would be worth it if they could obtain top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, small guilds and workshops did not have such capabilities, and such a situation would allow the large guilds to have a much easier time procuring top-tier equipment. As more time passed, the gap between the two would continue to grow larger and larger, and soon, the small guilds would have no chance to compare to large guilds at all. Although developing a guild with a massive amount of members was an easy task, it was a long and arduous process to fully persuade these players to willing stay in the guild and share in the wealth and woe together. Time was necessary for the members to improve their cooperation with each other. A guild also needed a core framework that could properly manage the guild members. Aside from that, a guild needed sufficiently attractive incentives and treatment to attract new members. It also needed to have a massive space for improvements and wonderful future prospects. Meanwhile, having wonderful future prospects meant having a powerhouse as a leader. None of these points could be missing. Otherwise, the recruited members would easily choose to leave the guild for guilds like Martial Union, Assassin's Alliance, and Ouroboros. They had long since formed a sturdy foundation. They were also led by apex powerhouses. Hence, the moment they entered a new virtual reality game, they would very quickly develop themselves. They also continuously recruited a large number of players. Hence, even if they suffered massive setbacks, they would very quickly rise again. Meanwhile, for startup guilds like Shadow, they did not even possess a proper welfare system. If they wished to recruit a large number of players within a short period, they might cause an adverse effect, entering a period of stagnation and maybe even a period of declination. Thus, Ye Feng chose to go down the road of the elite. He planned to first form a powerful team as the guild's foundation. He would then improve it steadily, gradually increasing the guild's member capacity. He would not follow in the footsteps of Shadow, where the guild appeared superb on the outside, but in reality, it was riddled with holes, unable to withstand even a single blow. If Ye Feng wished to form a sturdy foundation, powerhouses were a definite must, even more so for a newly established guild and workshop like Zero Wing. Without strength that surpassed others, how could they suppress those other experts and recruit them into the guild? Only with great strength would Zero Wing show others the possibilities of advancement in their guild. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary ranked item was unquestionably a great source of strength for Ye Feng. Time is almost up. I should start the final spurt, then. After battling at full power for over 4 hours, Ye Feng was drenched in sweat. Be it mentally or physically, he was exhausted near to collapsing. If it were not for the attraction of the fragmented legendary ranked item, he would have long since fainted into a deep sleep. Soon after, Ye Feng took out all the frost grenades he had in his possession and all of the Tier 1 magic scrolls he had. He then distributed them to Blackie and Lonely Snow. These items are very precious. We'll use them together. Absolutely do not waste them, Ye Feng sternly said in the party chat. Brother Feng, rest assured. I'm a cursemancer, so it will not be a problem for me to release these Tier 1 magic scrolls. Leave it to me. Blackie and Lonely Snow could also feel the weight of these items. Not mentioning the frost grenades, just the value of such a large quantity of Tier 1 magic scrolls was immeasurable. If any accidents occurred, their losses would be abnormally huge. Attack that group of golden fish with me. Ye Feng tossed out an intermediate frost grenade, solidifying a group of golden fish in place. He then used Thundering Flash, inflicting a damage amplification effect and the Doom Curse on them. Soon after, he unfurled a fire-type Tier 1 magic scroll, blasting an attack at the group of golden fish. Blackie and Lonely Snow also tossed out their frost grenades at the same time, freezing all the golden fish. They then followed up by using the Tier 1 magic scrolls, immediately starting violent bombardment. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Silver River, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. The shocking damages caused the HP of the group of golden fish to roll downwards frantically. Compared to Ye Feng's initial burst, this burst was much more powerful. Watching this, Faust could not help but wipe away the cold sweat that formed on his forehead. Are these young lads trying to snatch even my family inheritance away? Chapter 159, The Forgotten History. The power of Tier 1 magic scrolls far surpassed the capabilities of the magic of players at this stage of the game. The might of fire-type and ice-type magics that Ye Feng wielded was especially frightening. A Tier 1 AoE scroll, Flame Explosion, instantly caused over -6,000 damage to the golden fish, while another Tier 1 AoE scroll, Cold Wind Blowing, caused over -5,000 damage. With all three members of Ye Feng's group attacking simultaneously, the golden fish had nowhere to hide due to being frozen by the frost grenades. The golden fish were unable to move at all. Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded them with magical attacks, one after another, rapidly reducing the golden fish's HP and sending them into a crippled state. After an all-out burst lasting more than 10 minutes, Ye Feng completely exhausted all of the attack-type Tier 1 magic scrolls he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. They had also fully depleted the frost grenades he bought from the Blackwing City. If totaled, the value of all of the items used was at least 20 gold coins. This loss could bankrupt a normal guild. However, their harvest during these 10 minutes or so was bountiful. They captured a total of 247 golden fish during this time, increasing their total accumulated number to 1510 golden fish, far exceeding Ye Feng's initial estimation. They had perfectly achieved the quest's targeted number. Brother Feng, here's the golden fish I collected. Here's mine as well. Blackie and Lonely Snow excitedly handed over all the golden fish they captured to Ye Feng. Anticipation filled their eyes as they waited for Ye Feng to trade for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. They wanted to see just how powerful the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked item were. Just as Ye Feng received all the golden fish, hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, his goal from the beginning had been the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Now, however, he had an additional 500 or so golden fish in his possession, far exceeding his initial estimates. He did not know just what sort of items he should trade for with these extras. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Blackie curiously asked as he noticed Ye Feng's thoughtful expression. Nothing much. I want to ask you guys for your opinions. Right now, we have over 500 extra golden fish, so we can gain plenty more items with them. If we trade them for dark gold equipment, we can get 2 to 3 pieces. If we convert them to level 15 fine gold equipment, we have enough for more than 10 pieces. If we trade them for secret silver ranked items, we can outfit the entire party with them, greatly increasing the party's strength. However, we can also exchange 500 golden fish for an epic ranked item, Ye Feng said. When everyone reaches level 15, the entire party can be fully equipped with level 15 secret silver equipment. Blackie trembled with excitement just from the thought of it. Although they still needed some time before they reached level 15, and by the time they reached that level, the scarcity of equipment would have decreased. An entire party fully geared with secret silver equipment was not a feat that even a first-rate guild could achieve. Even the elites amongst the elites of these first-rate guilds would, at most, have 1 to 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. Moreover, the equipment would be level 10, not level 15 possibly. Only those very few apex experts that reached level 15 could gather a full set of secret silver equipment. However, it would still be impossible for them to gather a complete set of level 15 secret silver equipment. This meant that the moment all the members of the Zero Wing party reached level 15, they would instantly soar to become an apex party in God's domain. None of the elite parties of the major guilds would be their equal. We could surpass all the elite parties of first-rate guilds and become the topmost level 15 elite party in God's domain. Lonely Snow grew excited as well. What do you guys think? Ye Feng asked. Blackie and Lonely Snow entered deep thought. This was an extremely grave matter, as it was a problem related to the future development of the Zero Wing workshop. After the three of them gave the matter some thought, Blackie suddenly said, Brother Feng, my suggestion is to trade for the epic ranked item. Although it would be awesome for our party fully equipped secret silver equipment the moment we reached level 15, it isn't exactly impossible for us to get more secret silver equipment in the future. Meanwhile, an epic ranked item is definitely something we won't encounter again. We also don't know when we'll get another chance like this. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so we need to grab it without hesitation. Although an epic ranked item can only raise a single person's strength, its benefits to the party not that great. However, with a single powerhouse in the party, we will have a much easier time obtaining secret silver ranked items. On the other hand, even if we had a party fully geared with secret silver equipment, we won't obtain even a single epic ranked item. When considering the future, level 15 secret silver equipment will sooner or later be worthless. However, it is a different matter for an epic ranked item. It can bring us longer-lasting benefits. I also agree. To a large guild, the improvements brought about by an epic ranked item might not compare to over 100 pieces of secret silver ranked items. However, these large guilds are still willing to use hundreds of secret silver ranked items to trade for just a single epic ranked item. The reason being, although having 100 or more secret silver ranked items could temporarily increase our strength, what about the future? Leader, I think we should exchange for an epic ranked item instead. Blackie and Lonely Snow exchanged looks with each other. They had both given Ye Feng their most earnest opinions. They both believed that, once Ye Feng grew stronger, by the time they reached level 15, he could outfit them with a pile of good equipment. So, why should they carry out an action that was the equivalent of killing the chicken to get the egg? I get it. I'll take a look and see whether or not the epic ranked items available for trade will be of any help to us in the future. If they are useless, then I'll exchange for a dozen or so fine gold ranked items. Ye Feng nodded his head. In reality, Ye Feng had thought of this matter as well. However, he couldn't be too selfish either. Compared to a fragmented legendary ranked item, an epic ranked item was not as important. Hence, when trading for other items, he needed to consider everyone else's opinions. After all, this was a result that was only possible through everyone's joint efforts. Young adventurer, here is the list of items. Have a look, and simply tell me whichever items you wish to trade, Faust said with a stiff expression. He truly did not expect the young fellow before him to be so powerful. To actually obtain the heavenly dragon's breath that he had treasured for so many years. He had not been willing to sell it in the past, even when someone offered 30,000 gold coins. Yet, today, he was trading it away for only 1,000 golden fish. Ye Feng looked at the list of items, discovering that there were 3 additional epic ranked items available for trade. There was a necklace called Heart of Light, a longbow called Starchaser, and a staff called Mavis's Guardas. For the dark gold ranked items and fine gold ranked items, there were a ton of them available. Almost every kind of item was available. However, the item that aroused the most attention was still the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was needless to be mentioned that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had to be purchased. As for the remaining 3 epic ranked items, one of them was a longbow, a weapon for rangers, and it was useless to their current party. Hence, only the necklace and staff remained as options. However, when Ye Feng looked at both the attributes of these items, he was instantly speechless. He could not decide which item would bring the greatest personal improvement to his party. Which one should I choose? Ye Feng's gaze kept switching between the 2 epic ranked items before him. Indecisive. Faust only revealed a smile at this sight. What he loved watching the most was the distressed appearance of young people. After hesitating for a long time, Ye Feng suddenly recalled a name in his memories from long ago. This name had once resounded throughout God's domain. However, after going through the ravages of time, this name slowly became unknown and forgotten. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wish to exchange for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Mavis's Guard, and this level 15 secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Ye Feng said. How do you know about this matter? Listening to the items that Ye Feng wanted to exchange, Faust was instantly dumbfounded. He fixedly stared at Ye Feng, asking in disbelief. Chapter 160, Shocking Attributes. Great! The gamble paid off. It really is a treasure left behind by that great existence. Shi Feng inwardly felt immense excitement. However, he did not reveal it on his face, maintaining a calm outward expression to Faust's shock and questioning. Shi Feng did not give out an answer. He only revealed a mysterious smile at Faust. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wonder if I can purchase these items? Shi Feng asked once more. Huh? Maybe this too is fate, Faust sighed. He then said, since you've already made your choice, you have to use this strength properly. The total is 1,510 golden fish for all 3 items. Esteemed Lord Faust, here are 1,510 golden fish. Shi Feng handed over the golden fish, receiving 3 items in return. He had made a huge profit from this trade. Actually, Shi Feng did not think that his luck would be so heaven-defying after his reincarnation in Shi Feng's previous life. 6 years after God's domain began, Shadow accidentally discovered a level 150 lost ruin. Moreover, to fully explore the lost ruin, they had sacrificed a disastrous amount of resources. However, they did not obtain anything significant from this exploration, only managing to find a golden book on a goddess statue. There was nothing special about this book. It was simply a book made of pure gold, so it did not rot easily. Recorded in the book was a segment about a long-forgotten history. Meanwhile, one of the phrases within the book contained the name, Mavis. During that ancient era, Mavis was likened to a god, and she was referred to as the god of light. Compared to the strange old man, Faust, Mavis was much stronger. Aside from that, Shi Feng had not a clue about who Mavis was. Even so, an item left behind by a legendary existence much stronger than Faust would not be an ordinary item. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow stood silently in confusion as they watched Shi Feng. They did not understand why Shi Feng was so joyful. However, listening to Faust's words, they faintly felt that they had gained a great advantage from the trade. Young man, seeing that fate has allowed us to meet, let me give you a warning. The magic weapon in your hand is extremely terrifying. Sealed within the magic weapon is the curse of the Black Dragon King, which even I will not face. This curse is extremely formidable, and even if the lucky stone suppresses it, sooner or later, you will have to face it. Faust's caution was grim. He then continued, saying, while you allow your magic weapon to absorb more power, you also strengthen the curse suppressed within the weapon. Remember that a magic weapon is a double-edged sword. If you wish to obtain extraordinary strength, your will must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, strength will, soon or later, devour you whole. Maybe, this is also fate. Although the heavenly dragon's breath is only a fragmented item, it could still, more or less, aid you in resisting your magic weapon's backlash. If you can fully restore the heavenly dragon's breath, it will bring you unimaginable benefits. Strive harder, young man. Finished speaking, Faust's body vanished, while the entire Star River Valley gradually faded from existence as well. System, rare quest, delicious golden fish, completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP, reputation in White River City plus 10. Shi Feng instantly rose to level 12, a golden glow enveloping his body immediately after. A golden glow also coated Blackie and Lonely Snow, both of them reaching level 11. This quest is too awesome. It instantly gave me 150,000 EXP. Blackie said. Entranced. Lonely Snow also nodded, saying with a smile, I also received 140,000 EXP. With this, our Zero-Wing party dominates the top 3 positions of White River City. If others know of this, our Zero-Wing workshop will become famous. We might be more than famous, those other players from major guilds might even be dumbfounded. Those bastards from Martial Union would regret becoming enemies with us. The next time we meet them, I will teach them a good lesson. Confidence about the future filled Blackie's heart. Now that his level was so high, and his equipment was excellent, even if he encountered several experts from Martial Union, he could still kill them all. While Blackie fantasized, the Star River Valley had completely disappeared. Only the dark silent swamp and dying forest remained around them. Brother Feng, that strange old man looked so shocked just now. Just what did you obtain from him? Blackie curiously asked. Nothing much. I got the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, an epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, and a secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Ye Feng shared the information of the items with the other two Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflict 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, strength by 100%, and defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mechasero once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the Dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4, Mavis's Guard, Staff, Epic Rank. Level 1, Level 60. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 80. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Magic damage plus 20%. Maximum mana plus 20%. Mana consumption minus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All magic type skills plus 2 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill, Spear of Light. There is a 15% chance to trigger this skill when attacking, launching a Spear of Light at the target and causing 200% magic damage. Additional skill 1, Guardian of Light. Grants a target immunity to all magic damage, reduces physical damage by 80%, and recovers 5% HP every second for 20 seconds cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional skill 2, Stars of Light. Deals 500% magic damage to targets within a 5-yard radius, or deals 300% magic damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. The damage scales up by 10% every second for 15 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Mavis's Guard was once a staff blessed by the god of light, Mavis. It possesses incomparably powerful magic. However, due to the limited materials used to make the staff, it is unable to display its full might. Its maximum level can increase to level 100 if a master forger uses 5 radiant god steel to reforge the staff. Ring of Glory, ring, secret silver rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 40. Intelligence plus 24, Vitality plus 15, Endurance plus 10, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8. Increases damage of all light-type magic by 15%. These are a fragmented legendary ranked item and an epic rank item. Aren't they too OP? Blackie and Lonely Snow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the attributes of the 3 items previously. They thought that the attributes of a secret silver weapon were already powerful. Only now, after seeing these attributes, did they understand that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. In the face of fragmented legendary ranked items and epic ranked items, secret silver ranked items were simply trash. Chapter 161, Frightening Damage. Seeing these items' attributes, even Ye Feng himself was greatly shocked. It was the first time he had witnessed the attributes of a fragmented legendary ranked item. In his previous life, the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked items were all kept secret by their respective owners, so others could only guess the actual attributes. He truly did not think that the Heavenly Dragon's breath would be so powerful. Instead of increasing a fixed amount of attributes, it had a percentage-based increase of the user's attributes. It was no wonder the powerhouses who possessed legendary ranked items claimed that only a powerhouse could use the full potential of such items. Even if a weakling obtained one, the bonuses would not be significant. If Ye Feng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath right now, with his current attributes, he could easily kill a level 20 elite player. Unfortunately, with the equipment requirements of 200 strength, 200 agility, and 120 intelligence, Ye Feng could only helplessly stare at it. Right now, his strength was only at 111 points, with only 123 points in agility, and a measly 50 points in intelligence. He was still far from possessing the required attributes. With the magic weapon he possessed, he would obtain 2 more free attribute points than other players for each level up. Even so, if he wished to equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath, he needed to be level 20, at the very least, and own a full set of level 20 fine gold equipment. Blackie, see if you can equip Mavis's Guard and the Ring of Glory. Ye Feng handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Blackie. Ye Feng had made considerations when he chose these 2 pieces of equipment. He could not always carry everyone in the party, as he still had many things he needed to tend to. However, if he wanted his party to level up quickly, the party needed a powerhouse to lead it. Meanwhile, the matter regarding an epic weapon was extremely important. The person he could trust the most was Blackie, so he could feel secure passing both the Mavis's Guard and Ring of Glory to Blackie. With the improvement brought about by these 2 pieces of equipment, Blackie's damage output might even surpass his own. After all, his magic weapon was currently only the equivalent of a dark gold weapon. It was still a distance away from rivaling an epic weapon. Moreover, Blackie was a mage class, and Blackie's grinding speed was originally faster than his. In addition, the skills Mavis's Guard granted were extremely powerful. Blackie would have a much easier time leveling up the party than he would this. Alright, then. At first, Blackie hesitated. He felt that he did not possess the qualifications to wield this epic weapon in the least. However, looking at Ye Feng's serious attitude and trust, he nodded his head earnestly. Although the requirement of 80 intelligence was very high, Blackie was already level 11. His character's attributes massively increased. He also had a few pieces of secret silver equipment. After he added all his attribute points he received from leveling up into intelligence, he just barely reached the staff's requirement, managing to equip Mavis's Guard. Right now, Mavis's Guard was a level 11 epic ranked staff. The staff increased numerous attributes. There was also an additional critical attribute that gave a 20% chance of magical attacks achieving a critical hit. It was much more powerful than Blackie's original goal. Mavis's Guard also reduced the level requirement for equipment by 5 levels. After Blackie equipped the Ring of Glory and the previously obtained level 15 mage class mysterious iron equipment and bronze equipment, he was completely born anew. He now gave others a faint oppressive feeling. This isn't real, right? My intelligence has reached 186 points. Blackie exclaimed, looking at his attribute panel. Compared to before, the 186 intelligence was more than double what he had before, not to mention the increase in his magic damage. His overall attributes had exceeded even the currently most powerful mage class by at least 2-fold. He could possibly one-shot a properly geared level 10 MT2 powerful. Lonely Snow gazed at Blackie's dazzling attributes with admiration. Even so, he would not feel jealousy over Blackie. After all, this was a natural matter as he had only recently joined Zero Wing Workshop. Just the aid he received in leveling up and the amount of secret silver equipment were already unimaginable, not to mention receiving an extremely important item such as an epic ranked item. On the other hand, it would be extremely strange if he received an epic ranked item that he could use right now. Moreover, when Lonely Snow looked at Ye Feng's carefree reaction as he gave Blackie the epic ranked item, he knew that, as long as he performed well in Zero Wing Workshop, there was bound to be a day where he could obtain his very own epic ranked item as well. Hence, He did not need to be jealous over Blackie. An epic weapon is as frightening as expected, Ye Feng said with a smile. Looking at Blackie's attributes normally, an epic rank item's level would grow along with its user. Only when Blackie reached level 60 could he display the true potential of Mavis's protection. The potential displayed by the level 11 Mavis's guard was but the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Ye Feng knew of plenty of locations which had epic ranked items. However, he did not have the ability to retrieve them right now. He also did not have a powerful team, so he had no way of obtaining those epic ranked items at the moment. He could only wait until his workshop developed before setting out to claim them. Brother Feng, let's go kill some elite monsters. I want to see the awe of an epic weapon. Blackie looked at Ye Feng, restless with anticipation. Fine, let's go look for some, then, Ye Feng replied with a smile. During that year when he held his first epic ranked item, he, too, was as excited as Blackie right now. He had been extremely eager to test out his strength on powerful monsters very quickly. Under Ye Feng's leadership, the trio located a level 17 rare elite, the Swamp Lizard, rare elite. Level 17. HP 200,000/200,000. I'll lure it over. Lonely, try to restrict it as it attempts to spit out gray fog and use caution. Blackie, pay careful attention while you kite it. Make sure you maintain your distance from it. Ye Feng spoke in the party chat. The Swamp Lizard was the most challenging rare elite in the Silent Swamp. If it was not for reaching level 12, the Abyssal Blade having upgraded to level 10, and Blackie's possession of Mavis's guard now, he would not have chosen to fight this monster at all. The Swamp Lizard was a physical melee-type monster. However, it could deal a lot of damage. With a single claw attack, it could take away more than half of a normal level 15 MT's HP. Its attacks also carried an additional petrification effect that slowed the target. Moreover, the Swamp Lizard's movement speed ranked at the very top of all the monsters found in the Silent Swamp. If a normal level 15 party met it, the usual result would be a party wipe soon after. Ye Feng circled the Swamp Lizard. Without holding back, he activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. He then used Wind Blade, his swords piercing towards the back of the Swamp Lizard. 2 damages of -288 and -224 points appeared above the Swamp Lizard's head. Compared to when Ye Feng dealt with the 3-headed snake demon, his damage had greatly increased. However, to the Swamp Lizard, which possessed 200,000 HP, such damage was negligible. With an angry bellow, the Swamp Lizard slashed its claws at Ye Feng. Ye Feng dodged to the side, sending a level 7 chop slashing towards the Swamp Lizard's waist. A damage of -1058 popped up above the Swamp Lizard's head. The Swamp Lizard immediately released a pained wail. Its steel-like tail turned into a black shadow as it swiped at Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly reacted. He leaped into the air and dodged the attack, distancing himself from the Swamp Lizard. At the same time, Lonely Snow took this chance to use charge on the Swamp Lizard, interrupting the Swamp Lizard's follow-up attack. He then sent a violent strike at the Swamp Lizard's back, causing -28 damage. Lonely Snow nearly spat out blood when he witnessed this damage. However, he was utterly helpless about it. Not mentioning the level suppression, the Swamp Lizard's physical defense was extremely high. Moreover, Lonely Snow could only deal this amount of damage due to reaching level 11 and wielding a secret silver weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deal over 10 damage. Let me see just how amazing you are, Mavis's guard. Blackie had waited in frustration. He shot out a level 7 dark arrow strengthened by the Mavis's guard. When the skill blasted the Swamp Lizard's body, a damage of -712 points appeared above its head. Immediately after, Blackie's attack triggered the passive skill on Mavis's guard, the Spear of Light. A silver-colored Spear of Light struck the Swamp Lizard once more, landing a critical hit of -1354 damage. The damage was far more powerful than Ye Feng's attacks. Immediately after, Blackie used Evil Whip. 9 thick chains constricted the Swamp Lizard. When the Swamp Lizard broke free from one of the chains with much difficulty, a damage of -116 points appeared above its head. By the time it broke free from all the chains, Evil Whip had caused close to -1000 damage due to Blackie's intelligence reaching over 100 points. He activated the intermediate hidden passive skill for intelligence, Quick Chant. The passive greatly reduced the time required for chanting spells, increasing Blackie's rate of attack. As a result, damages in the hundreds continuously appeared above the swamp lizard's head in quick succession, its HP decreasing like water flowing from an open tap. This is too powerful. This is an epic weapon. Lonely Snow was tongue-tied from watching this scene. Blackie was similarly dumbfounded. In addition to Ye Feng controlling and damaging the swamp lizard, before even a minute had passed, the swamp lizard fell dead. It dropped 4 items in total, a level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 3 rare materials. Come on, let's look for a place with plenty of monsters to release the stars of light. Seeing that even normal spells were so powerful, Ye Feng highly anticipated witnessing the staff's additional AoE spell. Chapter 162, Chieftain One-Eye. Level 15 Monster Area, Silent Swamp Leader, where are we headed? Brother Feng, wasn't there a herd of swamp hippos just now? Blackie and Lonely Snow followed after Ye Feng all this time, moving deeper into the silent swamp. They could not figure out just what kind of monster Ye Feng intended to test the stars of light on. The stars of light has a cooldown of half an hour. It would be a huge waste to use it on just a group of level 15 common monsters. Right now, we're going to a place with monsters that are much stronger and more numerous, Ye Feng explained. Even the level 17 rare elite swamp lizard died with ease. It was obvious just how high Blackie's damage had become, not to mention a skill like the stars of light. The skill could possibly one-shot the level 15 swamp hippos with only 2000 HP each. That would not properly display the true might of the stars of light. Only by seeing the skill's full potential could Ye Feng make an accurate judgment. He could then let Blackie lead the others to the most suitable high-level monster area to level up. That way, be it Martial Union or Underworld, neither could locate Blackie and the others, much less surround them under Ye Feng's lead. After the trio reached the core area of the silent swamp, they discovered a large, naturally occurring, marsh. All around, there were a total of 5 groups of level 20 swamp rhinos. Occasionally, they spotted a few level 20 elite twin-horned rhinos. There was also a small island situated in the middle of this large marsh, and a gigantic figure laid flat on this island. This gigantic figure was a 2-story tall rhino. From a distance, the trio could vaguely see the information of this large rhino. It was a monster named Rhino Chieftain One-Eye. Brother Feng, isn't this a little too dangerous? Witnessing so many level 20 rhinos gathered together, Blackie felt his confidence waver. Swamp Rhino, common monster. Level 20. HP 3, 200/3, 200. Twin-horned rhino, elite monster. Level 20. HP 17, 500/17, 5000. Rhino Chieftain One-Eye, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Common monsters were still fine. However, it would be extremely dangerous to tangle with elite monsters, not to mention special elites. Even if Ye Feng were very powerful, and his movements extremely agile, when surrounded by so many monsters, he would still meet his end. Only here can the stars of light display its true might. I'll think of a way to lure even more monsters, so choose when you cast the spell carefully. Ye Feng surveyed his surroundings, his mind planning his route. Leader, this is too dangerous. On the off chance that we die, it would be a huge loss. Lonely Snow opposed. The monsters here were not numbered in the 20s or 30s, but in the hundreds. Every one of them could trample a level 15 player with ease, not to mention the elite monsters or the special elite monster. Moreover, with their currently low levels, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. They could easily be surrounded, and at that time, only death awaited them. If I activate a speed scroll, my speed will be faster than theirs. However, when I lure all of them over, Blackie, I need you to use Guardian of Light on me, then use Stars of Light. You don't need to panic. Just maintain a calm heart, and you will be fine. Seeing Blackie's nervous expression, Ye Feng spoke with a smile. I get it. Blackie nodded, suppressing the panic in his heart soon after. Shi Feng sent Blackie and Lonely Snow to a slightly elevated location. On his own, Shi Feng activated a speed scroll before rushing towards the rhinos. The rhinos immersed in the marsh quickly discovered the intruder. After all, Shi Feng's level was simply too low. He was only level 12, and there was a huge distance from level 20. In addition, Shi Feng did not attempt to hide his movements in the least, making it even easier for the monsters to discover him within moments. Over 20 rhinos stood and rushed towards Shi Feng. Although the marsh did not reduce movement speed by half, it still reduced it by 30%. Fortunately, this movement speed reduction was also effective against the rhinos. Now that Shi Feng had used a speed scroll, catching up to him was impossible. Shi Feng followed along the route he had planned before and circled the central island. He intended to lure all the rhinos in the marsh, aside from the one atop the central island. The rhino chieftain One Eye on the central island was extremely difficult to deal with, and it would be a huge loss if he lost his life as a result of an accident. Hence, Shi Feng had no intentions of luring it. Brother Feng. Leader's movement technique is truly powerful. If I were in his place, those rhinos would have already turned me into meat paste. Standing on high ground, Blackie and Lonely Snow watched Shi Feng use various movements and methods to dodge the attacks from the group of rhinos. They could not help but wipe away the sweat permeating their foreheads. The number of rhinos Shi Feng lured grew larger and larger. He had only run half the distance, yet, he lured over 100 rhinos. Every time he dodged an attack, the rhinos would dangerously scrap past his body. However, after witnessing this scene repeat itself over and over, Blackie and Lonely Snow discovered that Shi Feng successfully dodged every single time. He would always dodge the attack at the very last millisecond. He relied purely on technique to do so, and there was not a hint of luck or coincidence at all. Blackie and Lonely Snow both engraved this scene deeply into their minds, resolving themselves to learn from Shi Feng in the future. With an expert like Shi Feng demonstrating the moves, they would not have to spend time slowly exploring these techniques. After watching for only a moment, the two of them had benefited greatly. They could not help but wish they could try out these dodging techniques right this instant. Just when Shi Feng thought that all was within his control, an elite twin-horned rhino suddenly appeared in front of Shi Feng, charging at him. Although Shi Feng used parry to block this attack, his entire person was still sent flying. By rotten luck, he landed on the edges of the central island, alarming the rhino chieftain One Eye. Discovering that a human had disturbed its rest, One Eye abruptly stood up. It glared at Shi Feng with its blood-red eye, its front hoofs gouging the solid ground as it released an angry roar. Suddenly, it charged at Shi Feng with its steel-like horn. Compared to the other rhinos, this rhino chieftain One Eye possessed an extremely fast speed, and not even the marsh could impede its immense charging power. This was the rhino chieftain One Eye's skill. Violent charge. Even a level 20 MT would instantly die if One Eye's horn smashed into them. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge, Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade. He then used Chop, the abyssal blade, slashing at One Eye's horn. Due to the Defensive Blade's absolute defense effect, Shi Feng did not retreat by even an inch. Instead, a damage of -367 points appeared above the rhino chieftain One Eye's head. Such a tough defense. Shi Feng was slightly shocked. However, Shi Feng did not intend to continue entangling with the rhino chieftain One Eye. The moment One Eye used War Trample, Shi Feng used Silent Steps to appear behind a swamp rhino that was 30 yards away, successfully evading One Eye's attack. One Eye became further enraged when it saw that its target had evaded. It immediately charged at Shi Feng. However, it did not use Violent Charge this time, so its speed was only slightly faster than the other rhinos. Blackie used the skill. After arriving at the appointed location, Shi Feng stopped and spoke into the party chat. Although his plan did not include luring the rhino chieftain One Eye, the plan still had to proceed. He simply had to be more careful now. Leave it to me. Blackie had long since waited with anticipation. Immediately, a golden brilliance descended upon Shi Feng's form. This was the effect of the first additional skill of Mavis's Guard, Guardian of Light. For 20 seconds, Shi Feng became immune to all magic damage. He also enjoyed 80% physical damage reduction and 5% HP recovery every second, following which, Ye Feng activated the Tier 2 life shield, his maximum HP soaring over 200. Rhinos surrounded Ye Feng. If it were a level 20 MT standing in place of Ye Feng, that MT would have long since been trampled to death. However, Ye Feng could hold on. Through evading alone, Ye Feng managed to dodge over 60% of the attacks sent at him. In addition to Guardian of Light recovering 5% of his HP every second, he was able to hold on to his life almost. Shine out, Stars of Light. When Blackie saw all those monsters grouped together, he used Mavis's guard's other skill, Stars of Light. After chanting the final verse of the incantation, Blackie lost half of his mana in an instant. Immediately after, Blackie pointed his staff towards the sky. The dark clouds hovering above the large marsh were instantly pierced and disappeared. The sky trembled, and suddenly, a gigantic golden magic circle appeared in the sky, shining down on the core of the silent swamp. Chapter 163, Mad Leveling. This is. Ye Feng looked towards the sky, discovering that this magic circle was much more powerful than he imagined it to be. Even a Tier 2 spell wasn't as mighty as this. The magic circle actually shook the sky. This was definitely not something a Tier 2 spell was capable of. Although Ye Feng did not know exactly how powerful the Stars of Light was, as long as its might surpassed that of a Tier 2 spell, it would be enough to deal with the rhinos chasing after him. Such a powerful magic power. Blackie looked at the sky, towards the light element that madly gathered in the magic circle, with eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful magic he had seen since he started playing God's Domain. As the magic circle in the sky gathered an endless amount of magic, the rhinos on the ground panicked. They started sieging Ye Feng desperately from all corners in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. As a result, Ye Feng had to deal with the simultaneous attacks from over a dozen swamp rhinos. The space available for him to evade was extremely limited. Fortunately, he had a physical damage reduction of 80%, and he could generate 5% of his HP every second. Faced with no chances of dodging the incoming attacks, Ye Feng abruptly leaped into the sky and activated the ice blue devil flame. The clear blue flame instantly covered his body, while the power of thunder and fire gathered around the abyssal blade. Thunder flame explosion. The moment the abyssal blade struck down, thunder and fire engulfed and devoured all the monsters within a 5-yard radius. Damages of -626 points appeared above the heads of the monsters, and there were even some rhinos who received critical strikes, succumbing to over -1000 damage. All the rhinos Ye Feng's attack struck fell into a fainted state, unable to move for 4 seconds. The monsters surrounding Ye Feng in a fainted state formed a natural barrier, granting Ye Feng a short breather. Is it starting? Ye Feng detected that the golden magic circle in the sky had finished gathering magic power. The magic circle then transformed into a shooting star, falling from the sky. Before the shooting star collided with the ground, Ye Feng cast Thundering Flash at the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Unfortunately, the 3 streaks of thunder did not deal much damage to One Eye. All 3 attacks only caused around a total of -900 damage. However, Ye Feng's aim was not its damage, but the additional 20% damage amplification effect. It would allow the Stars of Light to inflict massive amounts of damage to One Eye. Finally, the golden shooting star reached the ground, landing in the center of the rhinos. An explosion occurred, and a blinding light devoured every inch of the large marsh from a high position. Blackie and Lonely Snow saw damages of over -1000 points appearing above all the rhinos in the marsh. There were also plenty that received critical strikes, receiving over -2000 damage. Furthermore, the rhinos close to the epicenter received damages of over -3000 points, and some even received frightening damages of over -6000 points. A level 20 swamp rhino only had 3200 HP, while the elite twin-horned rhinos had 17,500 HP. Even the Rhino Chieftain One Eye only had 50,000 HP, -3000 damage was not a light injury. AO. One Eye was enraged. It immediately directed its furious gaze at Blackie. It was not just the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. All the other rhinos also redirected their rage to Blackie, as the damages Blackie caused were simply too high. There were many swamp rhinos that instantly died from this single attack. However, during the time these rhino monsters directed their angry gazes towards Blackie, a second golden-colored shooting star appeared in the sky. It, too, descended this time. The impact of the shooting star caused 10% more damage than the previous one. This attack wiped out all of the level 20 swamp rhinos, and only the high HP elites and Chieftain One-Eye remained alive. However, this was not the end. With every passing second, for a total of 15 seconds, a shooting star would appear and descend from the sky. Moreover, each shooting star would deal 10% more damage than the previous one. The elite-ranked twin-horned rhinos could only hold on until the fifth shooting star before dying out completely. Meanwhile, Chieftain One-Eye remained alive. Its angry gaze turned deadly as it glared at Blackie atop the high slope. Chieftain One-Eye instantly went berserk, its defense and attack power greatly increasing as it charged forth. "I won't let you go." Ye Feng used Wind Blade and arrived in front of the rhino Chieftain One-Eye. He then stabbed the abyssal blade at it. Abyssal bind. 9 abyssal chains instantly coiled around One-Eye, preventing it from moving even an inch, following which, streak after streak of stars of light crashed down into the marsh. From the initial -3,000 damage, the damage had now accumulated up to over -7,000 damage. Rhino Chieftain One-Eye's 50,000 HP very quickly drained to 0. It then vanished within the blinding light, leaving behind a pile of items. After the stars of light ended, the entire marsh fell deathly silent. All the monsters within had turned into ashes, leaving behind piles upon piles of items. At the same time, golden light surrounded the bodies of both Blackie and Lonely Snow. Within an instant, their levels jumped from level 11 to a little beyond level 13. Ye Feng had also risen to 92% of level 13, only a thread away from level 14. Blackie looked at the staff in his hands, then looked at the marsh. He did not know how to express the emotions that filled his heart. Not only had the stars of light killed the level 20 elite monsters, it even killed a level 20 special elite. Its intense might far exceeded Blackie's imagination. Previously, they had enjoyed an extremely envious leveling speed. Now, however, it was no longer envious, but shocking. They rose by 2 levels in just slightly over 10 seconds. Moreover, they had risen from level 11 to level 13 and not from level 1 to level 3. Even elite players would have to grind for 5 or 6 days to obtain such a frightening amount of EXP. However, they achieved it in the blink of an eye. This is simply too formidable. If this skill is used in a team battle, no matter how powerful the enemy team was, they would still have to surrender. Lonely Snow unconsciously shuddered as he spoke. Only now did they truly understand why all those large guilds were so desperate to obtain an epic ranked item. Even if they had to sacrifice countless members, they would still willingly choose to overwhelm those powerful monsters with the lives of their people as long as they obtained an epic ranked item, be it leveling up or securing high-level equipment. Everything would become a lot easier. The current scene before Blackie and Lonely Snow was the perfect example. Not to mention a special elite, the stars of light could inflict massive damage to even a chieftain-ranked field boss. This was definitely not a feat that a party, fully equipped with secret silver equipment, could achieve. The aid rendered by an epic ranked item to a workshop's development was simply immense. It far outstripped the usefulness of more than 100 secret silver ranked items. The massacre the Stars of Light caused yielded Ye Feng's group with plenty of level 15 to level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There were also plenty of varying gemstones. At the very least, the total value of all these items was 10 gold coins or more. It's finally over. Ye Feng let loose a relieved breath. If it were not for the Stars of Light, he definitely could not contend with a level 20 special elite that went berserk. However, he managed to verify the prowess of the Stars of Light personally. He could now send Blackie and the others to the level 22 map, the Crystal Forest, to level up. The drop rate for gemstones in the Crystal Forest was much higher than in the Moonlight Forest. Not only could they level up quickly, but they could also earn a lot of money and extremely precious gemstones and equipment. Moreover, it would be impossible for their enemies to locate Blackie and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the trio tidied up all the loot, Ye Feng intended to make a trip back to town to clear up his inventory. Leader, the situation you wanted me to investigate has already occurred. Several guilds have started taking action. Should we start taking action now? Kola, who was in Red Leaf Town, suddenly contacted Ye Feng, his face filled with excitement. Great. Just in time. I've waited a long time for this moment. Our Zero-Wing workshop should also start taking action now, Ye Feng smiled brightly. It's about time we show off Zero-Wing workshop's strength. Chapter 164, The First Crisis. Kola was at a loss when he heard Ye Feng's words show the strength of Zero-Wing workshop. Others had constantly targeted the three of them, so they had been hiding in Red Leaf Town all this time. They had no chances to leave town to grind and quest, and they were all only level 7 right now. They were only slightly stronger than the average player. They had no chances of competing with the members of other guilds at all. If this situation continued, their levels would, sooner or later, fall behind even the average players. Is leader telling us to go level up? Kola grew excited at the thought of this possibility. This is too great. We're being stifled to death by constantly staying in town. It would be fine even if we have to slaughter our way out. You three wait for me inside the hotel in the trade area. I'll be there soon. Ye Feng did not further explain, only revealing a faint smile. Brother Feng, what happened to make you so happy? Blackie curiously asked, seeing Ye Feng's joyous smile. Something good. You two, stay here and continue leveling up. I'll bring Kola and the others later on. After you carry them to level 10, go to White River City to do some high-level quests, Ye Feng said. Brother Feng, rest assured, now that I'm fully geared in level 15 bronze and mysterious iron equipment and possess Mavis's protection, carrying Kola and the others will be a breeze, Blackie assured his leader. He was level 13 right now and even had an epic-ranked staff. If he could not carry Kola and the others to level 10 quickly, he might as well revert to playing with mud rather than play God's domain. When Kola and the others see our levels, they will be shocked. And when they see Blackie's epic-ranked staff, the Mavis's protection, they will be stunned speechless. I am even eager to see their expressions. Lonely Snow joke. That's right. Kola and the others could not possibly imagine that, within just a short few hours, we went from hiding from Martial Union's pursuit to reaching to level 13. We've taken the top 3 rankings within the Star Moon Kingdom and even possess an epic weapon now. Compared to before, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were in their shoes, even I wouldn't believe it. Blackie grew even more joyful at the thought of the shocked expressions of Kola and the others. You guys, Ye Feng helplessly smiled at the sight of his 2 teammates. Soon after, he took out a return scroll, teleporting to Red Leaf Town. At this moment, there were a lot of changes occurring in Red Leaf Town as well. The number of players purchasing equipment in the trade area grew larger and larger, and an endless stream of shouts for purchase filled the air of the trade area. There were many new players walking around and looking at the stalls set up throughout the street, looking for required items and equipment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel at the trade area. I've previously asked you guys to collect hard stones, so just how many have you actually collected? Why is the number of whetstones still 0? Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim as he asked. He abruptly stood up after taking a look at his subordinate's report. Boss Unstable, under your commands, we desperately tried to purchase all the hard stones available. However, we're not sure why, but hard stones are extremely scarce on the market right now. Moreover, they're very expensive. After much determination, we only managed to collect slightly more than 4 stacks. However, our guild has only recently started nurturing forgers, so their success rate of making whetstones is extremely low. So, that subordinate timidly said. Peng. Unstable Devastation slammed his fist onto the table, snarling, you bunch of useless wastes. I clearly notified you all of this matter long ago, and 3 or 4 hours have passed already. Yet, you guys couldn't even produce a single whetstone? How is the elite team supposed to level up this way? Why do I even need you guys here? Boss Unstable, maybe the other guilds have discovered the issue of their weapons deteriorating quickly? Maybe that's why we only managed to purchase a few stacks of hard stones. the berserker, 5 rats, said, "That's a high possibility. After all, it isn't only our guild leveling up in high-level monster areas. However, hard stones aren't exactly rare, and they can be obtained from level 2 monster areas or above. Moreover, normally nobody touches those things, so there should be a huge stockpile available in Red Leaf Town right now. There should also be plenty of players selling them on the auction house. We also discovered this matter fairly quickly, so even if the other guilds have taken action, it is impossible for them to buy them all out immediately." Unstable Devastation nodded, then shook his head again. He could not make any sense of the situation. After they started hunting Ye Feng's party, they discovered that the durability of their weapons fell extraordinarily fast. In the beginning, they paid no attention to it, only focusing on leveling up and their search for Ye Feng's party. However, before they found Ye Feng, their equipment and weapons were already close to scrap. Without a choice, they had to give up their search for Ye Feng, returning to town to repair their equipment. Although the journey back wasted a lot of time, the elite team's equipment was extremely precious. If they did not repair it all in time, resulting in their equipment turning into scrap, the guild would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, without the equipment, they would also have no way to grind and level up. Thus, they needed to return and repair their equipment. After repairing their equipment, Unstable Devastation began hearing complaints from his subordinates. The repair fees were too expensive, they said. The cost of repairs had nearly depleted all the money they had. As for classes that wore plate armor, they were even forced to borrow money from others for the repair fees. This situation dumbfounded Unstable Devastation. These players were all elites amongst elites. Normally, they carried a lot of money on their persons, and they were considered wealthy. However, their wealth was not enough to cover the fees. Unstable Devastation quickly discovered the crux of the problem. The lower the remaining durability of a piece of equipment was, and the higher the level of the equipment was, the more expensive the resulting repair fee would be. Grinding high-level monster areas greatly depleted equipment's durability. Making a trip to and fro from town to these high-level areas also required them to waste at least 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, they could, at most, stay for 3 to 4 hours at these high-level monster areas before they needed to return to town to repair their equipment. This meant that they had to spend almost half their time in God's domain just traveling. As a result, the time needed for a single level up almost doubled. If they could negate the travel time, their leveling speed would surpass the other players. When Unstable Devastation thought of this crucial matter, he immediately instructed his subordinates to look for a solution to this problem. The resulting solution was the whetstones. Although this item could only repair a small amount of durability of a weapon, even that small amount was enough. Compared to equipment used for protection, a weapon's durability decreased at a much greater rate. If they used whetstones to repair their weapons, the total cost would be much less than repairing it at the smithy. Hence, Unstable Devastation quickly ordered his subordinates to purchase whetstones. However, they quickly discovered that forgers did not normally create this item as its cost was simply too high. Moreover, whetstones normally did not sell at all. Unstable Devastation could only take a step back once again, and instead, choose to purchase hard stones, the materials required to make whetstones. Hard stones were also relatively cheap items. They were mainly used to create whetstones and certain engineering components. Each stack was only around 30 copper coins, and there were 20 in a stack, which meant that they could make 20 whetstones from a single stack of hard stones. However, Unstable Devastation had received even more shocking news. If they could not purchase whetstones directly, then so be it. However, how could hard stones be difficult to purchase as well? In reality, it wasn't just Martial Union who had discovered this problem, the other guilds had also discovered this issue. By the time they tried to purchase hard stones, they suddenly discovered that, be it the auction house or the stalls in town, there were only scarce amounts of hard stones remaining. It was far from enough for the forgers in their own guilds to create whetstones with. Elsewhere, Ye Feng had just set foot on the main street of the trade area. He watched as the various large guilds tried to purchase hard stones at a high price. They purchased each stack for 80 copper coins. The price of hard stones had more than doubled. Immediately, Shi Feng felt an intense joy in his heart. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. However, this was only the beginning. He still wanted to add oil to the fire, causing the price to soar sky high. Chapter 165, A Foolish Choice. Shi Feng completely ignored the high prices these guilds were willing to pay. He headed to the appointed hotel directly. He had stockpiled hard stones for so long, to the point where he had purchased 90% of the hard stones available in White River City. Thus, he would not reveal his hand just for this little bit of profit right now. The danger of equipment durability was only beginning. Along with the constant increase of players' levels, they would head towards monster areas of a higher level. Very quickly, players would discover the problem regarding their equipment durability and the importance of whetstones. If they did not possess whetstones, it would greatly affect their leveling speed, and as a result, others would increase the gap between them. This result had caused the demand for whetstones to soar. They were as popular as the commonly used regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. Meanwhile, hard stones were required to make whetstones. Along with the growing demand for whetstones, the prices of hard stones would still increase by several folds. In Shi Feng's previous life, hard stones once sold for a maximum price of 3 silver coins per stack. Its price had increased by tenfold from the original. Right now, due to God's domain's evolution and the investment of major corporations, the available resources were more precious than in Shi Feng's previous life. Most likely, the prices of hard stones would increase to record highs. The current price of 80 copper per stack was only the beginning. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area, Black Rose Bar. At this moment, Fire Dance had gathered her entire team to discuss matters regarding the team's future development. Fire Dance's team often frequented this Black Rose Bar, as it occupied a more secluded region. Very few players came to this place. Thus, this place became the gathering spot for Fire Dance's team. Every time they completed a dungeon raid or obtained some precious item, they would come to this bar to celebrate. Fire Dance, we understand what your intentions are. However, I will still tell you the same thing. We are only playing God's domain to pass the time, and we don't have any great ambitions. We prefer to be free, and we aren't planning to earn any achievements through God's domain. If you want me to join that person called Ye Feng's team, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. That's right, Fire Dance. If it were a normal situation, maybe joining would be fine. However, Ye Feng has a beef with Martial Union, and right now, Martial Union targets us too. Martial Union has already put out the word that, if we do not sever our relations with Ye Feng and apologize to them, we won't ever need to think about leaving town to level up and quest. If we leave town, they'll just kill us and send us back. If we join Ye Feng's team, won't we end up in an even worse situation? That's right. Martial Union is just too powerful right now. There is no way Ye Feng can establish himself in Red Leaf Town. If you want us to join Ye Feng's team, I can only look for another way out of this. I, too, share this opinion. We have lost a lot of our levels, and our average right now is only level 5. We can only apologize to Martial Union if we want to have the possibility to continue mingling in Red Leaf Town. If we join Ye Feng's team, we'll truly be finished. According to my investigations, the Martial Union branch in Red Leaf Town is completely under the control of that person called Unstable Devastation. He has gathered all the players from Martial Union in 5 different towns to Red Leaf Town, and he is prepared to go all out developing in Red Leaf Town. There are many experts from Martial Union in Red Leaf Town right now. Their guild's treatment is generous, and its development rate is impressively fast. I heard that their member count has already exceeded 1,000, and amongst them, there are over 200 elite members. They are much stronger than before. Martial Union has the ability to constantly target us and prevent us from leaving town to grind and level up. We can afford to provoke them any longer. Even if we reach level 10 and go to White River City, Martial Union's member count would have exceeded 10,000 by then. It would only be a simple matter for them to deal with us. It was a mistake to provoke them right from the very beginning. Our only way out of this mess is to offer them an apology. Right, I agree as well. Our original goal in playing God's Domain was simply to mess around. We are completely different from that Ye Feng who has embroiled himself in a fight with Martial Union. If you, Fire Dance, wish to join him, please don't drag us in as well. We don't wish to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. Fire Dance did not expect everyone to voice their opinions. They all expressed their refusal to join Ye Feng's team, and they even wanted her to apologize to Martial Union. I understand. I'll only ask this one last time, then if there are any of you willing to join Ye Feng's team with me, please stand by my side. Fire Dance understood their troubles. Previously, they were all veteran gamers of virtual reality games. However, the virtual reality games they played before only had a player base in the hundreds of thousands. Even until the later stages of the game, a top-tier guild would only have several thousand members. On the other hand, God's Domain had made clear to them the true meaning of a large guild and the true power of a game with over 2 billion players across the globe. God's Domain was completely different from any other virtual reality games. It had utterly shattered their concept of virtual reality games, as it was practically a second reality previously. They didn't think there was anything special about the various large guilds. Only now did they truly understand how frightening a guild could be in a virtual reality game. Just the members of Martial Union inside a single town reached the thousands, and it was still increasing. If they reached White River City, their member count would break into the tens of thousands. A team of independent players like themselves could not afford to provoke such a large guild. Moreover, such a large guild like Martial Union was only an unrated guild. As for third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate guilds, they were tyrannical existences. Although Martial Union was a very frightening existence in Red Leaf Town, Ye Feng's shocking performance had been deeply engraved onto Fire Dance's soul. She truly thought that she had wasted her time playing those other games before. Right now, only the thought of following Ye Feng filled her heart. She wanted to get to know and experience the world of Apex experts. Fire Dance, wake up, alright? We will not follow you. Right now, our only way out of this mess is to apologize. Haven't you always dreamt of becoming an expert in God's Domain? If you continue fighting it out with Martial Union, you will head away from that goal. Stop being silly and acting foolish. After Fire Dance finished speaking, aside from Water Buffalo, there was not a single person who walked towards Fire Dance's position. They all had their heads lowered, feeling that Fire Dance was simply too foolish. She had truly been bewitched by that Ye Feng for her to dig her own grave by joining him. Alright, since you guys have decided, Water Buffalo and I will join Big Brother Ye Feng by ourselves. Fire Dance's mood sank after hearing everyone's decision. They had joined each other after much difficulty, dreaming of reaching some achievements in God's Domain. Yet, the result was such. In the end, soon after, Fire Dance opened her friends list, selected Ye Feng, and contacted him. Previously, she had told Ye Feng that she would contact him after speaking with her team. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, she had to notify him. Big Brother Ye Feng, I'm done on my side, Fire Dance said, disappointed. Although she had long since guessed such a result, she originally thought that 3 to 5 others would follow her. Now, however, there were only 2 of them. She was too embarrassed to even speak of this matter. That's great. How many people do you have? If we have enough, we can raid a team dungeon. At this moment, Ye Feng had just finished meeting with Cola and the others. He was prepared to focus fully on establishing a core team for Zero Wing. Before that, he sent Cola and the other 2 to visit the auction house to purchase some bags with larger capacities, a large amount of mana recovery potions, and some refreshments. He also asked Violet Cloud to join Blackie to grind and level up. However, he did not think that Fire Dance would contact him just in time. Her timing was impeccable. Chapter 166, Initial Formation of the Team. There are only 2, Water Buffalo and myself. Everyone has their own opinions, so I can't demand this of them. Fire Dance nearly choked on her words after hearing Ye Feng's excited tone. 2 people? That's not too bad, Ye Feng lightly laughed. Do you guys have anything you need to do right now? If not, you can join me." In reality, Shi Feng did not particularly mind the matter with Fire Dance's teammates. Previously, Fire Dance mentioned that her teammates were not ambitious and that they were only casual players in God's domain. Hence, it was best for Shi Feng if all of these people did not join him. It would save him a lot of trouble. He also did not need to waste time on training them. "I don't have anything else to do here, Water Buffalo and I will meet you." Previously, Fire Dance had worried that she would disappoint Ye Feng with the news. However, after listening to his relaxed tone, she could not help but sigh in relief. After disconnecting the call, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo bade farewell to everyone else. They did not know when they would meet again. I truly can't understand her. Why is she so obsessed with that guy?" an assassin in leather armor said after Fire Dance departed. He could not help but sigh. "I am also very curious about that Ye Feng. Just what is so good about him? If she becomes Martial Union's enemy like this, by the time we enter White River City, she might very well still be in hiding in this town, not daring to leave. Would there even be a meaning to such a gaming life?" The team members that chose to stay behind voiced their confusion, one after another. Meanwhile, at the Fountain Plaza of Red Leaf Town, although it was still daytime in God's domain, the benches that decorated the plaza were currently overcrowded with players. All around, one could see couples flirting with each other. The scene was the complete opposite of a battlefield. "Big Brother Feng, sorry for making you wait." Upon her arrival to the Fountain Plaza, she discovered Ye Feng enjoying the breeze as he waited for someone. "No worries. All our members are finally here now. In the future, we will all be members of the same team. Let me introduce you all, then." Shi Feng smiled as he started introducing each of the team members. There were a total of 6 members present, excluding himself: the Guardian Knight, Kola, the Oracle, Drowsy Sloth, the Summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, the Cleric, Violet Cloud, the Assassin, Fire Dance, and the Berserker, Water Buffalo. With all 6 of them, they could be a standard dungeon party. Fire Dance, being level 9, was the highest leveled player amongst them. Following her was Violet Cloud and Water Buffalo, who were both at level 8. The remaining were all level 7. Looking at how Violet Cloud had raised herself to level 8 just through cooking, the effort and suffering she had gone through were obvious. If it were not for Shi Feng's stern command, Violet Cloud would not intend to go out to grind at all. She rather preferred continuously cooking and earning money. When Kola and the others saw Fire Dance's level, admiration filled their hearts. Moreover, she was also a great beauty. They only reached level 8 with Shi Feng's guidance. Even if Martial Union had not killed them, sending them back to level 7, they would only be level 8. They were still far from level 9. Moreover, Fire Dance's equipment was extremely high quality. She also possessed a few pieces of secret silver equipment, while the others were mysterious iron. One could see that Fire Dance was definitely an expert, far more amazing than themselves. As for the one who managed to recruit such an expert beauty into the team, Kola and the other 2 could not help but give Shi Feng a thumbs up. This was as expected of their leader. As for Shi Feng's level, nobody in the team could discern it, as Shi Feng had hidden his information with the demon mask. The others could only see unknown. However, nobody felt concerned about his actions. Shi Feng constantly felt like a mysterious expert to them, so it was only natural that they could see his identity. "Big Brother Ye Feng is amazing as expected. We've only been apart for half a day, yet the pressure you give off has massively increased." After Fire Dance met Ye Feng again, she could clearly feel that he was different from before. He was like an unsheathed sword, and her 6 senses told her that Ye Feng had become much stronger. Since everyone is familiar with each other now, I'll tell you guys what you need to do next, Shi Feng said formally. However, just as Shi Feng was about to reveal their goal, a group of players suddenly appeared and surrounded the Fountain Plaza. "Martial Union is dealing with an issue. All those uninvolved, leave immediately." Martial Union's members chased away the other players, taking complete control of the Fountain Plaza. "Ye Feng, you've made me look for you for a long time now," a scholarly youth said as he stepped out from the crowd. This was unstable Devastation. There were over 400 members of Martial Union crowding the Fountain Plaza. When Kola and the others saw all these players, they immediately panicked, their expressions turning solemn. What? You want to take action here? Shi Feng swept a glance over the players from Martial Union. The majority of them were level 5 or level 6, only a minority were level 8 or level 9 elites. How could I possibly be such a brute? I'm only here today to give you all a final warning, Unstable Devastation said with a smile. Last time, he had taken a huge loss because of Ye Feng. If he could, he really wished to kill Ye Feng now. However, they were right in the middle of town. If he killed Ye Feng here, he might implicate Martial Union as well. However, if he mobilized a dozen or so players against Ye Feng, they would only be helpless against him, disgracing Martial Union's reputation. This was not a result he wished to see. Warning. We've already reached the point of no return. Your warning holds zero meaning to me, it is only a bunch of nonsense. Shi Feng laughed. You are still so fearless, even when faced with so many of our members. I truly admire you for that. Unfortunately, your strength is limited, you are not an opponent for Martial Union at all. My warning isn't actually directed at you. Unstable Devastation clapped his hands, shifting his sights towards Kola and the others. He then coldly said, this time, my warning is for the teammates standing behind you. You all better come to your senses. If you sever your relationship with Ye Feng immediately, I assure you that I will not pursue past matters and let you all go. Of course, if you resolve to stand with the powerless Ye Feng, prepare to suffer the rage of Martial Union. I admit that killing Ye Feng himself is extremely difficult, however, it is only a simple matter for Martial Union to exterminate you all. Although Unstable Devastation smiled as he spoke, Kola and the others could only feel a deep chill from his words. They could not help but admit that Unstable Devastation's words sounded logical. They were not top-tier experts, and they did not possess that many life-saving skills that could help them escape. Although Martial Union could not kill Ye Feng, that did not mean they could not get rid of them. As proven, they had died once before already. There would definitely be a second time in the future. If such a situation continued, they would not have a future in God's domain to speak of. Looking at the panicked and hesitant expressions on Kola and the others, Shi Feng spoke not a single word. He remained silent as he stood there. This move of Unstable Devastation's was extremely vicious. He wanted Shi Feng to taste the betrayal of his closest friends. Not only would it reduce his overall power, but it could also become a hit to his heart. Unfortunately, Shi Feng was no longer the arrogant brat that he used to be. On the contrary, he wanted to use this plan of Unstable Devastations to refine the members of his elite team in the future. The team he led would have to face off against many powerful foes. If they could not handle the challenge before them right now, how could they succeed in the future? Shi Feng did not desire teammates who only enjoyed the good times, but could not suffer through the bad with him. This could be Shi Feng's test for them. He wanted to see just what sort of choice they would make in such a situation. After quite some time had passed, Kola and the others exchanged glances with each other, smiles on their faces. They had all made their decisions, and they all stood by Shi Feng's side without hesitation, having zero intentions of leaving. Kola, Drowsy Sloth, Gluttonous Mouse, and Violet Cloud were originally players who others looked down on. They lived at the very bottom of God's domain, and they only possessed the levels and equipment they had today because of Shi Feng's help. By becoming enemies with Martial Union, at worst, they would only revert to their original states. So, how could they possibly betray Shi Feng in this sort of situation? As for Fire Dance and Water Buffalo, they had long since steeled their hearts to follow Ye Feng. They wished to experience the world of top-tier experts, and faced with such a threat, they paid no mind at all. Unstable Devastation, even in death, we would never betray our leader. If you have the ability, then come. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Good. Very well said. Unstable Devastation smiled with indignation, saying, don't say that I never gave you a chance. This is something you've all chosen for yourselves, so don't blame me for not lacking courtesy. Boys, get them. Originally, Unstable Devastation thought that he could take this chance to shame Ye Feng, turning him into a laughingstock. However, he truly did not think that these people would be so muddle-headed. They must have eaten something wrong to follow Ye Feng so steadfastly. Otherwise, Ye Feng must have shown a hopeful fantasy, letting them think that they still had a future since he was already here. He would not let Ye Feng and the others escape unscathed. Chapter 167, The Disparity Between Realms. Immediately, more than 400 players in the Fountain Plaza surrounded Ye Feng and the others. They all unsheathed their swords and armed their crossbows as they eyed their prey. However, to Ye Feng's surprise, none of them showed any intentions of rushing forward. Instead, they parted to the sides and opened a path, letting through 20-odd players. When these 20-plus players arrived by Unstable Devastation's side, their complexions were as gloomy as water, and their expressions numbed. These players' levels were not high, only around level 5 or level 6. Their equipment was also nothing special. Compared to the elites of Martial Union, the difference was just too great. They did not seem like players from Martial Union at all. I'll be looking forward to your performances, Unstable Devastation spoke to these newcomers harshly. He then turned his sights towards Fire Dance, revealing a fierce sneer as he looked forward to the start of a good show. These newcomers nodded their heads indifferently. They took out their weapons and walked towards Ye Feng. In the distance, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were immediately stunned when they saw these players. You guys, why are you all with Martial Union? Fire Dance loudly questioned these players. The 20-plus players that walked over were not strangers to Fire Dance. On the contrary, they were the ex-companions with whom Fire Dance shared both bitter and sweet times. At this moment, Unstable Devastation looked at Ye Feng, laughter escaping his mouth as he said, "Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, I am an extremely generous person. Previously, these players aided you in killing many of Martial Union's members. I've promised them that, as long as they kill you and your companions, I will forgive all of their past transgressions, and Martial Union would no longer seek trouble with them. Ye Feng, don't you think that you should do something for them to compensate their losses?" Unstable Devastation jeered. Ye Feng had embarrassed him greatly last time, so he would not let him off the hook so easily. He eagerly wished to see whether Ye Feng would dare take action or not. As long as Ye Feng took action, the headline on tomorrow's official forums would be, "Publicly acknowledged swordsman expert is an extremely treacherous person. He willingly killed his allies to save himself." At that time, only tatters would remain of Ye Feng's reputation. Unstable Devastation wanted to see just how Ye Feng intended to mingle in God's domain in the future. Unable to endure it any longer, Fire Dance abruptly burst out in rage. Her eyes sent a chill as she glared at Unstable Devastation, yelling loudly, "Unstable Devastation, you despicable little man. These people have all killed your Martial Union members under my commands. If you have the guts, then come at me." Originally, Fire Dance felt extremely joy for being able to join Ye Feng's team. She did not think that she would cause Ye Feng such a mess. If Ye Feng killed all of these people right now, others would gossip, and nasty rumors about him would spread. Ye Feng would be slandered as a merciless person, a person willing to kill even those who had helped him in the past. Although this matter was not of her doing, these people were still her past companions. She was responsible for leading them to kill the members of Martial Union. Now that these people had betrayed her and sided with Martial Union, bringing trouble to Ye Feng, she felt extremely apologetic towards Ye Feng. Fire Dance, we have no choice in this matter. We have to do this if we wish to obtain Martial Union's forgiveness and continue playing in Red Leaf Town. Fire Dance, this is our only way out. We hope that you can understand. That's right. They forced us, left us no way out. Let us kill you just this once. Fire Dance's companions closed the distance as they spoke. Some of the mage classes even started chanting their spells, prepared to launch their attacks. You guys, Fire Dance's complexion turned extremely ugly. She immediately turned towards Ye Feng, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, big brother Ye Feng. I will definitely give you an account of this matter. Unstable Devastation, you best listen up. I, Fire Dance, will immediately leave the team right now. I will no longer have any relations with big brother Ye Feng, so let me shoulder this debt between us." Fire Dance immediately left the party. After her public declaration, she unsheathed her daggers as she walked forth, towards her companions. She intended to deal with these companions of hers personally. That way, Ye Feng would not experience in any sort of slander. After seeing this, unstable Devastation's complexion turned pale with anger. He did not think that this woman called Fire Dance would be so determined. Fire Dance, aren't you just making things harder for us? Regardless of the circumstances, we were once companions in the past. How could you treat us like this? That's right. We've gone through life and death so many times together. Are you really going to treat us like this? Fire Dance's previous team voiced their accusations, one after another. These accusations deeply pierced Fire Dance's heart. The laughs and suffering they went through together, all the bonds had simply turned to smoke. The only thing she could do was hold back her tears and kill the emotions in her heart. Fire Dance, are you going to be so heartless as to kill us? A middle-aged assassin wearing gray-colored leather armor asked resentfully. His words had immediately caused Fire Dance to pause. However, immediately after, this middle-aged assassin stabbed his dagger towards Fire Dance's heart. Dang! Before the gleaming dagger could reach its target, a pitch-black sword blocked the attack. Fire Dance, you're not taking me, the team leader, seriously, are you? Since you've already joined my team, you are still a member of our team until this leader decided to kick you out. I will not acknowledge your selfish retirement from the team. Now that you are a member of our team, this team leader has the responsibility of shouldering everything for you. So, in regards to your painful memories, I will help you purge them all. Ever since Ye Feng re-entered God's domain, he no longer cared about what others thought of him, because only weaklings would mind how others looked at them. Oh, right. I forgot to mention one more thing to you guys. Anyone who joins my team has to keep in mind one important thing: if you constantly mind how others look at you, you will never truly improve your own strength and techniques. You don't have to care how others look at you. It is enough as long as you advance on the path that you wish to take. Only with that can you become a true expert. Ye Feng suddenly appeared in front of Fire Dance. To Fire Dance, he towered like a mountain before her, blocking any and all dangers from reaching her. Big brother Ye Feng. Tears inadvertently leaked out from Fire Dance's eyes. Ye Feng's actions and words truly touched her heart. After listening to his words, it was as if the door to the realm of experts slowly opened for her. Maybe her hesitation held her back from becoming a true expert. So what if he killed them? Who cared about others' opinions? The strong would never pay attention to such small matters. The only things they needed to consider were the courage to forge ahead and constantly raising their own strength. By the side, after Water Buffalo listened to Ye Feng's words, his heart was inexplicably moved. He would never have thought Ye Feng would be such a dependable person, a person others could admire. Meanwhile, Cola and the other two merely exchanged glances with each other, smiles plastered on their faces. That's right. This was the leader that they respected and admired. Immediately, Cola and the others stepped forward, one after another, blocking Fire Dance. Well said. So? What are you guys still waiting for? Unstable Devastation felt extreme joy. He had recorded all of Ye Feng's words. When the time came, he could deny his actions. Ye Feng, you despicable little man. We've already helped you so much, yet, in the end, you still wish to kill us? You are simply inhuman. Fire Dance's ex-companions cursed, enraged. They all rushed at Ye Feng, one after another, intending to slash and bash him to death. Ye Feng smiled disdainfully at their actions. Looking at the 20+ melee and mage class players launching their attacks at him, Ye Feng only lightly waved the abyssal blade. Thundering flash. 3 electric arcs instantly weaved across the bodies of the 20+ players. Damages ranging from -500 to more than -1000 appeared above everyone's heads, instantly killing everyone. Meanwhile, the green prism marker above Ye Feng's head instantly turned bloody red, giving others a chilling feeling. Big brother Ye Feng. Leader. Fire Dance and the others immediately panicked. If a player actively killed other players within a town, the guards would hunt them until death. Moreover, after the offending player revived, the guards would toss them in jail. Judging by the intensity of Ye Feng's red name, he would lose at least 3 levels after death, maybe even 4 hahaha. Ye Feng's name is finally red. Without the town's protection, we can kill you here without any repercussions and make you lose all of your items. Unstable Devastation laughed madly, saying, everyone else, get him. I will immediately promote whoever manages to kill Ye Feng into the leader of an elite team. However, immediately after Unstable Devastation finished his words, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Has Ironsword Lion never told you how he died? Ye Feng asked coldly, appeared behind Unstable Devastation after using silent steps. Chapter 168, God-Ranked Expert. Ye Feng had previously killed over 20 players in a single move. The frightening damage that he dealt that was over -1,000 points completely shocked all of the surrounding onlookers, and now, Ye Feng had appeared right behind Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was both shocked and angered indeed. He did not know how Ironsword Lion had died. However, the current Ye Feng was far more powerful than he imagined. Ye Feng's strength exceeded his previous estimates. If he received an attack from Ye Feng right now, he would unquestioningly die. Unstable Devastation almost instinctively used one of his life-saving skills. He dashed forth, unhindered, then leaped high into the air. He was currently immune to all restricting effects, and by the time he landed, he was already 20 yards from his original location. Ye Feng merely smiled at Unstable Devastation's reaction. With his current reaction speed and powerful attributes, it would be an extremely easy task to destroy Unstable Devastation. Or, speaking from another perspective, Unstable Devastation had 0 chances of retaliation. However, since Unstable Devastation dared to make enemies with him, the Martial Union player needed to prepare to enter hell. It would be too good of an ending if he allowed Unstable Devastation to die. Just like that, he wanted Unstable Devastation to feel despair in front of absolute strength and then die. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, block him. Elementalists, use Ice Spheres. Focus all attacks and eliminate him. Before Unstable Devastation even landed on the ground, he calmly gave out commands. Reacting quickly, the Shield Warriors and Berserkers immediately used charge at Ye Feng. Seeing that more than 10 warriors charged at Ye Feng and were about to stun him, Ye Feng abruptly leaped up, the abyssal blade carrying with it the power of thunder and lightning. As he landed, boom! A wave of thunder and fire devoured all of the warriors. Even the highest-leveled Shield Warrior could not react in time and activate Shield Wall before Ye Feng's Thunder Flame explosion devoured him. The Shield Warrior received a critical hit of over -1,700 damage, dying instantly. However, even a normal hit of more than -800 damage was enough to critically slash a level 9 Shield Warrior's HP, not to mention the Berserkers with less HP and defense. They all died in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The remaining survivors were all level 8 Shield Warriors. They were the fortunate ones, spared from a critical hit. However, even though they were alive, they suffered a fainted state for 4 seconds. When the players from Martial Union witnessed this scene, they all stared in shock. Previously, it was no big deal when Ye Feng had instant killed those crippled level 5 to level 6 players. However, the players he had just killed were no random Tom, Dick, or Harry. They were all level 8 or level 9 elites of Martial Union healers. Quickly heal them. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Only now was Unstable Devastation aware of how formidable Ye Feng was. His monster-like attack power could even instantly kill a Shield Warrior that boasted the highest defense amongst all classes. No one present could defend against his attacks. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. They could exhaust Ye Feng to death immediately after several heals landed on a Shield Warrior, pulling his HP back up to half. Another of Ye Feng's slashes landed on the Shield Warrior's HP. A huge damage of over -700 points appeared above the Shield Warrior's head, his HP plummeting to 0, his body fell to the ground, following which, with every slash of his sword, Ye Feng culled the lives of the surviving Shield Warriors. Even if the Shield Warriors possessed the defense of heavy armor and passive skills that reduced the damage they received, every one of Ye Feng's casual attack caused around -300 damage. The healers could not maintain the shield warriors' HPs at all. As for the berserkers without heavy armor, a single sword strike dealt them over -400 damage very quickly. The remaining shield warriors lay flat on the ground. At this moment, the Guardian Knights all activated Protection Blessing as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, the mages behind them shot out streak after streak of magic. Fireballs and ice spheres flew at Ye Feng, one after another. Ye Feng activated Wind Steps, avoiding more than half of the ranged attacks. Immediately after, he rushed after Unstable Devastation. Although Ye Feng dodged more than half of the spells, there were still a few occasional spells that hit him. However, the damage these spells dealt nearly dazzled the backline mages even when blasting a level 9 MT. Skills such as the Flame Explosion and Great Fireball could deal over 100 damage. However, none of them had actually dealt more than 20 damage to Ye Feng. The highest damage was only -15 points, while a majority of the spells only dealt single digits. To Ye Feng, who possessed over 1,500 HP, these spells simply tickled. Ye Feng's automatic recovery alone regenerated 30 HP for him every 5 seconds. This indicated that, even if Ye Feng received the ice and flame magic attacks from a normal level 7 or level 8 elementalist, Ye Feng would not die. Even if he did nothing. Ye Feng's was currently level 13, and these mages had no idea. Ye Feng also had 20 points in both fire-type and ice-type resistance. Even without the level suppression of 4 or more levels, their damage to Ye Feng would not exceed 40 points. There were many mages on Martial Union's side. However, their damages were too pitiful to watch. Standing behind Ye Feng, Drowsy Sloth and Violet Cloud merely used one heal each, and within an instant, Ye Feng's HP was already back to full. Faced with another wave of melee classes charging at him, Ye Feng activated Dark Violet Dance, using the 12-yard cone attack. Taking a step forward, Ye Feng instantly circled the Guardian Knights, and like a ferocious lion, he pounced on the other melee classes before one of the swordsmen could even use parry. Ye Feng's sword sent him flying. The swordsman died in mid-flight, dropping a piece of equipment as his body disappeared to Ye Feng. These swordsmen and assassins' attempts to block him were meaningless. With a single earth splitter, more than 10 players lost their lives. Ye Feng's attacks were all one-hit kills. With over 100 points in strength, he could snap a common weapon in half with his bare hands. As for the current Ye Feng, who held the Abyssal Blade and Silver Lake in each hand, a simple slash from either weapon could easily send the assassins and swordsmen flying and greatly damage their weapons. For some who reacted slower and failed to block Ye Feng's attacks, they died under a single slash. Not only did their defensive equipment's durability greatly decrease, but they also dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. However, this was all. There was still the cleaving effect. Before the players behind could make sense of things, they lost close to half of their total HP, and in the next moment, even that remaining half vanished. As a result, a group of players lay dead on the ground after meeting their inexplicable demise within a short 5 seconds. Martial Union lost over a dozen elite members and several dozen average members. Ye Feng was like the god of death that caused people's hearts to shudder. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation stood only several meters away from that frightening god of death. Ye Feng's chilling gaze landed on Unstable Devastation. The intent he radiated sent a chill down the surrounding Martial Union players' backs. Just looking into Ye Feng's cold eyes caused them to retreat backward inadvertently. Everyone, block him for me. Even when bombarded with so many spells and sieged on all sides by so many players, Ye Feng still walked forth, step after step, leaving behind a massacre as he advanced. It was the first time Unstable Devastation felt such a deep-seated fear. To Unstable Devastation, Ye Feng was no longer a player, but a devil. There was also the tangible killing intent that surrounded Ye Feng. Although Unstable Devastation knew that this was only a game, the realistic effects of virtual reality caused Unstable Devastation to forget that this was just a virtual world completely. He had even forgotten how many elites of Martial Union had died and how grave losses were to Martial Union. The only thing Unstable Devastation knew was that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not escape immediately, only death awaited him immediately. Unstable Devastation activated a speed scroll. He then turned and ran. Ye Feng simply smiled at Unstable Devastation attempt to escape. With a single wind blade, his sword pierced towards Unstable Devastation's back. Unstable Devastation spun around, firing an arrow from his bow in an attempt to hold Ye Feng back. However, he immediately discovered that Ye Feng was truly too frightening. Ye Feng's pitch-black abyssal blade easily split the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Feng arrived in front of him. A silver glow pierced his heart, and immediately after, another black glow slashed across his neck. Unable to stop his HP from madly decreasing, his HP reached 0 in an instant. Even until death, Unstable Devastation wore a stupefied expression. The others from Martial Union were similarly shocked as they witnessed this sight. Unstable Devastation was one of the big bosses of Martial Union. He was also a level 9 ranger. Yet, when facing Ye Feng, he had no power to retaliate at all. Just how strong was this Ye Feng? Ye Feng noticed a secret silver-ranked longbow dropping after Unstable Devastation's death. He casually picked up the longbow and placed it in his bag. He then turned to look at the other members of Martial Union. Although Ye Feng did not take any action, only sending them a glance, his might had already deeply engraved into their minds. The members of Martial Union all halted their actions, inadvertently backing off. They all revealed fearful expressions as they looked at Ye Feng. Why hadn't the town guards arrived yet? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They felt that only the guards could protect them from Ye Feng's attacks. However, from the moment Ye Feng began his assault to the moment Unstable Devastation died, only a brief 8 or 9 seconds had passed. Even if the town guards hurried over, they would need at least 10 minutes before they arrived. Faced with the members of Martial Union who dared not move, Ye Feng only swept a glance at them. He did not rush up and kill them. The cooldown for most of his skills had almost finished. Although he could kill a sizable chunk of Martial Union if he continued his spree, he would run the risk of paying with his and his teammates' lives, and this was not an ending that he wished to see. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's actions had caused plenty of the surrounding onlookers to become tongue-tied. A single glance from Ye Feng was enough to petrify the hundreds of players from Martial Union. This power was just too frightening. Just who is this guy? Is he a god-ranked expert? The onlooking players were both curious and shocked as they watched Ye Feng. He had single-handedly faced off against several hundred players and even managed to kill tens of players without receiving any damage. Even a god-ranked expert was not capable of such a feat. After some time, the town guards finally arrived. The guards are here. We're saved. Seeing dozens of guards in silver heavy armor rushing over, the members of Martial Union sighed in relief.